Okay. Should be back, which means YouTube should be back now as well. Of course, of course, of course. At this point, it seems like Twitch censorship. Well, yeah, that would be my guess, because I definitely did make sure that everything was exactly perfect settings that I've had this entire time. So Twitch is still stuttering then? YouTube should be back up now. I think. It's really that bad already? Fucking kidding me. And now I can't get... Okay, I have gotten YouTube started. That's good. Let's go, everybody. Okay, hold on. Let me just switch my bloody windows again so that I can get YouTube chat up on the screen. Twitch is really that bad, huh? Like, nothing's any better than it was last time? Josh? What's up, Exhale? I'd be doing all right if Twitch actually decided to work. All right, well, I'm pinning a message that says it's Twitch's fault, not mine. So, it is what it is. Maybe contact your ISP. No, I'm definitely contacting my ISP after this and Twitch support because my internet's fine. I'm 900 megabits down right now and getting 30 up. So it's Twitch. It genuinely, it has to be. There's literally no other option for it to be. I'm doing all right, Exhale. I'm doing all right. I'm just grumpy. Yeah, it's gonna be the same thing as last time, Josh. Thanks, though. It's gonna be Twitch just absolutely reaming me. So everyone, please jump over to YouTube again. Fuck Iran, but I stand with Iran? Yeah, me too. We'll get to Iran in a bit. We have a few things that we got to talk about. First and foremost, breaking news as of an hour ago. We've had 2 Democratic officials shot already today. Australian Twitch shutting down because the cold winter weather, and American Twitch shutting down because all the workers in the server farm can't get to work because of the drunk cops on all the roads. That would actually make sense. Just switch to YouTube and do what you can. So let's talk about these 2 Democratic lawmakers who were shot this morning. Shot in their homes, might I add. 2 separate lawmakers shot in 2 separate homes, both from Minnesota. One a Minnesota state senator and a Minnesota state representative. I wonder which political leaning did this. Any takers? Twitch L? Always Twitch L. Let's have a look what they're saying.
America armed
Actually,
and
I was
dangerous.
just about to, before stream was about to start, Tim Walz was actually making a statement, so I do want to actually hear him first before we get the talking heads on it.
This is live
clearly
right
the
now.
radical left.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation
Was a hit
here.
from higher ups, I bet? Well, police are already treating this as a targeted attack. 100% like a political assassination, just to get some, like, background on it, I suppose. State Senator Josh Hoffman, as well as State Representative Melissa Hortman, both of them from Minnesota. The FBI is helping on a manhunt. A perimeter of shelter in place for 3-mile radius of the actual event was put out, and we'll check in on all of those in a second, but let's hear from Governor Tim Walz.
Here in Minnesota, you're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
Time to get the fuck out, it's the same.
Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant.
Guys, like, I know the jokes of, like, it's the radical left doing violence and all that, but can I just remind you that we are literally, like, not even halfway through the day yet. It is 11 a.m. on potentially the final day of even a remote, like, something anywhere close to democracy, and we've already had 2 Democrats shot, like, this early on. Ads are a stupid necessity, unfortunately. What ads are you talking about? I don't run any ads.
A fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic.
I know a lot of legislatures in different states who are required to have their personal addresses listed on public official legislative websites. I always thought that was a huge security problem. I can see why you might come to that conclusion, but this wasn't really a common occurrence prior to, I mean, somewhat recently, actually, in that it wasn't really a security issue to have elected officials have their personal addresses on official, like, legislative websites, because the worst that they were going to get was a protest in front of their house. This is different, and it comes from the normalization of political violence in this country, specifically from the right.
Optimistic they will survive this assassination
This is
attempt.
like Trump's birthday present.
This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil
officials
discourse.
Getting shot boring, man. Come on.
We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence.
I feel like it's a bit late for that, Tim. It's a bit late for that. You winning that last election may have helped a bit with that, if that's the direction that we were going to go in.
There are now some 40 million.
Let's see what the ABC has to say after like 7 billion ads. Never mind. Nothing, clearly. Look, both were shot in their homes. Authorities believe the shooter was impersonating law enforcement, which is important here, that, you know, several instances now of a crime being committed by someone who was impersonating, whether like it was an ICE agent or a cop or any number of things. Now, I mean, like, to be fair, how many of the National Guard or Marines that you're going to see out in LA might actually not be National Guard or Marines? You know, people could just dress up in cosplay. Not to say that, like, the Marines would keep them around with them. I'm sure, like, if someone did show up and tried to join the party that wasn't one of them, they would be removed from that party and end up walking around by themselves. But you don't know. That's the thing. It's been so normalized to see either law enforcement of any kind, federal or state, who are not wearing a uniform or not going about their job as they're meant to, not following procedures, not following due process. You don't know. It's become a ambiguity on purpose. We cannot let it become normal. It already has. It's a matter of how we deal with that now. The ambiguity was the precedent for that ambiguity was set to desensitize us. I don't trust them. Most devices deputize neo-Nazis, right? Yeah, kinda, basically. I mean, like, even like before this administration, like Tom Homan goes back to the Obama administration, and Tom Homan is a sweaty beast of a Nazi. What type of people do you think Tom Homan has been hiring since even the Obama administration? The nuclear talks with Iran has been canceled? Well, obviously now. Imran Hossein, we'll get to there when we get to there. We got a lot to talk about today, especially with some of the protests having already started, as well as like the day's events, but the actual like festival is going to be fairly boring until the parade time at around 6:30. We'll check in with them every now and again, and we'll check in with the protesters when we get there. But I got some cleaning to do first.
Should we just kind of step back? Let's start from the beginning. And do you want to do that?
To that point, we also, once we're talking about the alert, I do want to show people that alert because the severity of it and the seriousness of it that Brooklyn Park Police have put out does speak volumes. It does say shelter-in-place order in the 3-mile radius. There it is on your screen. Around the Edinburgh Golf Course, police are looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings who is armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, and dressed like law enforcement, which is consistent with what our sources were telling us. Here's the added part that they added maybe an hour after they
we already knew it was Republican when they said 2 Democrats got shot, but like
out the first alert,
that description.
Do not approach and do not answer your door unless 2 officers approach together. Call 911 to verify officer identity first. Again, this is for you or loved ones or neighbors or friends or somebody that you may know.
See, like, this isn't necessarily even LARPing. This is strategic crime. If you want to go and do a political assassination, dressing like law enforcement is a great way to not immediately get caught. And unfortunately, someone had that thought of, okay, I want to go and do this illegal action if I dress up like law enforcement, in an air, like in a air of we don't know who actually is law enforcement or not. When law enforcement's not actually dressing like law enforcement, it makes it quite difficult to actually tell.
In that 3-mile radius, in the Edinburgh Golf Course, our photographer.
Yeah, so pretty bad. Unrelated to the shooting in Minnesota of 2 Democrat lawmakers, but related in the case of this is about guns. North Carolina trying to pass some ridiculous fucking laws.
Here tonight, North Carolina lawmakers passing a bill that would allow people to carry concealed handguns without a permit. But whether it becomes law remains
no more permit necessary for concealed carry. That's fine, I guess. Why? Because they want to normalize more political assassinations, probably more likely than anything else. But also the NRA needs a lot of money and people are scared, so.
To be seen. The State House passed the Freedom to Carry Act in a 59-48 vote. The vote was along partisan lines, with all Democrats voting against it. Now, if it became law, the bill would allow any eligible adult over the age of 18 to carry a concealed handgun without a permit. But currently, you need to be 21 years old to apply for a permit, which requires you to pass a safety training course first. The bill now heads to Governor Josh Stein's desk, but he is expected to veto it. Now, Republicans lost their supermajority last year, meaning
Thank
it could
God
be
that we
an
got that
uphill battle
Democrat
to override
governor
that
in
veto.
for North Carolina.
And also,
Jesus Christ. Insane. Insane. All right, on some good news, Zohran Mamdani actually seems to be doing quite well in New York. He's now officially leading in the polls, and we have some news coming out about that. Not the least of which is Cuomo's former aide, Lindsey Boylan, urging New York City not to vote him in as mayor. And on Fox. That's pretty big. You know, the former aide to Cuomo specifically saying, yeah, no, don't vote for Cuomo is telling, to say the least.
this is about his broad abuse of power. His abuse of women is just one manifestation of that. We cannot accept this abuser back to office.
Tonight, a former aide is warning New York City not to elect Andrew Cuomo mayor Lindsey Boylan was the first of at least 11 women to accuse the former governor of sexual harassment, leading to his resignation in 2021.
The only reason why more women didn't come forward is because they were afraid.
Do you think there are many more women?
I know there are many more women. I know.
Today, Cuomo is the frontrunner in the Democratic mayoral primary. His political ads tout him as the most experienced candidate
He's not
to take
anymore the frontrunner. The polls do not have him at the front. That's what frontrunner means. The polls have Mamdani at the front, which would make Mamdani the frontrunner.
on President Trump.
Trump's at the city gates. We need someone experienced to slam them shut.
New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is trying to slam the gates on Cuomo, endorsing Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani.
And make sure that you do not rank Andrew Cuomo on your ballot. Don't do it, folks.
The 33-year-old socialist has surpassed Cuomo in some polls. Mamdani wants to defund the NYPD, and Jewish leaders accuse him of being
wants to defund the NYPD. I mean, like, what kind of framing could you expect from Fox News? Not to say that I wouldn't support defunding the NYPD. I would very much support defunding the NYPD. Considering they are the largest, like, they're the fourth largest military in the world if they were a country. Not to mention, they're all trained in Israel, but, you know, aside from that, I really don't think the NYPD needs a submarine, for one.
Anti-Semitic. Mamdani denies the accusation, but he refuses to recognize Israel as a Jewish state and supports pro-Palestinian protesters. The Democratic and political establishment is now falling in line behind Cuomo. As for the allegations, Cuomo says he regrets resigning.
Knowing now the facts
that you were responsible for the deaths of, you know, the grandmothers of New York City. And as well as, like, abusing women who work for you. Yeah,
there was no factual basis to resign. It was all political, which is what I said from day one.
Yes, politically making decisions to get New Yorkers killed is often political decision-making, actually.
The accusers say otherwise.
I do not want this man running the city that my daughter lives in. I refuse to not fight against that.
Like,
it's just unacceptable.
Women, let alone running a city.
A state attorney general's investigation found the sexual harassment allegations against Cuomo credible. Tonight, a Cuomo spokesperson is calling Lindsey not credible and also a bully, saying that she is essentially embarking on a revenge tour.
He is so slimy. They're all so fucking slimy. There's a reason why every single person running for mayor of New York hated Cuomo. I mean, you saw that at the debate where they hated Cuomo. But also, good news. Not only is Zohran Mamdani leading, but also Brad Lander has been doing quite a bit. Yes, he said that she was a bully. Yes, of course. You know, the necessary accusations, which are actually confessions, also applies to neoliberals, clearly. But Brad Lander is also doing quite well, and Zohran Mamdani is the front runner. So these two have cross-endorsed each other, saying either vote for me or vote for the other one. As long as Cuomo doesn't get your vote, that's a win. And this is definitely a win for Mamdani because, well, you know, if you were going to put Lander as 1, now you get to put Mamdani as 2. Whereas if you were going to put, you know, Mamdani as 1, now you get to put Lander as 2. And that absolutely does reduce the chances of Cuomo winning. Cross-endorsement is awesome. It is. Ranked choice voting is great. Isn't this, like, infinitely better in every way? Where you get, I don't know, the option to pick a candidate that you actually like without having to worry about whether that candidate could actually win. Not to say that you know, categorization really works with Mamdani. He very much looks like he can and will win, but it's fantastic that even if he didn't win, the person you put at number 2 could win instead. And, you know, knowing that everyone hates Cuomo's probably not going to win. Why are all these men the same? That's a good question. Is this a primary? Is this the general? Well, it is currently the primary that we're talking about. The general will then be... No, I'm pretty sure the general is in November. This is, like, the primary for who goes up against, I'm pretty sure. Although New Jersey may have confused me there. Hold on. No, this is general. Shit. Wait, no, never mind. It is a primary. 2 weeks left remaining in the city's primary. I was going to say, did I get like confused with New Jersey? But no, it is a primary. But cross endorsement, 10 out of 10. Excellent. Like it. We've seen some more fantastic ads coming out of Mamdani's campaign. Well, I can't hear shit there. That's not even an ad. That's just like a nice, like, encounter with the New Yorker. You're that guy Zoran, mayoral candidate, is outside of the Museum of Natural History on the Upper West Side for the first day of early voting. Which, by the way, you should be voting if you live in New York. So the winner will go against a Republican later. Yes. I was watching an Instagram video of you this morning. Another voter says, fantastic. I mean, like, people know him because people like him because he actually gives a shit about his constituents. Isn't that, shocking when you work for the people? The people actually care. Also, incredibly funny hearing this from Richie Torres saying, no thanks to a 2026 gubernatorial run in New York. And says, quote, to have a far-left mayor who's strategic and smart actively working against you, that just feels insurmountable. And I love that, this is Richie Torres calling Zoran Mamdani strategic and smart, which is actually quite refreshing to see from the left. A strategic and smart campaign. A politician who actually is strategic and smart and gives a shit about his constituents. It's fantastic. We need like 50 bajillion more of this guy in this country right now. Also, on a related note, we are going to protect our immigrant communities and not collaborate with ICE, from Zoran Mamdani. Fantastic.
En medio de esta ola de redadas por parte de ICE, el mensaje de Mamdani a la comunidad fue muy claro.
Of course,
vamos a proteger a nuestra comunidad inmigrante y no colaborar con ICE.
Holy shit, the man can speak Spanish. It's almost like the left is on the left because we're smart and think critically. Well, that is true. That is true. We are smart and we think critically. Although, we are a portion of the left. I wouldn't say the whole left actually is smart and thinks critically, but a lot of them try. Better than the other end, absolutely. Now, jumping on to the protests that are going on today, this was one just actually from about half an hour ago in West Palm Beach, headed right to Mar-a-Lago.
You've got to see this No King's Day protest by Ibiza Sunrise. They're in West Palm Beach, and they're about to march to Mar-a-Lago. Check it out.
What do you want me to say? They do try. More credit than you'll see me often give.
You've got to see this No King's Day protest by
So, fantastic. I mean, go and piss him off bright and early in the day. Though, like, again, I do still think that they are going to use the protest today, especially if they actually do manage to grow quite large, considering there will be massive rainstorms along the East Coast. A lot of people might actually not show up to protest just because of the rain, and if not a lot of people show up to protest, they might actually have a difficult time using that as justification for martial law. Not to say that you shouldn't protest. You should absolutely protest. But I suppose we shall see. This is so base. Protests are erupting. This is how we get stuff done. That is true. Hold on, I want to see what this is. This is just from like a minute ago.
Camera's rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent.
What is it?
We're going to spend 600.
Okay, great. Whatever. Alzheimer's is acting up. I don't really care. All right. So continuing on No King's protests as of today. A number are planned. We have protests all across the country that are planned for today. He's starting to whisper like Biden. That's actually a good point.
There are several so-called No Kings protests planned tomorrow.
Senior crime and justice reporter.
There are several so-called No Kings protests planned tomorrow.
Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez is live outside at Dallas City Hall with an update on what's planned tomorrow.
Well, DPD is expecting protesters and
no. Representative Melissa Hortman has been confirmed dead after being shot earlier today. So that's the state representative from Minnesota.
Protesters here at City Hall tomorrow. They are expecting much larger crowds. Latino leaders last night met with Dallas police officers, and today they held a news conference to encourage people to protest peacefully. Across the nation, the protests have been tense as people take to the streets to protest President Trump's aggressive immigration policies. People have been taken into custody at their places of work, inside immigration courtrooms, and in their neighborhoods. LULAC, the largest Latino civil rights organization, has been leading some of the protests and calling for people to take action, but also encouraging people to protest peacefully. They say their message gets lost in the civil unrest. Leaders met with the National Latino Law Enforcement Organization last night to see how they could work together to make sure the protests are safe and don't erupt into chaos.
We're living through challenging and emotional times. People have strong feelings, and many feel compelled to speak out.
Which, by the way, the police have lost their fucking minds, and we're going to see that in a second, but...
That is their right, and I want to be clear that the city of Dallas respects and supports the right of every individual to engage in peaceful civic expression. At the same time, I call upon everyone participating...
What the fuck? I mean, like, look at that.
Peaceful civic expression.
What are you supposed to say when the police are doing this?
At the same time, I call upon everyone participating to exercise that right responsibly. Peaceful protest is powerful, but
like
violence and destruction will distract from the important issues that need to be heard.
Tomorrow you will see a large...
Today rather. Hold on, I want to see about this. So this is law enforcement officials say that they made a proactive check at Representative Hortman's home after a lawmaker who lived nearby was shot and found a police vehicle in the driveway with emergency lights and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. He was actually the gunman. So was the gunman a cop or was he impersonating a cop? Did he steal a cop car?
So can you say it one more time? So you were just going to proactively check on Speaker Mayor's Hortman, and then police there encountered the gunman or someone with a gun and exchanged gunfire. Can you just go over that one time, please?
I can. Good morning, Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds a bit more likely than someone stole a cop car while impersonating a cop. That's a bit more difficult than it sounds.
Is how did we get to Representative Hortman's house, and it was proactively or not. The circumstances that unfolded in Brooklyn Park this morning is that we assisted the Champlin Police Department on a shooting. That shooting was made aware by one of our sergeants that it was at Senator Hoffman's home. In hearing that very intuitive sergeant asked our officers to go check on Melissa Hortman's home, the representative that lives in our community, just proactively as due diligence to swing by. That police officer and his partner pulled down the street when they arrived at Melissa's house. They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Was this an actual police officer or an impersonating police officer?
Yes, the question is, was it a real person or a person impersonating a police officer? It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police.
Okay, so how did he then steal a police car then? If he wasn't a police officer, then how did he get his hands on a police car to go and do this?
Officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home.
I don't totally believe it, neither do I.
Not only was wearing a badge.
Also, like, if it wasn't a police officer, then they have to know who it was already, because these, like, police cars have cameras. Now, generally, externally, yeah, but, like, they should be able to know, if a cop car was stolen, they have LoJacks on them. You should know where they are at all times, which would mean that you would be able to check camera footage of where, there are cameras around where the police car is parked. You would also be able to track every, street that this car drove past, as well as every traffic light camera that they were in, that they were in the frame of. The cops could be covering for their insane buddy, and I wouldn't put it past them. So, this very likely could have been a cop. They let a cop car get stolen. They're so incompetent. Well, it's either that or one of them went and shot two Democratic lawmakers. What's up, Eclectic Enchantress? Good to see ya.
As police officer, when they approached their victims, they had a car with lights and sirens?
Yes, the question is what kind of vehicle and how were they dressed? They did drive a vehicle that looked exactly like an SUV squad car. It was equipped with lights, emergency lights that looked exactly like a police vehicle. And yes, they were wearing a vest.
Okay, so if it's not a marked car, that makes it a little bit more plausible.
Other equipment that would, a badge very similar to mine, that no question, if they were in this room, you would assume that they are a police officer.
If it was an unmarked police SUV with the lights, then that makes it a lot more feasible, because you can actually just install those lights. They're not difficult to get your hands on. They're not difficult to actually like put in. They're just illegal to use. So I suppose we'll find out more on that as it comes out.
An officer who allegedly shot these people, did they knock on the door and people came to the door, or the person breaking into the home?
Yeah, it was knocking on the door and asking the person to come out, absolutely impersonating a police officer.
Do you all have a suspect's car?
We do have the suspect's car. Suspect is on foot. That is what the large-scale search is currently going on. I just remind residents of Brooklyn Park, I know it's been a long time, but those that are in the grid that we gave the alert out to continue to shelter in place. We're also reminding them that if somebody comes to the door and they knock on the door and claim to be a police...
I've seen something like this happen before, where I was in high school and someone broke out of a prison in New Jersey and stole a cop car. And stole the cop car that had a shotgun in it and was driving around. Then, like, my school got put on lockdown when I was in high school over that. So, like, it does happen. They can get a cop car stolen, and we do know that they're not particularly competent. But this now, like, with the added details of unmarked car, impersonating police, now they're on foot, it does seem less likely that it's actually a cop, thankfully. That would be wild.
Police officer, please do a couple things. One, call 911 and confirm that the officer belongs there. If they are a police officer, dispatch will be able to confirm that that person is a police officer. Also, we've informed all our officers in Brooklyn Park that they are not to approach anybody by themselves. They're to approach in pairs, meaning 2 officers. So if there's only 1 officer outside the door, do not answer the door and call 911. If it's a Brooklyn Park police officer or any of our partners that are assisting, they will come in pairs of 2 or more.
Okay, good advice. Good advice. So, let's jump back to the protest. I don't know, man presumed dead after home explosion. That's not what this news story is about.
Is the parade to commemorate the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary. We have some...
Okay, let's be real. It's the parade for Trump's birthday.
The key numbers next to me. 6,600 soldiers will be a part of this. There will be about 150 Army vehicles, including different types of tanks, and 50 aircraft as well. Army officials say it will cost between $25 and $45 million. This, keep in mind, is an expenditure
is waste, fraud, and abuse
by an administration trying to cut costs. Now, the last time the U.S. held a military parade was way back in 1991. All right, this is 34 years ago, and it marked the end of the Gulf War.
Well, you know what? If the last one marked the end of the Gulf War, then it might actually be fitting that we have this parade today, because now it starts the beginning of the Iran war. So, you know, where was Doge on this one? You know where Doge was on this one.
Washington Post, it cost about $8 million at the time. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $19 million today. Now, inspired by France's Bastille Day parade during a visit back in 2017, President Trump called on the U.S. military to begin planning its own parade. This was during his first term, but that never came together.
Okay.
Naftali Ben David.
I'm not quite sure that I buy it off of Bastille Day. I feel like if it actually was based on him being inspired by France's Bastille Day, like the last time he was president, I'm sure he's forgotten about that and since watched the Russian Victory Day one where he decided that he wants to do it again.
Is in our Washington bureau with more on tomorrow's parade. He's a senior political correspondent
still acting
for
like
the
Donald
Washington
Trump has memory
Post.
for that
Good morning to you, Naftali. So President Trump seems to be going all out for this parade, this time in his second term. But why exactly? Was it really about what he saw in France?
Well, I guess it depends who you ask. The White House certainly says that the U.S. Army deserves nothing less than a grand parade on its 250th birthday, that this doesn't come around very often. Of course, the U.S. doesn't have military parades quite in the same numbers that other countries do, but, you know, the administration would argue, if not now, when? It's time to celebrate what is sometimes seen as an underappreciated branch of the military. So that's their reason for having the parade. Now, critics, of course, note that this happens to be on President Trump's birthday as well, and they say that that's the real motivation, that the president wants something to celebrate.
Honestly, it would be less it would be less cringe if they just admitted it. Like, to say that, oh, you know, it's for the Army's 250th birthday. No, it's not. No, it's not. Just say it's because Trump wants to be a special birthday boy. Like, honestly, just do it. It would suck less if you had the authentic, shitty, dystopian message, other than, you know, outside of just like lying to the public, which everybody already knows that you're lying. Everyone knows this isn't for the Army. Everyone knows Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Army. This is a man who has said that, like, POWs are losers. You really expect me to think that he gives two fucks about the Army? No, it's for his birthday.
Himself, that he wants to make the event about himself, and it's another example of President Trump politicizing the military. So there are going to be a lot of protests around the country under the theme of No Kings, because they argue that the parade, and more important, President Trump's role in it, are more reminiscent of an authoritarian president than a traditional American democratic leader.
So then what will the rest of us see tomorrow? As you just laid out, President Trump wants to demonstrate one thing. It will be grand. It will be choreographed. But the sentiment in the country right now, especially with what's been happening in LA, is one of division, and one where people are openly expressing their opinions and using their
You want to know how much we've become Russia already? From the U.S. State Department, this was 2 days ago. Russia National Day. On behalf of the American people, I want to congratulate the Russian people on Russia Day. The United States remains committed to supporting the Russian people as they continue to build on the aspirations they have for a brighter future. We also take this opportunity to reaffirm the U.S.'s desire for constructive engagement with the Russian Federation to bring about a durable peace between Russia and Ukraine. Like, we are genuinely just all, like, we've Russified.
Amendment. Right. So what will we all take from what happened Saturday, do you think?
Well, I think it's going to be a very dramatic split screen. You know, it's no secret that the country is quite divided politically over everything from President Trump's management of the government to the military itself. But rarely do we see those divisions play out very dramatically in the country's streets. And I think that's what's going to be remarkable about tomorrow. On the one hand, you'll see this fairly dramatic military parade with a lot of pomp, with tanks, with planes, with paratroopers and bands. And on the other hand, throughout the country, you're going to see this demonstration taking place in about 2,000 cities and towns under the theme of No Kings, to make the argument that, as they see it, this is a parade that's much more about the aggrandizement of the president than it is about celebrating the military itself. And then, of course, as you say, it has gotten conflated with what's going in Los Angeles, where critics also say the president is misusing the military for his own purposes.
Look, beyond this, I was actually going to wait a minute before I jumped onto that, just because of how I laid this stuff out. But really quickly, if we're talking about, you know, caring about the military, how are you going to explain to me this? We're arresting vets at the Capitol. I thought you were allowed to protest at the Capitol. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know, maybe like there was this whole giant argument over whether you're allowed to go to the Capitol to protest the government and, you know, free the hostages and all of that. Just as Trump did pardon all of the January 6th insurrectionists. This is so hypocritical. Yeah. Especially when you see some of the people that they're arresting are literally 80-year-olds in a fucking walker.
Rushing it. We got people in the green action, people on the red. Here we go. State violence about to happen.
This absolutely
I'll be recording until I get arrested.
So much about, you know, the military.
It's not bullshit! It's not bullshit! It's not bullshit!
Republicans are hypocrites by nature. They also hate America.
It's not bullshit!
I will continue to say this. MAGA hates America more than any group in the world does. can't show me a group that hates them more.
Begins.
That hates America more.
All right. Picking the Kefia first. Of course.
Of course. And
a group of veterans just broke through the barrier in front of the Capitol building, and they're currently holding a sit-in.
They don't even believe that they're really patriots. They just say that shit. You know that they don't believe that. Half of these people were fucking cheering for Trump changing the names of military bases to Confederate generals this week. Like, literally, people who fought a war to not be America. Live in this hot mess of a state. Yeah. Yep. And don't be sorry. I was joking with the spoiler shit. I was going to show that next.
On the Capitol steps, demanding that the government take military off of United States streets. Let's watch it happen.
These are veterans, remember.
We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building. We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building.
I thought that, you know, when Americans do this, it's a piece, it's a movement of love, you know?
The Capitol building, rushing the Capitol.
To rush the Capitol building. It's the most American thing you can do. It's patriotic to love your country. J-14 based? Yeah, free the hostages, guys. What are we talking about? We gotta free the J-14 hostages.
Capitol Police are
also free the ICE hostages. California has a right to defend itself,
through the Capitol barriers,
etc., etc.
They're taking a seat. They're taking a seat on the Capitol step.
God, we genuinely live in a terrorist state.
They're taking a seat on the Capitol step.
They're taking a shit on the Capitol steps? Wait, what? Hold on, I think I missed that.
They're taking a seat on the Capitol step.
Other side of the bike rack.
They're taking a seat on the Capitol step.
Pay attention, what's going on?
I mean, didn't one of the J6 rioters take a shit in like a plant pot inside the Capitol? So.
I see it.
You busted him?
They tripped over the barricade.
New gender-neutral bathroom just dropped the United States Capitol steps.
We got veterans who broke through the barrier at the Capitol. Veterans, military off our streets. The veterans say military off our streets. They're taking a sit-in on the Capitol steps.
Okay, he's saying sit-in. It's just sounding like shit-in. Less violent than J6? Well, I mean, that's not a difficult bar to reach. And finally, here's, like, again, guy in a fucking walker.
Keep it going for foot.
Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him.
Dude can barely walk.
In front of him. Put his hands 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 in
And this is what happens when you allow a group that fucking hates America to take control. Arresting senior citizens, arresting veteran senior citizens. Listen, I advocated for shit-ins before the bathroom bills. Well, then you are like 5 steps ahead, playing like 8-dimensional chess over here, brain matter. Good for you. This is in Atlanta already today, as of this morning. No one paid us to be here. We hate you for free. Excellent sign. If you didn't know, Trump is paying people to show up at his shitty little birthday boy parade $1,000 per person, actually. Specifically looking for minorities, in fact. They want DEI in the crowd. And they're paying them $1,000 a head to do it. I genuinely thought the protesters would do their thing on the far side of town to pull the shine off of King Big Boy Tank Appreciators Hour, but this works better. Hey, I mean, like, that was yesterday, the you know, Capitol protesters, but I hope that we see that again today. Wow, the tube is ultimately better than Twitch right now for your channel. Lag City on Twitch. I genuinely do not know why, Azrax. It was the same last time, and everything is perfectly fine on my end. I'm gonna have to contact Twitch support after this stream on that. Just thanks for jumping over to YouTube, Twitch chat, and dropping a like and a follow on the stream. In fact, this is actually great because I did need 1,000 YouTube subscribers to get fully monetized on here. So, hey, maybe this will help make that work. These people fought for our privileges. They fought for our rights to destroy fascism. They died for our democracies, and they can't show respect. That's messed up. Lenin, they show such little respect that when Hegseth did his Memorial Day speech at Arlington, he specifically skipped over every woman who's ever served and just, like, specifically made it so it was only men that he was talking about. Twitch tried to nerf you for fear of you gaining power. I understand that. I would be afraid of me gaining power if I was Twitch too. Love people who make creative science like this. Look, for a protest that was, you know, was this like an hour ago? Like 11 a.m. is pretty decent, you know? I feel like these protests are going to get quite big today, and that's good for some reasons and bad for others. We'll see. We'll see if they actually do the martial law shit. I hope they don't. But look, as we're speaking on protests, and we're going to, like, stop talking about the protests in a minute, and then we'll check back in with them in a bit again. But as we are talking about protests right now, I do want you all to know that you don't actually need to be able to go to a protest to participate in a protest. You can make your voice heard without showing up and risking your safety, your life. Actually, some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today, I feel like maybe since you guys are going to protests, maybe a kit of your, you know, like a not a kit, a guide to building a first aid kit, a med kit, might be a decent segment that we can do, as well as, like, I've been asked before, like, about my go bag, and I'm gonna take out all the stuff that's in it and show you guys one by one and show you why I've put that together the way that I have, as well as why I've put that med kit together the way that I have, and we'll get into that in a minute. But first, like, I really want you all to know that even if you can't show up to protest, even if it's because, you know, you're worried about your safety, your family's safety, whether you are undocumented, whether you are a at-risk member of the community, there is still quite a lot that you can do to participate, to pitch in, to help, and to prop up the movement.
You do not need to protest for your voice to be heard. I repeat, you do not need to protest for your voice to be heard. And I know that might seem like a contradictory and ridiculous message to send right now, as somebody who goes to protest and is able-bodied and is healthy and will continue to go to protest. I do not want people to think that's the only way that you can help. You're immunocompromised. If you have commitments, if you are deeply anxious about protesting, there are other things you can do. This is my favorite resource to share during times of unrest. I am exhausted, so I'm not going to walk through each of the different roles that we have here, but these are each of the roles that you can take to drive social change. I was thinking...
You can be a healer, a storyteller, a guide, a weaver, an experimenter, a frontline responder, a visionary, a builder, a caregiver, a disruptor, and you can be any combination of these. You can move from one to the other based on what's useful in any current period of time, based on what you're able to do, based in any period of time. There's a lot that you can do.
Thinking about where would a protester fall under these roles. It's a frontline responder or a disruptor. People that are willing to put themselves at the front lines, people that are willing to take a risk to make change. But not everybody can be a protester, and it's not the only role that you should take. So if you feel deep anxiety and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm not doing enough, there are so many different roles you can take. You can be a healer, you can be a storyteller, you can be a caregiver, you can be a builder. That's the one I identify the most with. A visionary, an experimenter, a weaver. I'm happy to make a different video explaining these different roles, but just a reminder, you do...
And your support is just as important, even if you can't show. Show support with financial aid, make posts, help educate others who are going so that they can be safe. The effectiveness of protests are just as much dependent on who's there, but also on the people who aren't there. And actually, on that note, Comrade Lennon, I do want to, like, bring something up that I don't necessarily think that this in itself is all that particularly useful, but I think that we need to start employing some of these strategies and developing them more so on the left. Now, before we like actually look into this topic, this video that I'm about to show you guys is, at least to me, comes across as LARPy. It is an anonymous-y type like video that's using the symbolism of a group called Mayday, which is the rebellion group from the Handmaid's Tale. And this is like, this is bait for protesters. Like, hey, don't forget to, you know, like the post and share it with your friends before you scroll and all of that. And that's not what I'm talking about here. But some of the things that this video talks about of your regular mission of what you can be doing, I think we need to create this into like an actual strategic plan that we employ when it comes to media on the left. We know that the right has a massive, massive, massive media environment, both like mainstream media and with influencers, whereas the left doesn't necessarily. And part of how we can make that like change a little is how we engage with leftist media. Like, doesn't matter whether, you know, you watch me or you watch another live streamer, or whether it's like a, you know, a video essayist. There are things that you can do, and some of those being spreading the message and spreading the actual content creator. Even if, like, you don't think that the people that you're sending this to will click on it, it does make that difference. And when you, regardless of where on the spectrum on the left you are, apply this to, like, take your 3 favorite content creators and then create like a schedule in your mind of every time you're going to watch a stream from whichever one of these creators, send it to 5 people. Post it on 3 platforms. Just like it can be spammy, but it still functions to get that message out to a broader audience, especially when we start seeing the amount of algorithmic suppression that's already been employed on the left for like a long time now. But what we're going forward here towards is not necessarily like, I used to think that maybe they were going to ban leftist live streamers off like Twitch or something, and I don't think that they're going to do that anymore. I think what they're going to do is just do algorithmic exile, where basically nobody will see you unless they're already somebody who, like, you know, regularly engages in you. Basically they get lumped in with your echo chamber and no one else gets to see it, and then you get stuck with the same like group of 10 people. So one way to break out of that is by using other social media to spread the message and spread the actual link to a stream, whether it's, you know, like me or Hassan or Sad Girl or Peacefire Now or Kid Not Kin or any of the other like lovely streamers on the left. This is one way of going about doing that. They keep manipulating what is defined as inappropriate content. They've been doing that for ages, yeah.
Scroll before you get distracted, before you learn the chaos of the world today. You boost the signal. You complete.
Exactly. The right uses repetition and spamming all the time to indoctrinate and spread hate speech. The left could use these methods to much success in just like creating a baseline of where the left is and where the left is focused on, at the very least.
Complete your assignments. If you see a Mayday logo, that is your cue. Watch each video all the way through.
If you can't watch each video all the way through, you don't have to. But what you can do, you can open several tabs when you go, I don't know, out for the day and keep like 3 different live streamers playing. I don't know, if you have YouTube Premium, you could queue up a couple videos in a row so that all of these videos get views and view count, or and watch time. That's something that you could do. You could set this up to go every day with, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 creators that you like. You could also then continue to repost that content on a different platform. Like take a clip from a Twitch like stream and then post that onto like Twitter, and then post that onto Blue Sky, and then post that onto TikTok. All of this continues to get that like actual same message included in that clip continuing to circulate. It also stops that clip from dying, because when there isn't enough impressions being made, when no one is looking for it and no one is seeing it, then it also stops being generally like advertised by Twitch and by YouTube as well. Engagement helps so much. Leaving a comment on YouTube videos does a lot. We need unified message and an action. An attacking line information is stronger than scattered group of random attacks. And that's the other part of it, in that we need to start engaging with these protests and with political action in this country, coming from a place of battlefield strategy. Not to say that you're doing violence. You're not. I don't want you to do violence, and we're not advocating for violence. But you do have to understand that you are stepping into a theater of war. This is warfare that we're in. The other side has started a war, and we can, evidentiate that by saying the military has been deployed on US citizens. So we're in a war. There is battlefield strategy. Just like how at a protest, you need to be aware of your surroundings so you don't get corralled, you don't get kettled, and these strategies on a zoomed out scale are a battlefield strategy. This is the battlefield strategy for the digital theater of war. Violence is illegal, everybody. Remember that. Yes, violence is bad and illegal. Do not do violence. But this is not violence. Spreading the message is not violence. And it is still a tactic of battle.
Post it and copy the link. Then drop 5 or more words in the comments. That is your first assignment every single day.
We need to create systems like this that are not just existing in separate communities that are cordoned off from one of each other. We need to be able to create a unified system here. We need to have these exact strategies be part of a schedule that we teach to our communities, and employ ourselves. We need to make this there's a word I'm looking for here, but standardized throughout various different content creators on the left. And I think I'm going to spend some of this weekend reaching out to several content creators, seeing if we can try and come up with ideas for how we can do this messaging, how we can standardize this type of practice, and then how we can apply that to our individual communities as well as to the joint community of the left.
No excuses and no waiting. This is how we stay visible, and this is how we stay connected.
Absolutely.
Because they are actively trying.
You don't have to do every single one of the steps. You do what you can. And if you feel like you can do more today, whereas you can do, less the day before, then that's fine. And if you can't do as much tomorrow as you did today, that's also fine. I like those YouTube videos where they're dissecting battles with units, I think we should apply warfare tactics to our political plays. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say here, in that you can actually dissect a battle with units, but on the digital front, like this. In fact, we've seen this play out many a times already. The election is a great example of one. That was a digital theater of war, and that was a battle that we lost. Doing something is always better than doing nothing at all, and start where you can, y'all. Yeah, absolutely. And again, when it comes to the election, that digital battlefield, we lost. And take examples like how much of the country thought that Kamala Harris was all in on trans people, for example. Not because she even used the word at all once, but because of repetition and spam being repeated over and over and over and over and over again by the right. I want you to employ these strategies, but obviously less on the spam, more on the actual information. What's up, Ilirda? We're having trouble on Twitch again, so yeah, jump over to YouTube if you can. If it's worth doing badly. That's also true.
To make it harder and harder for us to organize. This system doesn't want you to feel like you're a part of something bigger. They want to keep you endlessly distracted, but we refuse to go in silence. It's our job to do what we can do every single day, and what we can do is amplify.
I agree with that. Every day. Try and amplify a little bit. Whoever you can, whatever creator you can, whatever message you find worth amplifying. Some of the steps you can take are comment 5 words in that video's title, in that video's comment section. Send it to a couple people. Post it on a different social media platform. like me, for example, I know not all content creators will have their videos put on Creative Commons, but my YouTube videos are all Creative Commons, which means you can take any of my content that's posted to YouTube and repost it anywhere else, and that's perfectly fine. No issues with that at all. Ilirda, good morning. Good to see you. I see Twitch is still fucked. It is indeed. That's entirely on their end, though. I'm going to be calling Twitch support after stream today. I think that you should take this seriously, and as LARPy as this comes off, I've been saying you need to lean into the cringe for a while, and I think that this would be a massively useful tactic if employed from the left. And I want you to remember that, like, where we actually are in the country right now, like, why it's so important that you do this. Getting ready to go to the No Kings protest today? Good. The protests have popped off everywhere already. In Ilirda, if you haven't seen already, they have officially killed one Democrat official today. State representative for Minnesota was shot and killed. Melissa Hortman. I don't know about the status of Senator John Hoffman, state senator for Minnesota. As of yet. Yes, Ilirda, I covered it earlier in the stream. Please stay safe because we're already doing political assassinations. It was a guy dressed as a cop who showed up and killed both of these Democrats in their own homes. And this is where we are as a country. The military vehicles that are about to be used for this parade, I suspect might be used for more than just the parade. While you guys watch this, I just gotta go pee real quickly, but I'll be back in 2 shakes, and this is important, so pay attention.
Right now, we are just a few days away from celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army right here in the Capitol. Thank you for joining us on WUSA 9 and WUSA 9 Plus. I'm Simone D'Alba. The festival and parade is bringing military equipment, personnel, and about 200,000 people from across the nation. Just this morning, we saw more heavy equipment arrive in Jessup. Take a look. This is video from our Sky 9 around 11 o'clock this morning. The Army says it's ready to share its story.
We have a rich tradition of history and culture in the Army where 250 years, your U.S. Army soldiers have been on the battlefield since the Revolutionary War, World War I, World War II, Global War on Terror. So this is a great chance to meet soldiers, talk to soldiers, and what the jobs that they do.
The big thing about these tanks is that they are modified to minimize the impact to our roadways, and they're not going anywhere quickly, capped at just 3 miles per hour. And another big thing is how are authorities keeping such a large crowd
Let's
safe?
touch on that claim.
Eric Flack is joining us.
So first and foremost, obviously, this is not for anything to do with, like, the military's 250th birthday. It's about Trump's birthday. But secondly, on the specific claim that these tanks were modified so as to not destroy the roads of DC, let me make that a little bit more clear for you. DC's roads are rated to carry about 40 tons of weight on the, like, concrete, and Abrams tanks alone weigh like 60. So there's going to be like 20 plus of those on the street at once, let alone, I mean, like the Bradleys and whatever fucking missiles that he wants to have in. Yeah, the roads are cooked. The military's already expecting to have to pay like at least 12 to 15 million just to fix the roads in DC after this parade. This is going to be a shit show. It is indeed.
In studio now, Eric, you and I watched the briefing from U.S. Secret.
In fact, just to show you how much of a shit show it's going to be, before we really fill in on what this is going to be like, and, you know, I want you to keep these images in mind while we do. For one, major thunderstorms are forecast for DC today, which I find incredibly funny, and hopefully actually will result in less people showing up to protest in DC, because I feel like that would be the most dangerous place for them to go to protest right now, especially considering Trump has said that he will kill you if you protest his birthday. Not to say that you shouldn't, you should. But as we're speaking on protests, before any of you actually step out and go to a protest, I feel like I should show you some advice that I've seen being passed around in relation to protesters that I think that you should absolutely not follow, as well as some advice that I think you should follow. In following some actually good advice. But let me be clear here that wait, that's not the damn link. I hate when I accidentally double up there. It's okay. Don't worry. I have the other one. There it is. This is insane, and please do not follow these rules or like protest tips or whatever. This will get you killed. This is either a psyop from somebody who wants to get you hurt or killed, or by someone who's incredibly stupid and is going to get themselves or others hurt or killed. And thanks, Shard. So, the sit down wave. Sit down together. Lower yourselves to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. This is a great way to get shot in the head with police, like, tear gas canisters, flashbangs, rubber bullets. It's also a great way to get trampled by police, you know, on horseback. Agreed, this advice is name brand dumbass. Like, it's either dumbass or it's a straight up psyop, but, you know, this is dangerous advice to follow. Silence is power. Stop chanting, put down the signs, remain silent. Jesus Christ. I still can't tell if this is a psyop. This could just be like proper, like, Democrat messaging. Spread the signal. Gesture or quietly tell others to sit. Let the action ripple through the crowd as a wave. Pigs don't like not seeing your face. That is true. Terrible advice. On every level, terrible advice. Do not engage. Don't argue or confront or respond to aggression. Discipline speaks for itself. Yeah, no, sorry. This isn't elementary school. You know, you can't respond to bullying. You know, it'll only make it worse if you respond in any way. None of that shit. Fuck that. All right? If they're coming up into your face trying to confront you, you don't back down. They're the pussies. Don't start any violence. Don't hit anybody. In fact, like, if they try and hit you, you should take that hit and then laugh at them. They will then get afraid and move away from you. Fascists are notoriously cowardly. And make peace visible. A calm, seated crowd is a powerful image for the world and the cameras. Yeah, powerful image for the tanks right here to roll right over your sitting body until you are no longer able to sit anywhere. You are now just a pancake in Washington, D.C.'s roads. In fact, they might actually use you to fill in the cracks in the concrete that the tanks are going to be putting in. So don't follow these instructions under, like, any fucking circumstances. Now, actual, like, advice that you should take for, you know, really in general, not necessarily even just going to a protest, is stuff like this.
Hey, retired military here. Did you know that old yellow pages or cardboard boxes with duct tape wrapped around your torso will stop the velocity in which something impacts your body? A backpack worn on the front of your body filled with textbooks or clipboards or anything of any substance also does the same thing. Metal trash can lids, clipboards, frying pans, baking sheets, cutting boards would be a way more interesting way to play racquetball or tennis because the deflection would be much easier on your end.
Thank you,
My son had to make a shield for his face when he was in 5th grade for a science project. And how we did that was we cut the top off of a 2-liter bottle and we took the bottom part that's rounded and cut that off. And it was left with the cylinder. And then you cut that cylinder in half and then you drill 2 holes on the ends of that cylinder and you attach a string and you tighten it to your head. And that made an amazing shield for him, and he got an A+ on his project. Did you know that sand scratches glass and that old engine oil makes visibility 0 if thrown on that scratch glass?
Obviously, we're telling you this to avoid such examples, for example.
Like, there's no way to use your windshield wipers to get it off because the sand will continue to scratch the glass. And the old engine oil will continue to smear. And you can't even use a rag to take it off because, again, it will smear.
Yes, it will then fill in the cracks and it'd be even more difficult to take out. Great advice. I hope nobody uses this. I hope nobody uses this for anything, you know, untoward. But it is good to know, you know?
Did you know that when we deploy and we don't have anything to cover our face, that we are taught tactics with camouflage paint on how to disguise our face to make it completely unrecognizable? There are certain ways that you can put the camo on that will make your features distorted. Did you know that?
Hey, and you know, especially if you live in a place where it is illegal to wear a mask to a protest, putting on some camouflage makeup in the style of the U.S. Armed Forces, especially on a day like today, you know, where we're celebrating the Army's 250th birthday, might make it more difficult for, let's say, cameras to get a lock on your face. There's also the idea of, you know, camera dazzle, which is anti-AI makeup that you can also apply, along with even the camo makeup that would mask some of your features. And that could look like oddly shaped, like circles and triangles and, you know, rectangles that are in weird places on your face and bright, weird colors. You could look like a clown if you wanted to. I mean, that is what most of DC is going to be doing, so.
My fellow liberals and Democrats and people who have a kind heart and empathy, I want to remind you that we all are aware what we are fighting for and what we are protesting against. Everybody is on the same page.
Raiders, welcome. King Solomon of the Libtards. Thank you. Hello, Headless Chicken. Guys, Twitch censorship has hit my channel pretty hard, so please jump over to the YouTube channel and watch over there, as the latency on Twitch has been insane. It's not coming from me, so please go and drop a like on the YouTube stream and then come watch over there and come hang out with us over there. But also, maybe keep the Twitch chat open as well. It does help me by having a viewer in the concurrent viewers numbers going up, have more viewers in concurrent viewers, and have my numbers going up on Twitch as well as on YouTube. So definitely try and do both if you can.
But the narrative needs to change. I encourage anybody that decides to protest to make sure you bring your American flag.
I mean, look, honestly, sure. I'll bring a goddamn Israeli flag if you want to get Republicans to pay attention. At this point, it doesn't even fucking matter because all of us are just trying to not get tanks rolled all over us, or shot and killed by Republicans, or killed by Republican cops, which we're going to see in a second anyway. So whatever you can to protect yourself, bring every flag. Yeah, bring all of them. I want you to find your most autistic flag-obsessed friend and bring every flag that they have.
And leave the other flags and the other symbols in which we are protesting for behind.
Bring all the
because we need to change the narrative a little bit. We're constantly told
to psyop the right a little bit.
The right that we don't love our country. And I think we need to take back that statement and let them know just how much we truly do love our country.
That's true. I also do think that we need to, like, really make it clear that MAGA hates America more than any group anywhere in the world, and that, like, we all are aware of this. We need to stop pretending like these people are fucking patriots. Again, these people were cheering when they renamed military bases after Confederate leaders last week. Again, people who fought a war literally to not be American.
We are the true representatives of this country, so we will do this peacefully, and we will do this the right way, waving our American flags and showing MAGA just how much we truly...
I liked the, a lot of the tips that she gave for this, besides the flag one, which, like, I do see the point of, I just don't really see the effectiveness of, especially when we're talking about, like, this is what the police are doing. I don't think they care what flag you're, carrying, breaking Las Vegas police or arresting rioters before riots begin. As in, police are arresting criminals before they do any crime. This is thought crime. This is them enforcing pre-crime. So I don't think it matters what flag you're carrying at this point. It's fascism, and that's what we're going to deal with. Yeah, thought crime, obviously.
Oh, shit!
It's been 1984, mate. Just wait till it's Cyberpunk 1984. We're almost there. Demons. Like, again, there's not even a protest. Preemptively cracking down on protests. That's generally a great way to avoid, I don't know, new protests, right? Preemptively cracking down. And again, remember, this is what the Capitol looks like right now.
Equipment arrive in Jessup. Take a look. This is video from our Sky 9 around 11 o'clock this morning. The Army says it's ready to share its story.
DC Police Chief and others to outline plans to protect an estimated 200,000 parade and festival watchers on Saturday.
I'll tell you what, with the rain today, I don't think we're going to see 200,000 people showing up for this festival.
Hours ago, we got this video of fencing going up around Lafayette Park, which will act as the security perimeter for Saturday's parade. There's going to be 18.5 miles of fencing in all, as federal and law enforcement say they will have a huge presence to make sure there are no incidents. Officers will be in uniform and undercover, watching for threats at street level and from above.
Officers in uniform, now that's new. Haven't seen that since last year.
In the area. These are great tools for law enforcement situational awareness and part of our layered security strategy. Rest assured, all drones will be owned and operated by the Secret Service.
Once we get like a little bit more of a rundown on these, I'm going to start talking about like what my med kit looks like. If you have first aid supplies, what you should be bringing with you, and we'll touch on that in case a lot of you might head off soon to them.
For our
so
partners,
we'll try and get that done quickly.
Please do not be alarmed.
There's going to be one security entrance for the festival on the National Mall between Madison Avenue and Jefferson Drive. Then there's going to be two security entrances for the parade on 14th Street between Constitution Avenue and Independence Avenue, as well
did you
as
happen to see the veterans getting arrested for walking past the security barricade at the Capitol building?
Street between 18th and 19th. Now, here is an important thing. You cannot enter one security checkpoint and have access to the other area. So you will need to go through each security checkpoint to get into the festival and parade individually. So what about huge lines to get in? Simone, as we heard, the Secret Service said they have a ton of those magnetometers to walk through. So they said don't expect problems.
You know, it was interesting, though, just to kind of hear them fine-tune.
Yeah, them saying they don't expect problems, I found weird.
Go through all the details. There's a lot that's going into this. I'm curious, did the Secret Service say anything about protesters?
Yeah, you know, I think they are downplaying the potential for any major potential disruptions. They are not setting up a designated protest area as they have in the past for events like inauguration.
Doesn't sound like a good
Simone,
idea.
as we heard together, they have a...
Like, I know for a fact that we've already like heard Trump say, you know, don't show up with a protest. Protesters will be met with like severe force and all of that. But them not setting up a specific protest area, it does not seem like a good plan for them, because that will result in it being more spread out and more of an issue for them. Hey, what's up? You were in Gust 8's chat. How are you? Oh, that wasn't even to me. That was to Headless Chicken. What's up, Living Lily? Good to see you, though.
Their eyes on a couple of small protests right now, but nothing they think will be a major concern.
Sure. I mean, like, we're already going, and it's not even like it's just hitting noon. So that's in Atlanta. I do love the giant Trump baby inflatable. That's fantastic. This is what Gavin Newsom had to say about this parade.
Saturday, in response to this military event.
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display. It's the kind of thing you see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with dictators around the world that are weak and just want to demonstrate strength.
And as I've said, this military parade will look weaker than ones like Russia's or China's or North Korea's, because they have them every year, whereas DC is not built for a massive military parade like this. And so by virtue of doing this, we are going to appear as a weaker country than we are, because countries with far weaker militaries than us are going to have far bigger parades. GS, what kind of festival is it when everyone is treated like a prisoner, a bit sadistic? Well, I mean,
weakness.
That's par for the course for Republicans, but yeah, I mean, like, if you haven't seen what it actually looks like when you are walking into these into these areas, rather.
That were
actually, sorry, hold on, that's still them talking about the 2 Dem officials that were shot. Where is I have? Here we go. The live streams of the actual military parade, not the military parade, the festival prior to the parade. So to get into this place, you have to cross through first of all 18 miles of barricades, and then through a security checkpoint, and then even from here you're gonna have to cross into another security checkpoint before you can continue on anyway. We are such losers. The comrade Un can do better. Well, I mean, like, it's not difficult for him to have a better military parade, considering they've been doing that kind of shit, and we're not the type of country that often does. All right, now real quick, couple more things I want to show you, and then we're going to look at medkit. And this is important because these are the people that you're going to be engaging with if you're going out to these protests, especially if you live in Florida, let alone Brevard County, where if you do, I would suggest that you try and steer clear of the police, because this is what the sheriff said in Brevard County.
If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over. And
so, I don't know about you, but cops are not supposed to threaten to run you over and drag you across the street, even if you are blocking their car. Yeah, we will literally kill you. This fat pig ain't doing anything. Well, I mean, he definitely could press the gas in his fucking car and run you over. He doesn't need to run for that one.
Dragged across the street. If you
sounds like premeditated violence to me. Yeah, actually, it sounds like a police chief over here is planning to murder people, actually.
You're going to the hospital and in jail. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital.
I'm sorry, since when is getting spit on a justification to send someone to the hospital? Now, it is a felony to spit on a police officer. You're going to jail. That one makes sense. Why are they going to send you to the hospital first? Is this just because they feel like doing violence on you and they can? I wonder, like, that's not necessarily common in democracies. I wonder, maybe if we are still in one.
And in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a fire...
They're gonna feed you to the dogs, sure. The argument will be self-defense, and it is a winner. Yes, it is, because when they are premeditating how they are going to kill you and hospitalize you, when you come into contact with these people, expecting them to do violence on you is kind of a given.
Firebomb or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we...
excuse me.
We will be notifying your family likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies...
Look, point a gun, that one I understand, but pretty sure that getting a brick thrown at you doesn't give you the right to kill somebody. So he's just gonna kill us? I mean, that's what he's been saying pretty much this whole video, yeah.
We will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
And this is why I'm
because we will
trying to tell you guys, be
dead.
careful.
We're not gonna play. This has got to stop.
And here is a retired, former sniper for the U.S. military, giving his 2 cents on what this fat pig just said.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
You know, when I was in the war zone, I've had many things thrown at me. Bricks, saw blades, Molotov cocktails, rocks, and not a single fucking time did we shoot into the crowd. We were specifically told that we do not kill unarmed civilians in Iraq in a fucking war zone.
Oh yes,
and
but of course Iraqi civilians have more rights against the U.S. military than American citizens do, clearly, at least these days now. He should go to jail just for that speech? Absolutely. This is against the law, and I don't think you're supposed to say the quiet part out loud. Well, you know, the law is only a suggestion for them now. They hate their own citizens more than foreign enemies. Crazy. Well, to be clear, Headless Chicken, if we were asking these same fucks, they would just as likely give the same answer to foreign enemies as they would to American citizens.
Been in Iraq or Afghanistan, you fucking know.
Fuck Ice to you as well, Real Imaginary.
So why is this sheriff telling the public that if American citizens throw rocks at his officers, that they are going to fucking shoot them dead? Why is he doing that in Iraq when we didn't even do that shit in a fucking war zone? Tell me. Fucking tell me. Every single one of you veterans, you
Hopefully
fucking
they
know.
will one day.
You fucking know. And let me remind you that at these protests, it is going to be your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, your aunts, your uncles, your friends, their children, and this motherfucker is telling his police officers to shoot into the crowd if somebody throws a fucking rock. Tell me again how this is not...
I mean, look, we saw the protests in Los Angeles, and people were out there with their fucking kids, man. And, I mean, granted, we had a country at one point in time where you could bring your children to a protest for the most part and expect that you and your children would be safe at said protest. Now, obviously, the police oftentimes do violence at protests, but at least in the past, it's been very clear when something like that was about to happen, and the chances of, I don't know, some dipshit in the crowd throwing a rock at a cop didn't usually come with the chances of that cop might turn around and unload a fucking magazine into the crowd, trying to find wherever the rock came from. That didn't used to be a factor here, you know?
Authoritarianism, tell me. I would love to know. Now, I need to be careful what I say on this app, because I assure you, if that happens, people are going to regret it. People are absolutely going to regret it. This is not what we stand for. It is not. It is absolutely not. And if you think that it is, then you are a fucking traitor. And I have never said that.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think that it should be, but I think that Americans do stand for this. I think that enough of Americans do that we can say that enough of Americans do. I don't think that enough of Americans are outspoken about this or are out there fighting against it for us to say that it's not what we believe as a society. When I see evidence that it's not what we believe as a society, then I'll say that. But it is what we believe as a society, at least in this point in time.
On this app,
unfortunately.
I do not use that word lightly. If you think shooting civilians for throwing rocks at law enforcement is an acceptable action, then you are an absolute fucking traitor. To that sheriff, that motherfucker's a liability. He is an absolute liability. Shard. Be disciplined, love your country, and quit being a fucking dumbass.
I agree.
Remember when I told...
That's not what I was going to do. I was going to hit follow and repost this one. And you know what? I think I will reach out to him. That's a good idea. Why are we hiring, training such fragile cops? Well, I mean, that's kind of how we go about doing that, Brain Matter. Unfortunately, the reason that they are this way isn't because they are hired and shouldn't be. It's because they're trained to be this way. They're literally trained to be this way. Don't be a cop if a civilian glaring at you is a threat to your life. Well, you know, it would be easier for that if we didn't have Israel train our police officers. I would trust that man with my life. He seems based as fuck. Oh yeah, I would too. You know, over any cop in America, actually. And just to continue on with the theme of just how fucking evil we are as a country. I mean, like, this is a terrorist country now. This is dystopian. A ICE officer explains how he was ordered to arrest migrants at their court hearings, even those with pending cases. He then asks the attorney to make a Sophie's choice. I'm not picky, so I'm giving you the options, because I have to take one. If not, I'll take all of them. As literally, like, walking up to the fucking clerk at the court and saying, give me one of the people that you have over here, or I'm going to take all of them. This is the most hit the right shit, like, ever. I love leftist ex-soldiers. They give me hope for the future. Me too. This is what fucking happens when we militarize a force held to lower standards. True? Whoa! What just happened? Stream's still up? Because, like, Twitch just crashed out. TV later, mom taxi time? Drive safe. Okay, good. Glad that we're still up. I mean, Twitch is back now. That was just weird. Like, my whole, like, chat thing went dead, and my whole, like, all the windows did as well. So, glad it's all fine. Anyway, back to that. This is incredibly Hitlerite. And, I hope you guys know that, like, you should be protecting these people. Like, if someone knocks on your door and is running from ICE, it is illegal for you to hide them from ICE. But I would like to remind you that it was also illegal for someone to hide Anne Frank in their attic. So, do with that information what you will. What happened to protect and serve? Yeah, they protect private property instead of people, and they serve the capital class instead of their constituents. That's what happened to it. Oh, and just to remind you that there is no law, Trump administration tells judge it won't release Colombia activist Mohammed Khalil despite court order. They don't care. They don't care. Now, on some good news, 4 detainees escaped from ICE facility in New Jersey. The 4 detainees being held at Delaney Hall in Newark escaped on Friday. And if you'd come in contact with these people, no, you didn't. If you see them, no, you didn't. If you know where they are, no, you don't. If someone comes to your house asking if you know, no, you don't. You've never heard these people. You've never even heard of this. You've never seen this story. None of it. Sounds like it's time for citizens' arrest of all sitting Republicans. Well, I mean, ideally, yeah, but they would just call that an insurrection. So, you know, for public safety, well, you know, like there's crazy people going around shooting elected officials. Maybe they do need to be, you know, taken in for their own safety so that they don't get hurt, because we have a guy walking around dressed as law enforcement going and shooting elected officials. I don't want them to get shot. So if we need to do a citizen's arrest to keep them safe from, I don't know, lunatic nut jobs walking around, who have, by the way, a gun and shouldn't, because, you know, we in America don't care about who should or shouldn't have a gun, considering the fucking segment that I covered after that was North Carolina making it so you don't need a concealed carry license to carry a gun concealed. I feel like maybe we need to do something to protect these people, because clearly law enforcement's not protecting them. Law enforcement here seems to be the wild card. I don't know. Fucking LARPers. This is why we can't trust crazy people with guns. Oh, wait. Our laws don't care about that. That's true. All right. Now, can keep going. You know what? Let's cover just how shitty all the cops are really quickly, at least at this point, and then we'll talk about the first aid kit, and then we can check in with our protesters and see how they're going. So, this from last week. This is a underage girl in Memphis, Tennessee, being forcefully grabbed by an ICE agent who's also saying that they don't need a warrant to enter their house.
Any gun? No. You don't have to show you out of the restaurant.
To enter a home, you have to show a warrant.
We can sit here and argue this. Who's the wife? Who's the wife?
Nobody's the wife, and why would you be
Who's the wife right here? Which one of y'all's the wife?
All right. Do y'all want him to go to jail, or do y'all want to talk? Who's the wife?
Yeah, we want to see the warrant. Where's
Who's
that?
the wife? Okay. All right, then never mind.
No firme nada si no quiere, no tiene que hablar y ni decir nada. Y'all don't have to slam the door. This isn't your property. This isn't your property. Be slamming doors.
So they break into your house and then they shut the door.
I'm underage. Doesn't matter. She didn't say anything to you.
It doesn't matter is what he said when she said she's underage.
She didn't say anything
So
to
like
you.
they're
She didn't
gonna
know.
hurt your kids. They're perfectly fine with hurting your kids.
Any gun? No.
They don't care. They don't care about you or your kids. And again, they don't care about how it looks. They don't care about the optics. They don't care what's legal. They only care about hurting you. These are monsters. The only people who become ICE agents are literal demons, and that's what you're dealing with. You're better off throwing salt at these people than anything else.
What's up, guys? Can I see your ID, please?
23-year-old Elzon Lemus, an electrician, was in his work van with a coworker when they were pulled over by ICE agents in Westbury.
Because you look like somebody welcome.
What's that for?
Looking for?
Lemus asks why they need his
Wet
ID.
camera ink, but
All right, this is gonna go
primarily
on 2 days,
more one party than the other.
Okay.
At least for the
Need to see your
pedophiles.
ID. If you're not the guy I'm looking for, you're not the guy I'm looking for. Okay, right? But we need your ID.
You're not the guy I'm looking for, but we need your ID.
Okay, if we don't get your ID, then we're gonna, have to figure out another way to ID you, and it may not work out well for you.
Listen, I'm not rolling up.
This is like very mob shit to do, by the way. Like the way that he's even saying it sounds like I'm getting pulled over by fucking Tony Soprano.
And it may not work out well for you.
Listen, I'm not rolling up. Keep it down. I keep it down. What are you doing?
The agent forces the door open and demands Lemus stops recording. Lemus was born and raised in New York and was stunned.
I felt like my rights were just like out the window.
I gotta say, I'm
like,
quite happy that I don't live in America, because I would go to jail so fucking fast.
it felt like I didn't have anything, anymore. Like I couldn't do much now.
Lemus was taken out of the car, handcuffed
in
for
the
about
fucking
25
gulags
minutes while the
by
ICE
now.
agents searched him. When they found his ID, they let him go.
They just
'Cause
looked
I would
pretty
not let
upset
them
because
do
they couldn't
without
take us. Me and my coworker, we were
resisting.
fine.
This happening at a time when ICE enforcement operations have been heightened across the country.
They can't randomly, on a hunch, stopping people.
They can now. That's what the executive orders say. Remember, even if they haven't declared martial law yet, they pretty much already have. We've covered the two separate executive orders that give police extended powers. They could do whatever they want, gives them far more funding, gives them far more leeway to break the law.
That's contrary to the Constitution.
Attorney Fred Brewington says this case is an example of profiling.
Unless there is an articulable basis upon which there is a reason to ask someone for their identification, which this officer did not provide upon a request.
I know you're doing your job, man, but like, what country do you live in? Because it's not the United States anymore.
Concern there.
We reached out to ICE for comment,
Legally
but have
making them a
not
gang
heard
above
back.
the law.
For Lemus, even though he is a citizen, he still fears being pulled over again.
I felt like I wasn't.
First question to all federal and state law enforcement should be to see their fucking ID and to record them and call a fucking lawyer. After that, you drive your most heavily armed relatives drive to your most heavily armed relative's house. Well, like, again, you can ask for their ID. They don't have to show it to you. They don't even have to give you their badge number. You can say, I want to call a lawyer, and they could take your phone out of your hand, throw it on the ground, and step on it and break your phone. And they have the right to do that over you having the right to due process.
Yeah. Like I lost all rights when they pulled me over and all that. I felt like I had
The moment they pull you over, you have no more
At
rights.
this point, no lawsuit has yet been filed, but Lemus and his attorney say they want to get this.
Which, by the way, you should sue them afterwards, because you might not have rights right now, but that doesn't mean you never will again. You should sue the fuck out of all of these people. And eventually, something, might come from that. isn't this exactly what the 2A is for? Yes, actually, it's exactly, very specifically for this. If you want, we could pull up the Constitution and we can read up, what the Second Amendment specifically says, but, Here. Let's read the full Second Amendment, eh? A well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people, being the best security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but no person religiously, scrupulously shall be compelled to bear arms. Actually, that's not the actual fucking thing. I thought you guys were just gonna write it all in one. Really? I have to go find a different website, like, the Constitution. It's actual, like, .gov site, which, only says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, I suppose that's all that it says, but a free state, well, a free state specifically tends to mean specific things, let's say a free state in the US context means what? Well, it means a US state in which slavery is illegal, for one. That could be one. But I prefer the more broad-arching definition of a state in which people are given fundamental, inalienable human rights, the right to property, the right to a safety, the right to the pursuit of happiness. We have the right to fight back against a tyrannical government. Yes, you do. You do, in fact, have the right to fight back against a tyrannical regime that is employing the use of force by the military against you. For example, did you know that you also have the right to deny boarding to soldiers in your home? This hasn't been used as much, but, back in the day, they used to put soldiers in your house, and you used to have to feed them and let them sleep in your house as well. That's also in the Constitution. And it also comes from the same part of where we get the Second Amendment from, which is, well, if the British try and, fuck around and invade the country and try and instill a monarch as the ruler of the United States, then these would be then employed against them. Well, in this case, it's not the British, but actually a German immigrant descendant trying to do it. Not necessarily quite one-to-one, but close enough, I think, for even the Founding Fathers. Especially when this is what the Capitol looks like, and they are arresting literally, like, veterans who care to protest the fact that military is being employed on U.S. citizens. And, by the way, even if you aren't in a place where there is protests, they're still trying to fuck with you, as if you are going to them, specifically just to protest.
Bro, so look, I'm sitting in the airport, it's 7:41 in the morning. I literally just had to stop the video because the police officer literally just brought a dog and put the dog all up in my space. I mean, I'm heading to LA. So I'm chilling here in the corner, minding my business. Keep in mind, like, I made it through security, I'm chilling. I'm sitting here, headphones in, next thing you know, I see a badge in front of my phone. So I'm like, huh? I look up, and it's this woman speaking to me. She's like, look, you're not in trouble or anything, we just need to do like extra security questions because you're headed to LA with everything going on, which, you know what I'm saying, it makes sense. So she asked me, like, if I got anything in my bag, like, if I'm bringing anything for anybody, if I have cash, anything like that. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna answer the question, I ain't gonna lie. Like,
it's not a crime to go to LA and join the protest. This is the country that is supposed to be hosting the World Cup next year. Yeah, I don't seem to think that we're gonna see many foreigners coming and visiting.
Like, heart beating, like my heart dropping, because I'm like, damn, like, I'm caught lagging like this, like 7 in the morning. I'm on like 2.5 hours
honestly,
sleep.
If you live in a foreign country, don't come here. There's nothing for you here other than danger.
She was like, nah, you're not in trouble or anything. Like, I just have to ask these questions for like, security for, LA. And I was like, word. So then she proceeded to ask me more questions. Cool. Walked away. Next thing you know, I'm sitting here like, I'm low-key shaking because I'm like, damn, what did I do? This nice man next to me, he was like, I think that was ICE. I think ICE just came up to my ass, checking up on my shit. I was like, yeah, this must be for everybody. You feel what I'm saying? Next thing you know, they walk past every motherfucker past me sitting in this damn section.
Well, sorry, like, you're brown and you have a do-rag and you're going to fucking Los Angeles, so it seems like maybe they might think that you're there specifically for the protest. You're up late for being in Aussie land. I am up according to when I needed to be up for these fucking events, such as these. And I'm not actually in Adelaidean land. I'm in Aussie land. I'm in South Aussie land, but not necessarily in Adelaide land. Close enough, though.
Hey, damn, so it was just me? And then literally 5 minutes later, as I'm recording this video, I had to stop because the damn police officer brought a dog and had the dog smell up on me and shit. I'm not even Hispanic.
Yeah, well, you know, even if you have nothing to do with these protests, they are coming for you and looking for you at the airports to make sure that, I don't know, if you are, then you're inconvenienced thoroughly. All right. Now, before many of you get up and head out to these protests, let's talk about some of the important shit that you might need to bring with you. So this right here is my medkit. Now, this is one of my 2 medkits. This is the one that I would mainly bring to a protest here. A lot of the stuff that I have in here, you probably could use. There is more that I think if you're building a medkit for protests in the United States right now that you might want to add in that I don't currently have in this medkit, but I will tell you what those are, and I will show you images. But one of the benefits of having a medkit like this is, you can just easily rip it open. So let's say you have one that is very similarly built to this, keeping the zippers somewhat open, but always up at the top. First off, always keep your zips at the top. Don't, if you're shutting it, don't let it fall off to the side or something, because let's say it's dark, you're at the protest and there is shit happening around you. You don't want to have to look down to see, where it is, where's the zipper and what you're grabbing. You want to just be able to open this up as it is. Give me 1 second. God damn it. This is what I get for trying to look cute and wearing a strapless bra under my outfit that will constantly ride down throughout stream. Annoyingly. But yeah, so that means you can just open it easily. Shit might fly out a bit, but means you can get it open, without wasting too much time. Because if you're going to be using a medkit like this on the spot, in the field, it means someone's hurt and you need to, actually be quick about it. So first, N95 masks. Whether it's for, protecting your face from the cameras, whether, these will work for tear gas, but not great for tear gas. A proper gas mask would be much better, but in a pinch, they'll do. And again, you can pass these out to other protesters that would, otherwise get their face seen. So, other than that, we got trauma shears, scissors for you to be able to cut someone's clothes off in case, let's say they're hit with a rubber bullet and it's caused massive swelling in part of their body. Maybe they already have, let's say, a pacemaker that got hit, and then now that pacemaker is malfunctioning, and you need to be able to rip open their clothes and to check their rhythm, their heartbeat, and to be able to actually ensure that this person is not going to go into cardiac arrest, for example. Or let's say, someone got shot with a live ammunition round, whether it's by police or whether it's by some crazy person who brought a gun. You're going to want to be able to quickly cut open someone's clothing and to then work on them. Now, what you're going to want on top of that is you're going to want a chest seal in case, someone gets shot in the chest. You're going to want hemostatic gauze so that you could specifically just take that gauze and just push it into the puncture and try and stem the bleeding. Also, triangular bandages, which I have in here. I don't actually have hemostatic gauze in here. Somebody clip this medkit segment, and this should post as a short. I think this one might actually go a bit too long to be a short, but that is a good idea. Then you're going to want at least one of these, ideally a couple. These are called Israeli bandages, or pressure bandages, depending on how much you are annoyed with the word Israeli bandage. I personally don't care if that's what they're called. These are essentially a bandage that works almost like a tourniquet at the same time. These ones can be a little weird to actually learn how to use, so let me throw in a link here that teaches you specifically how to apply these bandages. There. So, a couple of these, at the very least, are useful. What do we have here? Then you're going to want your tourniquets. Now, I have two in this med kit. Here is the main one that you'll probably want to use, and this is the one that you'll see most paramedics using. This is called a Cat 9 tourniquet. These could be difficult, depending on, you know, if the person that you need to apply this to is, let's say, very skinny, you might not be able to get this to actually really clamp down enough. In that case, you're going to want this, which is a different kind of tourniquet. Whoopsie. This is a rat's tourniquet. Now, I have to retie this up, which I will do later. But just to properly demonstrate it, looks like this. This will be the bit that kind of digs into your skin. These are much more painful than a Cat 9 tourniquet. So, like, you're going to probably prefer the other one. This is your emergency in case, like, you can't get the other one around a person. But then again, if you're going to buy a med kit like this, even just, like, the bag, I mean, you can buy ready-made ones that have most of this stuff in it. I mean, just even off like Temu or something, and they'll have most of the stuff in it. Some vinyl gloves, which are important because some people are allergic to silicone or latex. These are going to be useful for a couple different scenarios. Now, these are emergency Mylar blankets in case, let's say, you know, somebody is suffering from heavy bleeding. This will keep their body temperature somewhat consistently stable, but also this could be used not necessarily in the summer. I would go so far as to say that actually that would be unsafe to do this in the summer, but to have a Mylar blanket wrapped around you that is then covered with a thick or medium to thick cloth, like a jumper, a cardigan, a sweatshirt, whatever it is. This will help dampen some of the signatures that drones will pick up from you, such as the MQ-9s that were flying all over Los Angeles for this entire month to track protests there. This would work in that case in trying to reduce your thermal signature and to reduce your general, like, trackability via the drones. But also, like, are useful in the case of somebody is hurt and somebody needs to keep their body temperature stable. What's up, Conrad Petersburg? We're just talking about building a med kit and stuff that you might need to bring with you to a protest. Flashlight, good to have, obviously, always. Spare batteries for one as well. And then finally, in this med kit, then we have the actual, like, mini med kit in the bigger med kit. And in here, I have, like, tweezers, some safety pins, a third tourniquet. This one is going to be the easiest one to use and probably should remain as a spare in case, let's say, the Cat 9 or the Rat's tourniquet isn't working for you, or even, like, in the case of the Cat 9 being too large, you could opt for this instead of the Rats tourniquet, because the Rats tourniquet is genuinely quite a bit more painful. You're going to also want lots of like wound tape, as we said, with the hemostatic gauze to pack in. You're going to want some other like sterile gauze pads. More bandages. Those ones are triangles, the same as the other ones. I didn't realize I had 2 of those in here. Plenty of, you know, Band-Aids. Oh, thank you, Shower Chat, for the follow. Much appreciated. Non-woven pads. All of this, pretty easy to find. Another pair of scissors in case, you know, you're working as a team. You know, maybe there's somebody else who's trained in first aid. I mean, to be fair, like, you don't even have to be trained in first aid to do a lot of this stuff. So, like, let's say you're at a protest and there's some injured people, you might be able to pass out some of these, like, medical supplies to other people in the group, and then go about, like, helping several people at a time. So it's good to have spares of, like, your scissors, your shears, your bandages, like these ones, or these ones, or these ones, or these ones, and ideally these ones, especially if we're talking about, you know, protests in the sense of, you know, these protests, because there is a decently high chance that, like, massive blood loss could be something that you're trying to treat with that, and you're going to want a specific med kit built to handle massive blood loss. Sharpie is a good addition. Yes, that's the other thing that I actually need to add into this med kit, is a Sharpie to write on the tourniquet how, like, the time that it was put on, because oftentimes you'll see this in like war zones where someone will put a tourniquet on an injured person, and then they will just keep that on until they get to like a hospital or something, or, you know, wherever they can. And if that's been on for too long, that's, I mean, like, we saw this last week when we were looking at a couple videos on Ukraine, where if you keep that tourniquet on for too long, that limb goes bye-bye. And seeing how long it's been since you've put that tourniquet on is useful in knowing that. It's also good for noting vitals if you are taking them. Yeah, specifically with like Cat 9s, you'll often see, like, if you've ever like known any EMTs, you'll see them write that stuff along here, like the time that it was often applied, as well as like vitals that they might check in with. Get some industrial work pros or industrial Sharpies. They'll write while wet or in dry environments. That's good. Good call, actually. Some alcohol-free cleansing wipes, also good, and just a pack of Q-tips. All of that being crucial, and some alcohol pads as well, because you are going to want the alcohol variety here. Don't forget antiseptic and bottled water. Well, yes, this is the med kit that I have built here, but this is not necessarily the med kit that you're going to want in the case of, like, protests in the United States right now. Again, you're going to want one much more geared towards large-scale blood loss or concussions. Ideally, you have one of each. You have one to deal with blunt force trauma, and you have one to deal with like deep impact wounds. But other things that you're going to want to include in these kits, beyond just what we've shown here, are going to be, again, more tape, more bandages, the tweezers, got the, sorry, I'm just trying to put all this stuff away and open up, like, the space in front of me a bit. Gotta keep forgetting to put stuff in here. It's not bad if you have double ups. Butterfly sutures, splints, ace bandages are also good. Exactly, all of those. Actually, butterfly sutures, I would go so far as to say, like, really don't worry about that unless you are a medical, like, professional, like, unless you have training in how to use these. In a lot of cases, like, that could get you, like, sued, even. So I would probably avoid something like sutures. You're going to want to get someone to a, yeah, it's a protest. Like, you want some triage ability, but the goal is to be able to stabilize somebody enough that you can get them to a hospital rather than, you know, treating them entirely in the field. Yeah, you're not gonna, like, oh, like adhesive butterfly sutures. Ah, that's fair enough. Again, like, if you can get someone to a hospital instead, probably the better way to go. Ideally, just stabilizing them for them to be able to make the trip safely. Other things that you're going to want in here, ideally, you have some eye protection, whether it's goggles, whether it's safety glasses, whether it's just like your glasses. You want something to shield your eyes from. For example, like if you are going to be using N95 masks in the field here, whether it's to like keep yourself safe from pathogens, whether it's to keep yourself safe from, let's say, splatter, if you're working on somebody who's injured, or if it's just to keep your face hidden from the cameras and the surveillance infrastructure, having these are helpful, but also you're going to want some form of goggles for your face. Yeah, look, I really would agree with brain matter. Their sutures and wound closure should not really be done in the field, as it's an infection risk, unless you genuinely need to. What's up, Natty? Yeah, I think you've been here before. I recognize you. We're just talking about building a med kit to bring to protests at the moment. Now, I do have a second med kit, although that one is currently in the works of being built. But I can go grab it and see if there's anything in there that I don't have in here. But other than what I've shown you first in this, first and foremost, we have more disposable gloves. I would bring more than 1 to 2 pairs. I would bring 3 or 4, really. Again, especially if you're bringing enough extras to be able to pass out among volunteers or someone else who might be trained in like first aid at the protest. So having extras is good there. You want sterile gauze pads, more the merrier there. Adhesive bandages, so like bandages that you could just stick onto a wound. Chest seals, for example, are a useful thing that you could have in the case of massive blood loss. And that's not a suture. That will prevent more blood loss while you, you know, get that person to a hospital. By the way, what the hell is going on in the USA? Fascism. That's what's going on in the USA. Again, hemostatic gauze for, you know, it promotes rapid clotting, and you can pack a wound with it, which then you will seal over, keeping it sealed for longer. Saline solutions for water or eye irritants. Don't put anything other than water in your eyes, please. Do not put anything other than water in your eyes. Stuff like milk has not been proven to be effective against tear gas more so than water, and is more of a risk of infection or more of a risk of allergies or whatnot. It doesn't really matter, but bring some burn gel or aloe vera. Fucking cops do love to throw out canisters that are very hot and shoot them directly at people so that if they get hit, they might get burned. If you can, some instant cold packs might be nice. Again, the emergency blankets there are important, and can be used with like multi-purpose. All right, now let me go and grab the other med kit. In the meantime, I'll leave you looking at the protesters. I'll be like 10 seconds. Now my other med kit, again, I'm currently building this one, so it's fairly empty in here. But again, same type of med kit, so you can rip it open just like that. And in here, what do I got? Elastic bandage. Yeah, actually, you probably are going to want one of those too in case someone like sprains their ankle or their wrist or needs like help moving around. Got another tourniquet in here, some more medical tape. Here is a bigger Israeli bandage, or pressure bandage. Again, like, you should have a few of these, ideally. These function as a bandage that kind of works at the same time, almost like it is both a bandage and a tourniquet. I never thought I would say USA used to be good, but here I am. Yeah, America is literally run by the Taliban right now. The Al-Qaeda, really, is the government of this country. Some more bandages. These are PPT bandages. In here, yeah, see, this one's more for, like, concussion or blunt force injury. I even have, like, a fucking metal spork in here for some reason, in case, like, somebody can't, I don't know, hold a fork and a knife for whatever reason that is. I think that one actually came with this kit. More Mylar blankets, more bandages, more antiseptic, blah, blah, blah. This one's pretty much the same. So, that's pretty much it for a med kit. What the stuff I showed you in this one should do pretty well for most use cases. The only things that I would definitely add in here that weren't already in here are, again, a Sharpie, hemostatic gauze, and probably some, like, eye protection, some more gloves, and a chest seal. Those are the things that I'm missing in there for the time being. Icarich, we should have given all of that to Ukraine. Well, I mean, like, all of the stuff in my medkit? I feel like Ukraine might have all the stuff in my medkit already. I don't think they need that. Now, secondly, the other thing I want to talk about, and this has been asked of me to do a segment on this before, is to show you guys how to prepare a go bag. Now, what would you even need this for, first and foremost? Well, go bag could be for, like, natural disaster. A fire, an earthquake, a tornado, a hurricane. Like, if you need to flee your home for any reason, this should be pretty much a backpack that's filled with essentially everything that you need in it already, ready to go. The only thing that I don't have in here that I would add in here to mine is some of my documents, which I don't have in here right now because I'm going to need them for something else soon. Taco Canada, Trump's new wall. What's Trump's new wall? Like, such a random message to send in. But let's start off. So first off, this is actually a multi-piece backpack in that it opens sideways and top down. But as we said earlier, make sure to keep your zippers at the very top so that you don't have to fiddle around and try and find them in the dark. On the side here, I have these on the side because this is supposed to be a side pocket. So I'll start with these ones because there's going to be the least interesting stuff in this side pocket here. So, yeah, don't have, like, the fear of not having a perfect med kit delay getting one. The best med kit is the one that you carry. And same with a go bag. I put this stuff together slowly over time. Realistically, like, all I started out with from this kit was two things, and that was a map and water purification tablets. Everything else came after. Now, one thing that I really think that you should all invest in is like this. This is a Faraday bag. Now, this is a bag in which you put electronics such as a tablet, a phone, a laptop, your smartphone, your smartwatch, your car keys, your credit cards, your, like, anything that has any kind of electronic signal. It goes into this bag. The bag is then, honestly, like, really, I put them in another bag and then in this bag, if we're being real here. Why is it that your stream is always laggy to me? Because Twitch is censoring me, Natty. That's why. Jump over to YouTube, guys. Sorry if Twitch is being really fiddly. It started doing that last time, and, like, there's no reason for it to be doing that, so I don't know. Sorry. But can't put my pacemaker in there, unfortunately not. But you can put a lot of the other electronics that are trackable, for example. Now, if I was going to put, like, my phone in here, I would also put it into a second case, a second Faraday bag, and then put it inside this one because these can leak. And the way this seals is there is a magnetic seal at the top. So fold it in. Magnetic seal locks it into place. And then clips it in. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Paper to Carry, for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Now, having that in your bag here is important. The only other thing I have in here is like an extra pack of masks, which I already have an extra of in here anyway, so doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, Twitch is unwatchable. I'm sorry, guys. I genuinely can't do much on it. I'm going to be talking to Twitch support after stream about this, because this is the second time in a row where none of my settings have changed and there's no issues with them, so it's on their end. So then we get into some of the like actual important stuff to have in your go bag. First and foremost, invest. Actually, here's my other Faraday bag. Invest in a map. A map, a map, a map. It's fucking crucial. The map here that I have is a like map of the like country of Australia, the whole country. But it is a map in which I can see the actual like main roads and streets even down on a state level. And so it's important. In fact, if you're going to buy a map like this, I suggest you get a couple, share some with your friends. Maybe you find a couple of your friends that are willing to, I don't know, work this out with you, where, you know, you open your map and you will all sit down with each other and you will circle a meeting place on all of your maps, so that in case, let's say, the power went out and there was a natural disaster, you would all have a meeting place that you would know beforehand that you could go to. I would also recommend just like drawing in Sharpie a circle around like where your like friends or family or your parents' houses or your safe house, or just like places that you know, key places that you'd want to be aware of in this preset already. Like you'll want to have these well beforehand. Now, on top of that, more stuff that I have in here. Another Faraday bag. This is just like an adult rain poncho. It's a big backpack and I don't have all that much shit in it, so you know what? Fuck it, why not? Poncho in case it rains. Better than not having anything for the rain. Some glow sticks. These are really great for illuminating the space around you when you don't actually want to be using a flashlight, when you're trying to remain hidden, or even just like if you're camping somewhere and you are trying to read and you don't want to make too much light. Let's say you're camping somewhere where you're not sure that you're allowed to be camping. Not to say that you're doing something illegal. I would never dream of telling you guys to do anything illegal, but let's say you are not sure. Like it's dark where you have to leave your house, the storm or the fire or whatever it is, and you don't know where you are and you don't know if you're allowed to sleep there. Well, if you have your sleeping bag and your emergency tent and all that shit set up, and you want a light in there, well, these are a great way to go about doing that. These are also a great method of laying tracks for yourself. Let's say if you're wandering in the woods at night and you don't want to get lost, you can drop one of these every now and again so that you know where you are. Yeah, Dante's Inferno, guys, switch over to YouTube. There we go. I'm going to be pinning your message again, Brain Matter. It seems like that last one went away. Sorry, all the Twitch chatters. I very much appreciate you. Please come join the Discord and drop a like on the YouTube stream and drop a follow. And hopefully we will get Twitch chat all set up and fixed up by next time. Other than that, you're going to want some rope. Now, ideally, you're going to want thicker rope than this. I probably should be getting some as well. But you know, rope, better than nothing. This can be used to make a pulley. This could be used to, for a lot of things. Like, rope is fucking useful. And honestly, paracord, exactly. Even if you don't know how to tie a knot, sure, you can figure it out in a case where you need to. Binoculars, quite useful. Especially when we're talking about, like, if you need to leave and you need to be looking for danger. Well, there's these, but also if you're looking for water sources. Let's say you move up onto a high ground, you can pull out your binoculars and look for paths down the hill or down the mountain or whatever the hell you are, but also paths to water. Another thing that you'll probably want to have, and a lot of this stuff does come all together. I mean, like, you could just buy a shitty, like, survivalist kit, at, like, I don't know, I haven't been to America in too long. What's, like, a random sportswear, store? We used to have Models when I was a kid. That was the, sports store. But, you can buy one of these. This is a, disassemblable spade, and Dick's Sporting Goods has decent survival gear, that too. On the bottom of here, you actually have a compass, which is nice, and here we have the serrated edge of the spade, as well as a bottle opener. Tactical shovel. It's important to have one of these because even if you're like, even if we're just talking about like putting down a tent, you're still gonna want to have some of this stuff. Is this an ad? No, it's not. I don't do ads or sponsors. But I don't know. I will tell you to buy shit wherever you can find it that's cheap and usable. Oh, thanks for the follow. Or the subscription, sorry. YouTube rhetoric this time around. So, that's some of the main tools, at least in what I consider this main pocket of my bag. This would be where I would keep most of these things, so I'll put these back in right now. There's my map, again, map. This, like, when I started building this bag, this right here was the first thing that I bought. That's a pretty weak tactical shovel, no offense, none taken. It's pretty trash. But, you know, it's better than not having one at all. Wait, YouTube shows subscriptions? Well, I mean, I have it so that if you follow me or, you know, subscribe on YouTube, it will show up on screen just like if someone subs on Twitch. Tactical shovel duel, let's go. Hell yeah. Show me yours. I want to see your shovel. And then, you know, your rope. And don't forget your Faraday bags. These are actually fucking invaluable. You need one of those heavy-duty Russian ones? I would never fucking sully my go bag with anything of Russian origins. Now, then, I have the outer bag here, the outer pocket of the bag. This is my general, like, where I keep all of my med shit. So, like, you don't need all of the stuff that I have in here. This is, like, spares that I don't fit into my actual med kit. Why not just call 911? Well, one, you can't always do that. The example that I used in, like, why you would need this go bag is, let's say there is a major, like, emergency. There's an earthquake, there's a fire, there's a hurricane. Emergency responders might not be able to get to you. You might need to leave your house because it might be in danger. This is the bag that you would have all of your stuff in, ready to go. Again, the only thing I don't currently have in here that I would want in here is my, like, folder of documents. Like folder of documents, which is, I would just throw in here and I'd be good to go. The medkit wise, you can't, you need this and you can't call 911 because, well, this is built for protection from the police. If you called 911, that would be the people that, called for the use of this in the first place. So, like, it's kind of just, like, ruining the point. They're the ones that, caused the injury. At least for the med kit that I showed, because that was for what to bring to a protest. In here, what else do I have? I have a blood pressure monitor. Again, you don't need to have all of this in here. This is just like me having fucking everything that I can inside of this bag. I have some scalpels, which you should not have if you don't know how to use one. Here's the other, here's the main other important thing that I think all of you should have, as well as a map, and these are water purification tablets. Now, these ones specifically are meant for 20 plus liters of water, and you could drop one of these tablets in it and make it drinkable. Damn, do people in the USA used to feel like this before 2 to 3 years ago? No, not really. Mostly just like right-wingers and their doomsday prepper like mentality, which ironically I am borrowing quite a lot of these tips from, and double ironically are not actually currently feeling that worried. Don't bring a brick to a gunfight. Well, I mean, don't show up to a gunfight for one. But you know, that would be my main advice, is just don't go to the fucking gunfight. Yeah, but so rare? No, not really. The, like, natural disasters, phone lines being down, internet lines being down, stuff like that is happening more and more and more. And again, like, this is more just like, if you need to, like, if shit hits the fan, run to the store and buy all of the lard that'll keep you alive for a long time. I mean, that also is a thing you can do. Speaking of stuff that you should probably be, just reminded me of something. Accounting for beforehand. You don't need to go and buy shit. Here is a jar filled with lint, dryer lint. Now, why do I have a sealable jar filled with dryer lint? Well, it's because that make a great fire starter. And so, if you need to start a fire, yes, that's a decent fire starter. So, more sterile gauze, more adhesive wound dressing, a lot of the actual, like, bigger stuff is actually in this bag, and so, like, the med kit doesn't have all of the stuff. Here is a collapsible soft cast in case, like, someone has a broken arm or a broken leg. Here's another pressure bandage, as we've seen. More Mylar blankets, more tape, more bandages, more band-aids. Here I have the actual, like, razors for the, God damn it, what did I call it? The scalpels. Which, again, you don't need to have scalpels if you don't have training in how to use them. You have a med degree or something? No, but I did go to pre-med for a bit. I don't have a degree in fucking anything. I dropped out of college. Fuck paying for university. I'm too smart for that shit. And then the actual cast. I do have first aid training though, so, you know, at least at one point. Might not be current, up-to-date first aid training, but I do know how to use a lot of this stuff. Again, the water purification tablets is fucking crucial here, as well as the map beforehand. Now, then we get to some of the more fun stuff. And by fun stuff, I mean just, like, more, tools, rather. Switchblade. You know, you never know when you have to, maybe cut some plants. Let's say you're gathering stuff like herbs that might be used medicinally that you could, put together into a poultice. You can help people with this. Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. Natty, at the very least. Here I have a, stainless steel, like, multi-use card, pocket survival tool. This is, like, a can opener, a knife edge, a screwdriver, a ruler, a cap opener, 4-position wrench, a butterfly wrench, a saw blade, a directional ancillary indication, 2-position wrench, and a lanyard hole. Can't really think of many cases where I would actually need this, because I do have a lot of double ups in this bag, but the point of this bag specifically is to have double ups in that I could share with people if need be. Spare batteries, double A's and triple A's, as well as, like, multiple little hooks to add just, like, more carrying space to the bag or to pass out. And then finally, in the main pocket, we have our main flashlight. This is one that I quite like. So this one has a wide band and also I can pull this and make it much more localized and condensed. Strobe, side light. This one I wouldn't use ever because that's illegal. But you know, I can see instances where that might be useful, such as like not in any case where you're not trying to draw attention to yourself for one. Like, let's say you have somebody injured and it's nighttime. You might put on the flashing cop lights, hoping that a cop might stop and actually, like, ask you what's going on. Another one, a headlamp. Just, you know, depends on where you are. You could put this on like this and just have a light on your head. Illegal? Isn't that SOS? Having police lights is not SOS in the United States. It actually just, like, is illegal because you are then, like, at least if you're in a vehicle, I don't know, if you're walking around in person, the cops might say that you're fine, but in this case, I mean, like, we're talking about, you know, the United States. The cops are not gonna say that you're fine just, for fun. They want you to suffer, so... The cops hate you, and they take joy from your suffering. Here is a saw. This is essentially just like barbed wire in between two metal rings, and this is to, like, I don't know, cut open something that might need cut open, or cut through something that might need cutting through. I can't really think of any examples right now that I would need to use that, but I'm thinking like plants mostly. Here you got a whistle, in case you need to draw attention to yourself, compass on it, as well as a thermometer. Now, compasses, like, can vary as well. Like, you're going to want a compass that does magnetic north and true north. Now, that's, like, a whole other thing, but for the time being, most of that will do. So, like, that's pretty much my medkit there. Sorry, not my medkit, my go bag there. The only additional thing that I would add in, as well as, like, the tablet that I would have normally in my Faraday bag, as well as, like, my documents, would probably be a drone. Now, if you don't know how to use a drone, I suggest that you buy a cheap, shitty one, and you learn how to use these, because you can do a lot with a drone. And by you can do a lot with a drone, I mean, like, if you needed to go and find water, you can do so with a drone. If you needed to see if an area was safe, you could do so with a drone. If you wanted to see, let's say, like, the reason that you're using your go bag isn't a natural disaster, but let's say you live somewhere like, I don't know, Los Angeles, and the protests are getting massive, and you want to see, I don't know, is it safe to walk outside of your house? Is it, you know, close to you? Are there police nearby? What's going on the street? Well, you could, you know, get one of these that has a camera on it. This one specifically doesn't, because I got this one for free, and I'm still learning how to fly a drone, which is much harder than it looks. But you can throw this one, you know, right out through the window and take a look around with your camera to see if it's safe to go outside, or the scenario that, like, I personally think of more likely, in that, like, let's say I need to go find fresh water. Let's say, like, you know, I live in a drought area, and if there was a major storm, which there have been lately, and my power goes out, and let's say, I don't know, the storm is bad enough that it damages the pipes and sewage is leaking into the tap water, and so the tap water is unusable, and then, I don't know, let's say a fucking lightning bolt hits my house and I need to leave. All right, let's just make it the most extreme. Well, one of the things I'm going to need to do is find a source of fresh water, because these water purification tablets that I have, I only have 100 of them. They will only last for so long. You're going to want to fly up, and you're going to want to look for fresh water. You're also going to want to be using that as a way to use, like, figure out where you are directionally at the same time. So all these things are useful in that case that you've pissed off a witch and she curses you. Exactly. Now, like, again, You don't have to have all of these things in your kit. You don't have to have access to all of them at once. That's okay. You can start where you're at and work up to it. And obviously, like, take what you need from that. And if you don't think that you need something in that, then don't add it to that. There's a lot more that I would love to have added to my kit. But obviously things cost money, and money is hard to come by. And honestly, like, the money that I'm getting, I'm not going to be spending on that right now. So also good to think about what an emergency scenario might look like for your pets. That's where I'm quite a bit more concerned on my personal behalf. But yes, I wonder, how are the protests going? Well, I was actually going to say we should probably check in with them in just a minute. The one that I've had open, at least in front of me this whole time while I've been doing this, has been the AP one, but I do have a couple other links ready to go, at least for protests. So let me check in and see, I mean, if anything is happening in any of them. So this is the AP one. Cool, cool, cool. What's going on over here?
Now, I think that's the way a lot of people all over the USA are.
Here's my service. Dog eats 4 or more cups of food a day. I also have concerns. My service dog. I just put that together now. Yeah, that's difficult. Fuck. At least, like, with a dog, you can just, like, I don't know, walk your dog. I can't walk my cat, and I don't have a carrier for my cat that I could carry around. And also, my cat likes to attack me for fun. So I don't know. I feel like at the very, like, in an emergency scenario, I'd kind of prefer to have a dog. That is Mark Ruffalo. Goddamn. All right, what's going on in LA?
Being here needs your care. I need my glasses. I'm not a young man anymore. We all have busy lives, and it's hard to make ends meet, and it feels a little desperate here in the United States today. Whether you're just starting your life like so many young people,
it's so cool to know
or
that the
holding on
Avengers
for
are
dear
on our
life, as so many older folks are doing here now. I think that's the way a lot of people all over the USA are feeling right now. We're holding on for dear life. That's
literally 2 Democrats got shot and killed today. Or sorry, 1 got shot and killed.
That's the way the businesses who rely on those immigrant families for a workforce or for customers are feeling. And that's the way the blue-collar folks all over the country are feeling. That's the way the moms who are doing the grocery shopping are feeling. And that's the way the families who love people who are sick and ill or dying of cancer.
Okay, cool. I like that. That's fine. Doing great over there. Wow, okay. You're both showing this one. And here we have
in Northeast DC called Providence Hospital.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You got it. You got it.
No, that's DC. Never mind. That's DC.
What happens when you stand up?
Cool. Whatever. You guys are still going. Anything happening in the... Okay. We're juggling guns. That's what they're doing at the event thingy. Matter of respect that he's speaking at the protest. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Mark Ruffalo has spoken at a couple of the protests. I hope to see more of them, but I mean, you know, when we're seeing cops literally threaten to kill you, so this was no joke, they're really doing it. What do you mean? Like the military parade? Yeah, of course it was no joke. Have you seen the amount of tanks that are in DC right now? Yeah. I showed this a little bit ago. I'll show you again.
150th anniversary of the U.S. Take a look. This is video.
Yep, there it is. Well, it's technically it's the Army's 250th birthday, but yeah, no, this is all for Trump's birthday. Also, there's a pretty big like, at least on my part, there's a massive suspicion here that we're going to see martial law declared by the end of the day, because they've already called the protests elsewhere in the country insurrection. For days now, actually, they've been calling it insurrection. And so I think by the end of this, they're going to use this as an as a justification to call martial law. You tripping for real? Natty, have you happened to see any of these people? I mean, you know what? I'll just go with the easy one and just show you the police chief again. I feel like this is a bit of a cheap blow because they're not all like this, but enough of them are.
Resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital
I
and
don't
jail,
think you guys
and
understand
most
just how
likely get bitten
insane
by one of our
these
big,
people are.
beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
And as I've said before, it's fucking insane for them to say that. And no, getting a rock thrown at you as a cop does not give you the right to fucking kill people.
We're not going to play. This has got to stop. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail.
Now, let me show you some other stuff, at least in this case. A couple of things that I actually do want to talk about. And in that, what the hell? That's big jump for the USA. This is a lot even for dictators. Well, yeah. That's what happens. I mean, that's what we said was going to happen. You know, they've been using literal, like, military drones to monitor the protesters. MQ-9s have been circling over LA for more than a week now. Also, like, what do you expect from an administration that has people that think like this? Unrelated, but...
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class.
That's called having ADHD, mate. The heroin is not the benefit there. It's actually just having fucking ADHD medicine. But the... like, most base thing that I've seen coming out of government, at least this week, has come from J.B. Pritzker.
Do you stand by your policy of tying the hands of Illinois law enforcement? Yes or no, sir?
You know, Congresswoman Miller, I am not going to be lectured to by somebody who extols the virtue of Adolf Hitler, of somebody who has allowed the pardoning of January 6th.
I'm reclaiming my time. Do you stand by your policy of tying the hands?
Yeah, that's like... I will not be, like, talked down to by somebody who espouses the virtues of Adolf Hitler, which is fucking fantastic of Pritzker to say. Now, like, if you're going to show up at these protests, remember a lot of the stuff that we just went over, the safety tips. Don't listen to dumb shit like, you know, stay seated. That will get you beamed in the face by a police rubber bullet or a tear gas canister. Don't do that shit. JFK is a lying sack of shit. Top of his classes while doing heroin. Good fucking God, I remember him from years ago. He's, like, literally insane. Shai Hulud is in his brain. But I want you guys to bring this back when you're at these protests. We've seen several examples of this. And not just, like, shame, but also just making fun of these people. And I fully support that as well.
For $11,000.
This is great. This is shame.
For $3,500. What did you do? Officer Lugo! What the fuck?
What is happening?
Were you just doing your job? You only have one lawsuit. For $80,000. $80,000. You beat somebody up, handcuffed them, and then sprayed them in the face with pepper spray.
That's par for the course for NYPD. That's just normal NYPD behavior. Ooh, cute pig. Okay. And now I do want to address one thing that I saw get quite a attention from the protests in Los Angeles, the burning Waymos throughout the protest. And I want to talk about why there seemed to be targeting of these Waymos and just actually how important it is that you are aware of the fact that everything that you do is monitored. So New York's chill, but LA is insane. No. The police department in both cases are insane. American cops are trained by the IDF, Natty. In fact, you can Google it and see for yourself. The NYPD has a field office in Tel Aviv, for example. Right now, all of the protests nationwide have been entirely peaceful from the protester side. All of the violence has come specifically from the police. I don't believe in anything like illegal people, Costa. But if you're here illegally, of course, you're going to be detained. What about the people who are here legally? Because, you know, lots of legal people have been detained, just like veterans even. Like these veterans that were detained, in fact, right here. There you are.
Group of veterans just broke through.
I have a question for you, C9 Asta. Do you support veterans being arrested for protesting?
The barrier in front of the Capitol building.
In Mexico, you can protest, actually, because they have a real government run by Claudia Sheinbaum, unlike America does.
Currently holding a sit-in on the Capitol steps, demanding that the government take military off of United States streets. Let's watch it happen.
These are 80-year-old, for example. Let me just show you right at the end here, and then we'll watch it from the beginning again. But these are veterans being arrested, such as
military off our streets.
People in walkers. Sorry, guess it wasn't this one. Hold on. Same protest, different video. With the one with the walker. Here we go. Men like this, 80-year-old veterans for protesting at the Capitol. Do you support this?
Off of United States streets. Let's watch it happen.
Yeah, it's not on a hunch either.
We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building. We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building.
You support the arrest of these people? Because, I don't know. You didn't support arrests of these people when it was January 6th. I'm just wondering, you know, if there's a consistency here. With, like, you know, political beliefs into who's allowed to protest where. Are these American veterans allowed to protest at the Capitol?
Capitol Police are responding to the break. Capitol Police are responding to those who broke through the Capitol barriers.
The sick part was that they made the 80-year-old walk to the cruiser without his walker rather than bringing the cruiser to him. The cruelty is the point. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Keep it going for foot. Put his hands in front of him. 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 Put his hands in front of him.
I'm still waiting, you know, for your answer here. Is it okay to protest at the Capitol, or is it not? Is it okay to arrest veterans, or is it not? Pick one. That's all I really want to know. But on the topic of Waymos, I really do want to talk about why these were, you know, targeted. They can't ask for ID without probable cause. They literally can and do. And they also have arrested people with U.S. citizenship and have said that their IDs looked fake. So, like, I don't know, Costa, not asked to speak to their sarge and have them shut the fuck up. The thing is, that doesn't actually work. Because we've seen that happen in several cases. In fact, here's them literally ignoring the law today. Here is a court order that is saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia needs to be released, but the admin is saying, nah, we're not going to do that, even though the courts say so. Most majority of Americans don't know what their rights are, sadly. Yes, but I mean, we've covered on this stream literally people who do know their rights. Okay, sue them. I advocate that you do. In fact, I've said that you should. I just sue them after they try and detain you illegally. Well, they have. In fact, these cases are not going anywhere because those lawsuits need to be filed against the federal government, and to file a lawsuit against the federal government, you can no longer do so in the class action form of it. You can, at least after the big beautiful bill passes. Right now, they're queued up. But once the big beautiful bill passes, all of those go back retroactively and are then thrown out. That's part of why they want to pass this big beautiful bill so much. We shouldn't have to sue them. How about they just not break the law in the first fucking place? Well, I mean, honestly, in this case, I actually do agree with C9 Asta here in that, no, of course the government shouldn't be breaking the law in the first place, but it is our responsibility as the citizens of this country to hold the government accountable when they are breaking the law. And just because the law says something doesn't also mean, like, it is correct. Remember, right now it is illegal for you to harbor ICE fugitives in your home, but I would like to remind you that it was also illegal to harbor Anne Frank in your home. Now, secondly on here, moving on to this topic of why these were targeted and why the talking points of the right don't fit in with reality. They don't actually, you know, line up one-to-one. I'm heavy on armed citizenry, as am I. I do support that you go and get a gun and learn how to use it. Although you don't actually have the, like, even if right now the police break into your home illegally, you do not have the right to use your Second Amendment right against them without you then being arrested and then put into a gulag. As of the most recent police-related executive orders, you are not allowed to do that. Even if you are well within your Second Amendment right, even if they break into your house without, let's say, identifying themselves, without wearing a uniform, while wearing a mask, you still will then be held liable. So.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. This week, because I'm on the road, if you can't tell by the shitty hotel behind me, I want to talk to you about something that's been in the news a lot lately, and that is Waymo.
These are the automated, all-electric rideshare vehicles that were set on fire.
And that's when a group apparently waiting for those cars attacked them.
Waymo is steering clear of downtown LA until further notice after 5 of its driverless cars were destroyed during the ICE protests.
What we've been hearing is that some of these agitators have been using some sort of accelerant, possibly spray paint, working to light that, and that's how they've been able to get these on fire.
How can you prove to me that any single one of the people who are being deported are illegal, Costa? Can you prove any of them to me? Because none of them are getting court cases. So how are you going to prove that they're illegal if they are getting no due process? If they are not making their way in front of a judge or a jury, if they are not getting due process, that to me says that they've committed no crime. In fact, I've said this many a times in that the way that they are going about these arrests makes it so that it is impossible to know who actually has committed a crime and who hasn't. Therefore, they are all innocent because none of them are getting due process, and there is no way to know who actually has committed a crime. Because all of them just get thrown into, they get kidnapped. They're not even being deported. Deportation requires a legal process. It requires seeing a judge and a jury. This is a kidnapping and then human trafficking. This is just taking people out of one place and then moving them another with no legal, like, anything happening. Nothing. No courts, no documents, no records being kept. We don't even know all of the people that we've sent to foreign prisons. We don't know who their names are.
The past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have all been freaking out about Waymo's being set on
fires, burning flags, and trying to kill cops. Okay, first of all, mob fires, burning the Waymo cars. Maybe you should watch the video and see why they were burning the Waymo cars, because I feel like you might actually support that. Trying to kill cops, name one example of that, because I can show you several examples of cops literally trying to kill protesters, whereas the protests had not even been, like, when the National Guard were deployed, there were 20 people at a protest. That was it. It was 20 people. And secondly, yes, burning a flag is actually one of the most famous examples of protected speech here. But, you know, continue on.
Fire in downtown Los Angeles last weekend.
Yes, you can. The literal Constitution guarantees you due process both to citizens born, citizens not born here, and to non-citizens. Everybody gets due process. Let me actually just read this bit off really quickly just to make sure that we're not confused here. The Due Process Clause is found in both the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, which prohibits the deprivation of, quote, life, liberty, or property by the federal or state governments, respectively, without due process of the law, which is applied to all people in the United States. That's it. Like, it, period. If you're in the United States at all, you have all of these rights. You have due process guaranteed to you. You don't have to be a citizen. You don't have to be born here. You don't have to be even illegally here. You could be here on vacation from another country. You are still afforded the right to due process under the Constitution, under the 5th Amendment, and under the 14th. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Any person is what the actual Constitution says.
During protests against ICE. A lot of people seem deeply confused about the burnings of the cars. So I want to talk about why...
I'm literally reading you the Constitution. Costa, if you're going to argue with me, please. I'm literally reading you the Constitution. Like, it says any person. Not any citizen. Any person. Any person.
Why there's so much anti-Waymo sentiment right now, the rise of surveillance at protests, and how it all affects speech. I'll start by saying people in Los Angeles love
Hey, how about
Waymos,
all
okay?
of the Republican child molesters like Matt Gaetz, for example, and Donald Trump, who has raped a 12-year-old child with Jeffrey Epstein, has Jeffrey Epstein on tape saying that he's been best friends with Donald Trump for more than 10 years, at least like right before the time of his death, as well as being found liable in raping E. Jean Carroll, which has actually been the case. Not that, you know, he was just found, liable for sexual assault. No, it's liable for rape of E. Jean Carroll, as well as like several other felonies. But how about like every January 6th rioter who was then arrested for child sex crimes after being pardoned for the January 6th crimes? That's been 5 now, I believe, since Trump pardoned them all. How about all of the police that have been charged with child sex crimes? How about all of the Republican lawmakers? Everyone gets due process here, except for, the people who should. All right, that's enough of that. I'm not arguing any more Republican talking points until I get through this video. If I need to, I will be muting the people for like 10-15 minutes until I get past this video. No matter who it is, I don't really care.
They're easy and convenient rides in a city with abysmal public transport and poor car-centric city planning. Los Angeles Waymos have largely been immune from the type of attacks that have happened in places like San Francisco, for instance, where the cars have become a symbol of gentrification and battles over public transit funding. Waymo launched its LA robotaxi service last year, and since then, the company has completed hundreds of thousands of rides across cities like Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even some newer markets like Austin, Atlanta, and soon DC. As more people begin to understand exactly how Waymos operate, though, and learn what the company's policies are regarding sharing footage and data with the police, I do think that we're going to see a lot more Waymo attacks. So let's back up and explain briefly how Waymos work. Obviously, they're self-driving cars, but to be a self-driving car, you have to collect a lot of data.
Thanks,
That's
Josh.
location data, visual data, et cetera, et cetera. Waymos use LiDAR, radar, and 360-degree cameras constantly to record streets, faces, license plate numbers, and literally anything around them.
So now I feel like you could see if you were at a protest where your life is in danger and these cars keep driving by where they record your faces. And we know that these recordings are being saved and then fed to Palantir's AI software, which is being trained on this data and being trained on how to, I don't know, identify you based on not just the look of your face, but I mean, based on the way that you walk, which foot you put in front of the other. And yeah, quote, the immigrants are stealing our jobs, but then cry about self-driving cars getting attacked. It's true.
And this is a good thing, by the way. We want self-driving cars to have...
Actually, no, it's not, Costa. Crossing the border illegally is a crime, but being here undocumented in and of itself is not a crime. That's actually not a crime. Sorry, I just wanted to answer that because I know he's behind.
Have this stuff so they don't do things like run over small children. But what a lot of people don't realize is that that data is collected and stored. And it's not just Waymo's doing this, by the way. Teslas, which also have self-driving mode, also record what's around them. And as more self-driving cars enter the market, they will begin collecting this type of data too. Back in April, 404 Media revealed that the LAPD was publishing crime footage it got from a Waymo driverless car in an effort to identify a suspect. As 404 reported, the LAPD obtained video footage from a Waymo driverless car as part of its investigation into a hit and run, in which a separate human-driven car hit a pedestrian. The LAPD published the footage, which has a note on it that reads, Waymo confidential commercial information, on its YouTube page to ask the public for help identifying the driver of the vehicle. As Jason Kebler at 404 noted, quote, the situation shows that police in Los Angeles are now looking at Waymo robo-taxis as potential sources of surveillance footage to investigate crimes that the vehicle's cameras and sensors may have witnessed. In 2020,
yeah, look, this is a massive security risk for everyone who's at a protest. If every single one of these self-driving cars, and remember, it's not just Waymo's, it's every self-driving, self-drivable car, which we now, by the way, even have like 16-wheelers, like, I mean, tractor trailers that are self-driving, that are driving on highways doing this as well. But Teslas, for example, also are recording everything and then reporting that into a AI software. I mean, specifically Grok when we're talking about Teslas, but also into Palantir's AI software, which the government runs everything through.
Bloomberg reported that the police in both San Francisco and Maricopa County, Arizona, had issued search warrants for Waymo footage. Police have also been requesting footage from Teslas, extremely pervasive Ring cameras, and Cruise autonomous vehicles. Waymo's website explains that the company conducts training sessions for law enforcement and emergency responders, which are designed to teach them about Waymo, and explains what they should do when they're responding to a car crash or other emergencies involving a Waymo. The company has allegedly conducted in-person trainings for over 18,000 first responders and police officers.
So Waymo then also conducts in-person training for 18,000 first responders in 75 agencies, many of which are cops, on how to then access Waymo's, like, information that they've gathered on you.
Officers. All of this has obviously led to a lot of backlash against Waymo, especially when Waymos are spotted near a protest. Google has temporarily suspended Waymo service to downtown LA and in San Francisco, where more anti-ICE protests have unfolded. The company is also now hiring a community and public affairs specialist in LA, presumably to help convince people not to burn down these cars. Brian Merchant, a tech journalist who's written extensively about Waymo, went to the scene of the protest the next day in Los Angeles and talked to a cameraman who had been shooting footage the day before. The cameraman told Merchant, quote, they called them up on purpose, lit them up on fire like that. He's talking about Waymo there.
Well, yeah, they did, because the Waymos are recording them, and then the footage from those Waymos can then be used to say that they did a crime. Not to say that they were doing a crime, but, you know, like, crimes are applied after the fact here. They can be retroactively applied by the Trump administration. In fact, part of the big beautiful bill specifically is creating retroactively applying crimes.
Notes that the fact that the charred husks of the cars were in a neat line does seem to suggest that the cars were called and just waiting. Other witnesses and journalists who were there shared the same story. People summoned the cars to light them on fire when they arrived. Protesters were reportedly calling them spy cars, and they were vandalized and set ablaze. Some people also noted how the cars shared data with the LAPD. This is also what protesters on the ground told me when I was there last weekend. This has led to a lot of pushback and people saying, oh, so the protesters were doing bad things, and that's why they didn't want to be recorded. But that really misunderstands why people are against Waymo. As Merchant notes, the cars are essentially operating as collaborators with the cops and law enforcement. So people are treating them the way that they think tech collaborators with ICE and the government should be treated.
And I mean, you saw what that looked like when it came to Tesla vehicles that were spontaneously lighting on fire earlier on during the administration. And this is not a Democrat-specific issue. There are quite a few, both independents and even Republicans, who very much dislike autonomously driving vehicles because A, they are taking jobs away from people in the community. Secondly, surveillance technology. There's quite a lot of MAGA voters that are very mad about Palantir, especially now that Trump has also said that we're going to send troops to the Middle East to protect Israel, which we're going to get to soon, I hope, actually. In fact, I actually might have the funniest thing I've ever seen in relation to Israel to show you guys later today after we get through the news on it.
Which is with contempt. All of this is happening under the backdrop of more Silicon Valley data harvesting and control over speech. ICE raids are being carried out using data provided by Silicon Valley companies, most notably Palantir, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's deeply evil data harvesting conglomerate that recently signed a $30 million contract with ICE to manage real-time surveillance on immigrants.
By also going through things like your Social Security and your IRS data, and I mean, like everything from how much loans you have to what degree you did to what like bank that you're with to how much money is in your bank account to I don't know how many words per minute can you type, read, can you multitask, do you click quickly, or do you type with both hands and multiple fingers, or do you type with one finger at a time? All of this is getting monitored and then analyzed and then fed to the AI. Rather monitored and then fed to the AI and then analyzed.
Most of big tech, including Google, has made deals with ICE too, whether directly or through third-party contractors. As Merchant notes, quote, given Silicon Valley's more obvious alliance with the Trump administration, that ambient anger has only been sharpened. It has sparked backlashes of a different kind, like the protests and the firebombing of Teslas and Tesla dealerships. Waymos occupy part of this same nexus. Surveillance technology operated by a tech giant undemocratically, opaquely led by a CEO that visits Mar-a-Lago and donates to Trump. The New York Times spoke to Elise Joshi, an activist in San Francisco who underscored this point.
Jesus Christ. They killed two they literally shot two Dems, officials today. And these people are saying Tim Walz has blood on his hands. A Republican killed a Democratic elected official, and Tim Walz has blood on his hands? Sorry, I shouldn't say Republican. A politically, I don't know, unknown person who was a white man who dressed like a cop and put police lights in his vehicle and then, I don't know, proceeded to pretend to be a cop and shoot two Democrats. Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh, yes, sorry. I covered this in the beginning of the stream, but two Dem lawmakers, state Senate and state representative, were shot in Minnesota this morning by a man who was dressed in law enforcement's attire, impersonating law enforcement. She is dead. What was her name? Melissa Hortman, Minnesota state representative, and State Senator John Hoffman was just wounded, although still in grave condition. Don't know if he will make it or not. But, these were both shot in their homes this morning by a guy who was pretending to be a cop. Holy fuck, yeah. We haven't even declared martial law, and they've already tried to assassinate two Democrats. So, state Democrats, but Democrats nonetheless. What's up, Lanky Sapien? Good to see ya.
point. She said, quote, the robo-taxis have become a way for some protesters to display resistance to the tech industry's close ties to the Trump administration. Waymos don't have human drivers. They're devoid of humanity. Destroyed robot taxis are symbolic of the attempts throughout the history of this country by the tech industry to strip us of community. When protesters' every move might be recorded, geotagged, stored, and turned over to federal agencies, that's a significant deterrent to constitutionally protected free speech, like the right to protest. As more of these driverless cars roam our streets, creating a massive, fluid, real-time surveillance network, they're going to have a significant chilling effect. Fear of being recorded can dampen speech, assembly, and dissent, especially among marginalized communities that are already wary of law enforcement. Research shows that dense street imagery datasets like those Waymo collects can infer private group membership, political affiliation, and behavioral patterns.
As in, they can infer quite a lot of information about you just by having the Waymo car drive past your house. Violence against the precious machines. Well, in this case, not very precious machines. Violence against the spy drones, more like it. For example, food delivery drivers, food vendors, and unlicensed food vendors can then all be used to watch you. Public health departments, academic researchers, immigration enforcement, all this just gets fed up the chain.
Political affiliation, and behavioral patterns. One study showed how over 25 million dashcam images could be analyzed to predict highly sensitive personal attributes, even after face blurring. The academics who published this research noted that protesters' meeting locations and times captured in geotagged images by DSI providers may be surreptitiously shared with political groups that oppose their causes. This information flow enables adversarial groups.
Geotags from protests in which left-wingers are prominent might get shared with neo-Nazi groups in the United States, and by a president who like specifically weaponized neo-Nazi groups against the left in his last regime. Oh wow, I don't know, I could have never seen this coming.
To target and disrupt peaceful assemblies, undermining the protesters' right to organize and express dissent. The resulting harm includes exposure to retaliation, suppression of free speech, and the erosion of democratic principles. The researchers also note that this sort of data could be weaponized in professional settings. For instance, shift patterns of nurses inferred from DSI images captured outside healthcare facilities could be sold to exploitative employers or staffing agencies seeking to take advantage of their...
Oh really? Wait, where's that last one? Yeah, dystopia, for fuck's sake. Like, that's insane. This is not even just surveillance state anymore. Now it's also, I mean, to be fair, we already did know that they were anti-labor rights, but...
settings. For instance, shift patterns of nurses inferred from DSI images captured outside healthcare facilities could be sold to exploitative employers or staffing agencies seeking to take advantage of their availability. Such data...
Oh, sorry, you don't get to have a day off because the Waymo saw that you were, I don't know, at the park with your daughter when you said that you were sick, and now, you know, work is calling you saying you have to get back to work because you're not sick, and the Waymo saw you. Like, that's unironically something that could come from this.
Flows enable adversaries to target nurses with aggressive recruitment tactics, pressure them into accepting poorly compensated shifts at inconvenient hours, or manipulate them into working under unsafe or undesirable conditions. This undermines nurses' autonomy in the workplace and their ability to make independent decisions about their labor. Geotagged imagery of people gathered at busy crosswalks during peak hours may be sold to predatory...
I need you to stay safe when you go out to the protest. This is why I say you might want to consider something like Dazzle Face Paint, which is a method of applying face paint that makes it so AI is much less likely to actually identify you, to log who you are, and to like add to their database on you. Why you might want to use like US military techniques in camouflage makeup, because they do hide features of your face and do make your like face more difficult to identify. Unsafe nurse to patient ratio is ever-growing issue, and AI is accelerating that shit. Well, I mean, they do want you to have a horrible life. So a lot of like what this administration is doing is building a system in which you feel like you have to commit crime to survive, whether it's because you can't afford like your bills because you can't find work, whether it's you can't afford healthcare, whether it's the healthcare that you're getting is so dog shit that you're considering paying more money for it, which is insane considering the cheapest possible healthcare you can get. For example, right now, some hospitals, some public hospitals, will actually still be able to, you'll still be able to go to if you don't have health insurance, because they are required to treat you even if you don't have insurance under like the law that requires a hospital that gets funding from Medicare to do so. But if they pass the big beautiful bill, that means Medicare is gone, because even though Medicare is not included in that bill, the cost of that bill is high enough that it would automatically trigger the cutoff for Medicare, which would mean there'd be no Medicare funding, which would mean that any of these hospitals that had to give you, I don't know, like healthcare because they received funding from Medicare, now can deny you care.
Advertisers seeking to exploit behavioral patterns. For example, advertisers might use this data to push high-pressure marketing campaigns for products like payday loans or fast food, directly targeting the commuter's mobile devices in certain locations or through interactive billboards. Muslims or Hasidic Jews photographed in locations perceived as incongruent with their practices, for instance, near entertainment districts, risk having these images and their associated metadata shared with hate groups, potentially exposing them to targeted harassment or discrimination. This
Again, the Trump administration would share people's private information with hate groups and target them and harass them. Unheard of.
Facilitates that harassment, stigmatization, and even violence against the group, violating societal norms of religious freedom. This sort of mass surveillance and data collection is a significant threat to speech, especially under authoritarian leaders like Trump.
I genuinely don't even think that this kind of technology could coexist with democracy.
Lawmakers are already sounding alarms. Assemblymember Chris Ward is pushing to prohibit tech companies from selling location data to federal agencies, citing worries that ICE or the administration could use it to suppress or punish protesters. Though no confirmed instances of ICE prosecuting protesters using Waymo data has emerged,
and also remember that they will just lie about what their, justification is for. Personally, I think that a lot of these, I think Palantir AI tech was used to catch Luigi, for example, allegedly.
Advocates argue that the risk is very real and growing by the day. This is why we desperately need data privacy regulation. Just this week, Wired and 404 Media revealed that a data broker owned by the country's major airlines, including Delta, American Airlines, and United, collected U.S. travelers' domestic flight records and sold access to them to Customs and Border Protection.
Right. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, why wouldn't they? Delta, American Airlines, United collected all the traveler data from American customers, including, their flight records, including where they were flying, what time they were flying, what plane they were on, where they were sitting on said plane, if there were any complaints made by them, how often you travel. Pura Vida Viz, doing all right, Danditso. How are you today? Good to see you, though.
And as part of the contract, CPB was
the
not
propaganda that we've been fed through shows and books and movies, etc., to make this kind of stuff seem cool and acceptable. It's disgusting. Yeah.
Allowed to reveal where that data came from. The data included things like passenger names, their full flight itineraries, and even financial details. Senator Ron Wyden, who I would argue is pretty much the only member of Congress that even remotely understands the tech landscape and is good on tech legislation, said, quote, "The big airlines, through a shady data broker that they own called ARC, are selling the government bulk access to America's sensitive information, revealing..."
By the way, it's not just big airlines. It's all of the corpos, every one of them. We've seen companies like 23andMe's data being used to further the surveillance state. We've seen, I mean, to be fair, any tech company, any social media company immediately already feeds everything to the state's head fucking AI servers anyway. Dude, busy current president of my country is calling for armed fight and their political party is acting up. So busy. God damn, you too, huh? Well, hopefully it goes better over there than it does here. Yeah, stay safe, mate. Geez, I'll need to look into that at some point.
And where they fly and the credit card that they used. Jake Laperque, Deputy Director of the Center for Democracy and Technology's Security and Surveillance Project, said, quote,
"Oh, no, it will rain on his parade, but he doesn't care. He said that the military are used to it raining, and he's fine with that." Clearly, he doesn't care about how many people are going to show up because they're getting paid to show up anyway, so...
Domestic airline data, like many other transaction and purchase records, generally doesn't require a warrant. There's still supposed to be a thorough legal process that ensures independent oversight and limits data collection to records that will support an investigation. As with many other types of sensitive and revealing data, the government seems intent on using data brokers to buy their way around important guardrails and limits. I hope that as more people become aware of surveillance tech, we can fight against this, because Waymo is just the tip of the iceberg. The cars are only a small part of the broader surveillance ecosystem that the government and private enterprises have constructed across the US.
And honestly, like, if you guys can get that fight done before this shit makes their way down to you, becomes so normalized that they fucking know everything about everyone and everything, you might have a better chance of success down there. So maybe, you know, get to it before they get all of the surveillance tech installed everywhere.
Systems like license plate readers, predictive policing algorithms, CCTV networks, and private mobile carriers are increasingly leveraged by law enforcement. And as the government is collecting more and more data on all of us, we constantly see data-driven enforcement being weaponized among the most marginalized people. For instance, with New York City's stop and frisk policy, 83% of stops targeted Black or Latino people. Flock Safety, private license plate readers deployed in...
Really surprising, the massive disparity in who's targeted. Shocking, in fact.
5,000 communities have faced multiple civil liberties lawsuits. With the rise of self-driving cars, we now have cameras roving around filming protests, street vendors, and people going about their everyday lives. Imagine all that footage fed into a centralized database combined with app-based location tracking, facial recognition, and predictive policing algorithms. As The Verge notes, Waymo's mission is to become the world's most trusted driver by making transportation safer and more accessible. And there are cases when Waymo releasing footage to law enforcement can be helpful, like when one of its vehicles witnesses a hit and run. But as the company becomes a bigger part of city life, it will inevitably come into conflict with all the many forces that are currently roiling in our country. And
again, like, it's not just Democrats that fucking hate Waymo. It's Republicans too. Republicans are not a fan of the surveillance industry.
And that's something that not even the world's most trusted driver can avoid. I think we need to push companies like Waymo, Tesla, and Cruise to publish public transparency reports detailing government data requests, how many and for what purposes, and how they responded to these government requests. Without this information, citizens remain in the dark. We also desperately need better privacy laws. Instead of pushing dangerous censorship bills like the Kids Online...
you know, like, better privacy laws is going to require a government willing to pass them, for one, and a government which is literally, like, able to pass any AI legislation at all, is also going to be actually literally necessary before we can do anything of the sort. But, you know, that's a whole other story. All right, now, really quickly, we're going to switch gears and touch on everything that was happening in the Middle East over the weekend. I will try and not spend too long on it, but clearly, I mean, there was a lot there, and at the very least, I do think that there is some stuff that's worth actually talking about this stream, even though, like, most of this stream will be focused on the protests and, you know, the military parade later on. So let me just get some of these links open. We're going to talk about Israel and the Iranian side of things as well as the fact that America has already sent warships to the region to protect Israel. In fact, not even MAGA is okay with that. They don't want to go to war in the Middle East. Definitely not for Israel. Now, different reasons, in fact, but still landing on the same end there of I don't want war. And actually, before we jump into that, I do want to talk about this image that I saw. It does relate very heavily, actually, in that apparently there is more diversity of thought on the political right than there is on the political left. And this is true. But let me show you what that diversity of thought is. This is the political diversity of thought on the right. the people who think that Israel is Hitler, and the people who think that Hitler was good because Jews bad. That's the diversity of opinions on the right, is Hitler bad and Hitler good. Whereas on the left, we all agree that Hitler is bad. I feel like that alone kind of does bring down the diversity of thought, you know? When you think Hitler's bad, it does limit a lot of what's going on the right. It's like half their party. The other half their party think that this is Hitler. And to be fair, as much as I despise Jackson Hinkle, and he is a Russian agent, and a lying grifter who doesn't actually believe in anything nor care about Palestine, or, I don't know, what's right or good or holy in the world, he is correct about that. So, you know. So, Israel struck Iran's capital of Tehran, as well as several other cities, in a preemptive strike on the morning of June 13th, or rather 12th for you Americans. In fact, one day after I predicted that they would, fucking unlucky me, of me thinking I got caught in the fake out that they threw towards Iran, where they had their jets flying right up to the border and then turned back. So, what happened? Well, as we saw, strikes all over Iran, from Tehran to, where else was it? We had Tehran to Natanz to Kermanshah to Isfahan, to like several other areas inside of Iran, all over the place, mostly aimed at nuclear infrastructure, but it's not just localized to Iran's nuclear facilities, but primarily, at least in the first wave, they were aiming for nuclear scientists, specifically in residential areas in Iran. And we'll see that in a second. But Israel then immediately declared a special state of emergency at home following launching their attack. Netanyahu flew off to, Greece, but we don't know if he's actually still there because they only saw his plane. Despite several rumors, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad was not hit, even though Iran had said that they would be hitting American bases in Iraq. They've also now taken this further and said that they would hit French and British bases as well. He pulled a Ted Cruz. That is true. So this was today, actually. This was, isn't this good? Is Iran is an enemy? Well, no, because Iran is objectively less evil than Israel is. So, like, Iran, honestly, is one of the few, like, governments that is acting rationally in the Middle East. And by acting rationally, I mean, they have, on several occasions, been provoked by Israel and have tried to de-escalate rather than escalate. I mean, we are talking like, we've had Israel bomb their consulate in Syria. We've had Israel bomb the capital of Iran, both this year and last year. We've had several, like, back and forth, like, missile launches between Israel and Iran. Iran, both times prior to this instance, having given Israel quite a bit of warning, at least for the first time. They gave almost, like, several days of warning of an impending attack. The second time was much shorter. In this case, Iran is well within its right to defend itself. Israel, unprovoked, attacked Iran on its soil and killed civilians inside of, like, residential buildings. So even though they are religious zealots, they're more level-headed than Israel, is what you're saying? Well, Israel is also religious zealots, and Israel is a death cult that wants to bring about the end of the world. So yeah. And by the way, like, if you don't know what I'm talking about there, here, let me send you a link that you could have a watch later, but at the same time, you could have a look at Ben Gvir and the Temple Institute. But Al-Aqsa Mosque. Basically, all of this is about Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is one of the very, 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 very holy sites for Islam. That is where Israel wants to build the Temple Mount. They want to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque, which would start a holy war, and they believe this to be the case in that, like, they brought 5 red cows over from Texas to Israel, where they need to, like, do blood sacrifice using these cows to make the Temple Mount, where they're going to build the temple after they tear down the mosque, like, purified or whatever the fuck, and all of this is about, like, a Book of Revelations shit. So, like, this is why, like, American right-wingers support Israel, because the Christian nationalists and the evangelical Christians actually think that this will bring Jesus back, and he will do the rapture, and all the good Christians will go to heaven. And the Jewish end of this is just, like, Jewish supremacy, mostly. But here is storming Al-Aqsa Mosque, the link here. You can have a watch for that later. We've watched this on stream already, so, like, I'm just not going to, at least this time around. This was an Iranian ballistic missile landing in downtown Tel Aviv today, which is wild. Several, actually, Israeli strikes did actually make it to the ground on Israel today. And clearly, like, the Iron Dome was overwhelmed. In fact, we've seen all of Israel's defenses activated at once and still be overwhelmed. That was a pretty fucking direct hit into the city center of Tel Aviv. I mean, that's not a small explosion. This later looked like essentially a giant mushroom cloud. Now, obviously, it wasn't a nuke, but I mean, here's an example of Israeli air defense intercepting a missile from Iran. Now, it could have been a missile. It could have also just been, like, shrapnel, but for example, let's see in a second. Iran has the right to defend itself. I agree. I mean, I guess especially against a country who started several wars. Metal Spork sounds like a weird metal indie band fusion concept. I do like that. It's been continuing on and off. In fact, Israel has openly said that they will be continuing these strikes for up to 2 weeks. They will be hitting Iran. Now, a residential area in central Israel was hit by a ballistic missile from Iran this morning. Reports say at least 10 was wounded. And I'm going to do this just once because I have to after covering Israel for a year. And you can get mad at me if you want. I don't really care. I have to at least once. Iran claims that the reason that they were targeting infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel is because they were using these residential buildings to store F-35 jets and submarines that they would secretly then bring out. You know, they were hiding in the residential buildings, as Israel would say. Obviously, this is a joke in a reference to Israel claiming that Hezbollah and Hamas hide, like, missiles inside of residential apartment buildings and then using that as justification to strike them with all of the people inside dying. At least in this case, that wasn't an intentional strike by Iran because most of Iran's strikes landed where they were meant to, which is military targets. Now also, imagine doing what Israel's been doing for like a year and a half, and then to try and farm sympathy like this. We would rather not be tweeting the same thing many times a day, but millions of Israelis keep running to shelters as Iran keeps shooting more ballistic missiles as Israel. Well, like, maybe you shouldn't have hit them first. Like, the idea that you can start a war with a foreign country, because let's make no mistake, they started a war with a foreign country and then get mad about that foreign country retaliating is fucking, like, psychotic. But, you know, that's par for the course here. I mean, here's another example. 12/12/2024. Don't you dare forget why this war began. 8/9/24. Don't start a war you can't win. If you start, don't complain about it. 17/5/25. Don't start a war you can't win. And if you do, don't cry about it. It's as simple as that. If you start a war, don't complain when you lose. 10/10/24. 6/5/25. What goes around comes around. Don't mess with us. Well, what do we have now? In a shelter again. Sorry, Maya, but if you start a war, don't complain when you lose, and don't cry about it. These were your rules. I feel like you should follow your own rules. Yeah. Listen, they were hiding missiles in that child. Yeah. Of course. Of course they were. GG. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. It was a tough night for Israel. I had to take shelter 5 times throughout the night. Your sympathy coverage has been denied. Yeah. I feel like I just could not give any less of a fuck. I have emerged from my lurk. Welcome back. So we're gonna take a look at this thread, because this is like the actual thread covering the 2 days of exchange so far. Let me just like refresh this in the case of like any changes happening since the last time I've opened it. Haha, Mike Huckabee. Yeah, I mean, sucks to suck. It seems crazy to have a big military parade celebrating the fact that 2 Democrat lawmakers lost their lives this morning to a right-wing conservative. Why hasn't Trump ended any foreign wars? Well, because Amber, he doesn't want to end foreign wars, and because he wants to kill Democratic lawmakers. It's like all of that just kind of works to be an extra check mark for their boxes. And also, like, think about the fact that we're talking about a potential martial law declaration today, right around the time where Trump has declared that we are going to send troops to Israel. And we're entering a war in the Middle East again, you know? So, military communication radar site near Quds, west of the Iranian capital of Tehran, was attacked by Israel. And then we had the Israeli Air Force main base of Iranian Army's 216th Armored Brigade in Zanjan province also getting hit. Look, Iran kind of had its entire military leadership just annihilated this morning. So, not this morning, through these strikes. I was crying over this shit yesterday. Yeah, look, it's pretty bad, guys. It's not gonna get any better. Unfortunately, I feel like this is just gonna continue on. I don't think that this can escalate until American troops are on the ground, because Israel can't invade Iran on its own. It just can't. It cannot. And Iran certainly does not have the capability to invade Israel. Again, both of these have both Syria and Iraq between these two countries. So all they can really do is continue to fire salvos at missiles at each other over and over again. And it will likely continue pretty much like this, with drones as well, for a while, at least until America enters the picture. Iranian army, around 2,000 missiles will be launched at Israel in upcoming strikes. They said 11 hours ago, and to be fair, they have launched quite a few already. And again, quite a few have gotten through, and the way that these missiles get through is by sending enough at a time that they overwhelm. Wow, that one's actually really cool. Holy shit. This is Israeli missile defense intercepting Iranian ballistic missiles in the exotosphere. Exotosphere. Is this...
Ooh.
That?
Ooh.
Hold on. That looks to be Thad. I'm a ghost now? Twitch hates me. This looks to be a THAAD battery, a terminal high altitude delivery device. That's what it is.
Ooh.
this is like that's American missile defense systems right there. It's either THAAD or it's Arrow. It's one or the other. Must be crazy to watch, to be in Israel right now, just watching to see which missiles get blown up and which don't. Well, I mean, like, if you're smart and you're in Israel right now, you're in a bunker, so, you know. But they hit quite a few. I've seen reports that there is radiation leak at Natanz. I've yet to see any confirmation on that, and I do believe that that is fake, thankfully, because that would be really bad if there was an actual radiation leak at the Natanz nuclear facility. If we do see anything like that, we will I will report that to you as well. But the most recent thing that I saw that was pretty big from this was Iran saying that they are seriously considering closing the Strait of Hormuz, which would be massive in increasing oil prices, and it would also massively assist Russia, who is struggling now that their oil and natural gas prices had gotten cut down like by 50%. Crude oil's up 8% today, so, you know, already, and that's without them having closed the Strait of Hormuz yet. So that would be pretty fucking bad. Now, besides from that, Israel put this graphic out just a couple hours ago, showing what it is that they did. Essentially, as we predicted, flying through Iraq and Syria, refueling planes generally, probably flying somewhere in the vicinity of like northeastern Syria, and hit all of these sites in Iran. Quite a lot. They have announced an elimination of 2 additional senior Iranian officials today, including the head of the intelligence directorate and the general staff of the Iranian armed forces. It's been pretty wild, actually. So, disinformation-wise, there's been a lot, one of which I've already pointed out, which was the radiation leak at Natanz. So far, that has not proved to be true. Honestly, like, if you, better than me actually going through this, because someone might, I don't know, glance on it when they're not paying attention and think that this is news. If you want to check to see if anything that you may have seen might be misinformation, that would be a good place to check. Now, I want to show you guys a couple of clips, because I think this might actually be the funniest clips from Piers Morgan I've ever seen. And I want to know if you guys are interested in watching this entire debate take place. But, I mean, like, get an understanding of what we're talking about. This shit is fantastic. Bassem Youssef did not hold back.
Everybody knows that you're lying. Your neighbor knows that you're lying. Your barista knows you're lying. Even your GPS avoids your house because of this thing that comes from your vicinity.
It was the weapons of mass destruction, yeah. That Iran is likely going to have a nuclear weapon soon, if not already. That was the entire point of the strike. In fact, actually, thanks for asking that, because I did forget to clarify here. In fact, the reason that this didn't happen earlier is because the Trump administration was trying to bring in a deal, make a nuclear deal, at least like something similar to the one that he took us out of, and him giving up is what led to this attack taking place. Essentially 3 or 4 days ago, I can't remember, it was probably 4 days ago, Trump met with senior Israeli officials at Camp David, and then essentially decided, fuck it, let's go. Preemptive war over weapons of mass destruction, I've never seen that playbook before. Well, also, like, added to that, warmongering and martial law do tend to go side by side quite well. All right, now let's get to this incredibly funny clip. I can hear, I need to go pee, but I'm gonna let this play while I go do that. I want to know if you guys want to actually watch this whole thing. This is fantastic.
Everybody knows that you're lying. Your neighbor knows that you're lying. Your barista knows you're lying. Even your GPS avoids your house because of this thing that comes from your vicinity. You guys are talking about these 2 ministers as if this is the exception. I mean, like, all of the Israeli cabinets have genocidal language. And Mr. Jonathan, con artist on the other side, he's like saying that they represent their constituents, which means the whole society, the whole community is genocidal. This is what they represent. And actually, I think we're asking the wrong question. We should be asking, instead of what should we do, we should start asking, why are we funding this? Why is my tax money, $30 billion to date, went to Israel to buy 2,000 pounds bombs and F-35s to dump Palestinians? Why is your tax money, Pierce, is going to the British government to finance this? If Israel wants to defend itself, let it defend itself by itself, not with my money. And also, this is like a country it's bragging that this lobby is buying off politicians in America. AIPAC is bragging about 80% of Congress being paid by them. If one politician in the EU, in Britain, in America was paid with bribed by Russian money, oh my God, you're going to have 6 months war coverage,
fantastic.
foreign interference.
On every note so far. First off, the joke of even your fucking GPS doesn't want to drive past your house because it doesn't want to get near the stench coming out of it. Fantastic. But yes, the point of why are we paying for this? That is an excellent fucking question. Instead of, I don't know, arguing over whether or not this is right or not, let's talk about why or what we should do going forward. I don't want to fucking pay for this shit. I don't want my tax money going to this. I'm sure most of you don't either.
Democracy, imperial corruption. But with Israel, crickets.
True.
Complete radio silence. And
again, Israel is a Baltic country. You do realize that Benjamin Netanyahu's real last name is what is it? Milkowitz or Miltsowitz? Hold on. Netanyahu real last name. It was very funny. Hold on. Real last name is Milkowski, rather. Here it is, Milkowski. That's his real last name. Dude's Polish. So.
And I brought this, by the way, many times, and it was just you flow over it. Because this is the real question, right? Because you would spend 3 hours talking...
Many Israelis actually come from Russia and the Baltics. But primarily from Russia. A lot of them immigrated to the Middle East and lived in Palestine in 1917, a lot more than immigrated later, following World War II.
About if this is a proportionate response, but we'll not talk about 3 minutes. Why is my money, why is hurricane relief funds in America are going to fund Israel? Also, I don't understand the relationship between America and Israel. It's it's the most effed up situation ever. We're the world's most pathetic sugar daddy. We give them billions of dollars and they shit on us. Like Mr. Jonathan said, now we're ganging on them. We're not helpful. Dude, we gave you $30 billion to bomb children and it's not enough for you.
True. It's so fucking true. So true. I was just going to say sugar daddy. Fuck yeah. We give them $30 billion to kill children and they still will act like we are mean to them.
I mean, at least when you pay a dominatrix, you know that you're getting fucked. But this is just America having a public humiliation king while getting fucked, and they call this foreign policy. They are arresting American students on American soils for protesting Israeli war crimes. What the hell, man? This is your crack whore making you beat your children for calling her what she is, a whore. This is what really boggles me in America. Savage. The right and the left, they fight each other tooth and nail over gun control, education, minorities' rights, healthcare, DEI. But when it comes to Israel, everybody competes to be Israel's favorite bitch. Republicans hate handouts.
He's going in.
Unless it's for Israel. And Democrats, they love human rights unless it's for the Palestinians. I mean, this is a Delulu state. You guys are Delulu. You are Delulu.
Yes, Delulu. Channel Anthony Albanese. Fucking Delulu state. My God. One more time.
Unless it's for Israel. And Democrats and American children for calling her what she is, a whore. This is what really boggles me in America.
Bassem Youssef. He's a former journalist. He's now a Egyptian comedian and television host.
The right and the left, they fight each other tooth and nail over gun control, education, minorities' rights, healthcare, DEI. But when it comes to Israel, everybody competes to be Israel's favorite bitch. Republicans hate handouts unless it's for Israel. And Democrats, they love human rights unless it's for the Palestinians. I mean, this is a Delulu state. You guys are Delulu. You are Delulu. I came here today to witness for myself how someone can lie so shamelessly. The guy is like a human pinball machine. Every question lies on him, ends on Hamas. It's like a magic 8-ball with one answer. Hamas.
It's like a magic 8-ball with one answer.
At least flat earthers, they make things interesting. You guys are boring. You are like the same thing. I left all of this.
I thought you guys
I left the media because of this. I come back. It's a freaking Groundhog Day. Every day, the same question, the same thing. Dude, nobody believes you. You are liars. Okay. The media is...
All right, you know what? I think we should watch this whole thing, guys. I think we should. I think we kind of have to watch this whole thing. Don't you? I just want to show you one more sneak peek, and then you guys can decide. But, like, genuinely fantastic work.
First of all, Piers, welcome to the behavior of narcissistic psychopath. They love bomb you, and then when you make a single criticism about that, they go all flip like batshit on you. Welcome, Habibi. Also, like Jonathan, like overuses the word anti-Semitism so much, it's like a used condom at this point. You know, completely stretched out, lost all its protection, and nobody wants to touch it anymore. Jonathan uses Hamas more like a crackhead uses excuses, right?
Woo! Fan-fucking-tastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. My God. All right, well, before we watch that, might as well finish up on this. UK says support Israel, even though they were really mad at Israel for like a month now, but clearly they got... And now they're whipped again. Oh, here's the other thing. Israel's attack on Iran stole notes from Ukraine. They seem to have used pretty much the same method of sneaking in what appears to be a commercial vehicle, reportedly used as a drone launcher, self-destructing near Tehran and launching several drones out of it and then going and attacking inside of Iran, which is very similar to what, you know, the Ukrainians did inside of Russia. Stop it, he's dead already, basically. Came out of boxes like these. It's also been reported that Israel may have actually built a drone factory inside of Tehran. And, like, if that's true, that's actually huge. That shit is only cute when Ukraine does it, not cool when fascists do. True. True, true, true. All right, now let me pull up the video with Bassem Youssef on Piers Morgan, and we can have a look at the full video. But first, actually, there is one more thing I did want to touch on, and it is we have really come full circle. A lot of people were mentioning the Iraq War earlier when we were talking about, you know, the weapons of mass destruction justification. Well, look who's come right back full circle. It's John fucking Bolton.
The United States should be helping Israel conduct these attacks.
What the United States needs to do now, although I don't have any idea whether the Trump administration will do it,
get American forces into the region to defend Israel.
To defend our deployed forces, to defend our Arab friends in the Gulf region. And then also, we should be beginning to plan phase 2 of this.
Phase 2. We want to plan phase 2 of this. This really sounds like, you know, maybe we've been planning this for a couple decades at least, and to be clear, we have.
Given the destruction of the Israeli military facilities, it's now time to think of the campaign for regime change in Iran, because there will never be...
regime change. Yes, you know, the old school fucking right-wing tactic. We really got the warmonger neocon shit back, even under MAGA. Can't say I'm shocked, though. Well, like, I kind of am. Like, this kind of shit MAGA hates. MAGA fucking hates John Bolton, for one. But also, like, MAGA does not want to go to war for Israel. The fact that we have sent, like, warships over there have created a shitstorm on the right. Or Trump, because they're mad that he's supporting Israel. Is this how we make sure we get our own oil from now on? Well, you do realize that we already produce more than enough oil to be self-sufficient in the United States, and natural gas, mind you.
Peace and security in the Middle East until that regime is gone.
No, this one's for fun and to sell weapons because the MIC needs to make money. Oh, also, I want to show you this because this was creepy. This is the most on point Netanyahu impression I've ever seen. But yeah, no, we produce plenty of oil in the United States. The reason that we want to do this is because it makes the military-industrial complex quite a lot of money.
Has the right to defend itself by dragging America into our wars, even in the middle of American negotiations with Iran. Please pray for Israel's safety as we exercise our birthright in bombing civilian infrastructure all over Iran.
It's like fucking scary good
Israel
impression.
has the right to defend itself by dragging America into our wars.
Like,
even
this man doesn't even have a punchable face, but like the voice makes his face like 80 billion times more punchable.
Middle of American negotiations with Iran.
All right.
Mr. Jonathan von Artist, all of the Israeli cabinets have genocidal language. We should start asking, why are we funding this?
I think you should opt.
All right, I feel like we can skip the fucking intro music, and honestly, I feel like we can skip this fucker's intro too. Honestly, I kind of only want to hear Bassem Youssef talk this entire video.
Yeah, it puts into question if it really is a close ally, and I think I'm very disappointed. I think it is egregious. I think it's wrong. I think that decision is hypocritical. I think it is unfair and probably impossible standards that are only applied against Israel, and I think it is very unhelpful. And I think that Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the same words, very unhelpful. For the UK and a few other countries to gang up against Israel and to do that.
I will say that
I didn't vote for either of those two ministers, and I probably don't share many of their views and definitely not their language and style of communications. But I will say that they were democratically elected, and that in Israel, which is more than I can say about a lot of people and so-called leaders in the region who are not under UK sanctions.
Okay,
and
I think we can skip a bit more forward.
Supported because it doesn't support the UNRWA mechanism that is in place, that keeps Hamas in place, and because it is perhaps the beginning of the end for Hamas. And a lot of people have a vested interest in Israel not defeating its enemy.
Okay.
Like Israel. Israel has a vested interest in Israel not defeating its enemy. Oh, speaking of, how could I possibly forget the most important thing that I forgot to mention regarding Iran striking Israel? In fact, Shufa Poofer, your question really should have made me remember. No, it wasn't just the weapons of mass destruction, you know, we have to premeditatively strike them because they might have nukes soon. No. It was also the fact that yesterday, the Israeli Knesset was going to hold a vote on whether or not to disband Netanyahu's war cabinet. And then they bombed Iran, which started a new war, which made it so they couldn't vote to disband Netanyahu's war cabinet. In fact, at the point yesterday, 55% of Israel expected that was polling that Netanyahu cared more about remaining in power than he cared about, anything to do with Gaza. But obviously, like, we already knew that. But it was just to put off, no, it was not to put off elections. It was that he was done. Like, they were going to put him out of government, and then they were going to put the investigations back up into corruption, which there have been many investigations in Israel against corruption for Netanyahu. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that they've been at war or, doing a genocide, whichever, of the phrasing we want to use here. Obviously, like, in their heads, in Israel, they're going to call it at war, whether or not it's a genocide or not. That was the only thing holding it off. And so they would have, if everything went according to plan, and I don't mean like, the bomb Iran plan, it would have been put to a vote, and it very likely would have ended up with the entire war cabinet being dissolved. So there was that.
Your response?
You guys are talking about these 2 ministers as if this is the exception. I mean, like all of the Israeli cabinets have genocidal language. And Mr. Jonathan, con artist on the other side, he's like saying that they represent their constituents, which means the whole society, the whole community is genocidal. This is what they represent. And actually, like I think like we're asking the wrong question. We should be asking, like, instead of what we do, we should start asking, why are we funding this?
Yes, okay. Why so we can skip just a little bit forward because we saw all of that already.
But if this is a proportionate response, but we're not. If one politician in the EU, in Britain, in America was paid with bribed by Russian money, oh my God, you're going to have 6-month wall-to-war coverage, foreign interference, democracy, imperial corruption. But with Israel, crickets, complete radio silence. And I brought this, by the way, many times, and it was just like you flow over it. Because this is the real question, right? Because you would spend 3 hours talking about if this is a proportionate response, but we'll not talk about 3 minutes. Why is my money, why is hurricane relief funds in Carolina, in America, are going to fund Israel? Also, like, I don't understand the relationship between America and Israel. It's like, it's the most effed up situation ever. We're like the world's most pathetic sugar daddy. We give them billions of dollars and they shit on us. Like Mr. Jonathan said, now we're ganging on them. We're not helpful. Dude, we gave you $30 billion to bomb children, and it's not enough for you. Like, I mean, at least when you pay a dominatrix, you know that you're getting fucked. But this is just America having a public humiliation king while getting fucked, and they call this foreign policy. They are arresting American students on American soils for protesting Israeli war crimes. What the hell, man? This is like your crack whore making you beat your children for calling her what she is.
What a wild analogy.
And the thing, this is what really boggles me in America. The right and the left, they fight each other tooth and nail over gun control, education, minorities' rights, healthcare, DEI. But when it comes to Israel, everybody competes to be Israel's favorite bitch. Republicans hate handouts unless it's for Israel. And Democrats, they love human rights unless it's for the Palestinians. I mean, this is a Delulu state. You guys are Delulu. You are Delulu. Like, I came here today to witness for myself how someone can lie so shamelessly. The guy is like a human pinball machine. Every question lies on him, ends on Hamas. Is like a magic 8-ball with one answer. Hamas. Yani, at least flat earthers, they make things interesting. You guys are boring. You are like the same thing.
What do I think's going through Piers's head right now? Beans on toast, just like rotating in a circle like it's a microwave. This is funny, but it's a good deal for the US government when you figure that Israel is just their weapon to wield. Well, like, not even really, Shoof, because Israel doesn't do what we want them to do. You know what I mean? Like, if this did actually function in the way that you would imagine a relationship like this would function, if it was our weapons, we would call the shots, and, you know, like, that would make sense. But no, like, we just pay for them to do whatever the fuck they want, and then spit in our faces, and then say that we're anti-Semitic for not giving them more. Advantageous for the military-industrial complex in terms of capitalism, sure, but like not even the like United States government. But like, yeah, it's good for the MIC, it's good for capitalism. It's not good for America.
I left all of this. I left the media because of this. I come back. It's a freaking Groundhog Day. Every day, the same question, the same thing. Dude, nobody believes you. You are liars.
Okay.
In this case, sure, but like that's not necessarily been the case. In, like, Joe Biden supported the genocide, but Joe Biden wouldn't have, like, I don't know, wanted them to start the genocide. And once they did, he did support them. And he did, like, draw, like, shitty, like, fake red lines and all of that. So you could argue that it could have been plausible deniability, and I can't really, like, make an argument that counters that, because it realistically could be. Even through that, and well before that, we were still training ICE agents in Tel Aviv. We're still training cops in Tel Aviv. So, like, you could be right. It could be benefiting us through plausible deniability for it not being a proxy war. But at the same time, like, Americans and the American government don't want to go to war in Iran for Israel. And that includes Donald Trump. Trump does not want to go to Iran and fight for Israel. So, like, even in that case, like, it still feels weird to say that it benefits us, because I know for a fact that Trump isn't lying when he says he doesn't want to go fight in Israel. Now, of course, he is doing that, and that's because he is a bitch, but not because he wants to do that. He wants to go fight wars in other places, not in Iran. He wants to bomb Iran, but he wants to invade, like, Greenland. And we can't do that if we're sending boots on the ground to Iran. I can't get the Palantir goofball out of my head now when I see these things happen. Teehee, we're doing it. Technological operation and solutions, folks. Yep.
Okay, let me just say, well, since you haven't been on media for a while, Bassem, you probably would have noticed that I've become quite unpopular, actually, with the pro-Israeli lobby, because I've been increasingly critical of Netanyahu and his government.
What a fucking soy way to say that. Like, well, I don't know. You haven't, been watching the media for a while, Bassem. So I did want to say that I'm not actually a Hitlerite anymore. I've changed. I've gotten better. And like now, even like the Israelis are mad at me because of how outspoken I am in Palestinian liberation. I almost got through that one with a straight face. I almost did. Yeah, he wants a fucking cookie. Good for you.
I believe they have.
Because if you're not your doormat, if you're not
entirely accurate,
then they will not do it. Yeah.
Well, okay, but
Piers, that's
all right,
not
but that's
entirely
just
accurate.
you may have missed that. But Jonathan Comrickis, your response to what Bassem Youssef said: dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and
no, sorry, no.
Well, I could choose to respond to many things. I could respond to your foul language.
Yes, great response. Dry skin and wrinkles.
I could respond to how low you speak. I could respond to your nonsense rhetoric. And basically, I think it shows that you've been out of the business for a while because you're regurgitating a lot of stuff that's really old.
I think... you know what? Sorry, I can't listen to the fucking Zionist talk, so I'm just gonna jump to Bassem speaking again. You look so fucking bored, man. That was Piers' ad break in the middle of this very important discussion. It was indeed.
Yeah. As evolved, it does stand for that.
Campaigning.
Well, I'm going to go to Bassem for his response, but since you brought that up about this program and what it represents,
10 allegations against me, and I don't get to respond.
Okay, well, I'm going to let Bassem respond. But
wait, hold on. Did we miss Bassem say something? Because it looked like this whole fucking segment Jonathan got to talk for. Yeah, look, I don't see Bassem's mouth open at all up until that point. Yeah,
that is my response to what you said. So Bassem.
So let's.
Well, I didn't, finish making a coherent sentence.
Well, let Bassem finish first.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, by all means.
I didn't interrupt you. All right? You asked me about Egypt. I'll answer you about Egypt.
You didn't.
Egypt
and I appreciate
takes
that.
1/3 of the aid that Israel receives, while Egypt...
Oh, okay. Just to clarify here, what this fucker said is, why are you complaining about how much money that Israel gets when Egypt is the second largest beneficiary of U.S. grants, which is nowhere near the amount of money that Israel gets, by the way. He also said that why isn't Egypt taking in Gazans? That tried to say, like, this is cruel and evil of Egypt for not allowing Gazans into Egypt from Gaza.
Have 10 times the population. Egypt never received $30 billion to murder children and bomb hospitals. Egypt was never allowed to have the privilege of having more than 58 vetoes in the Security Council, right? And also, why doesn't Egypt take Palestinians? This is like someone going into Fifth Avenue, shooting someone in the face, and it's like, why do the neighbors don't bury the body? You're the guy doing the killing, not Egypt. So stop talking about Egypt. Anyways, and I would like to, like Johnson and his likes, to please stop Zionizing us. Stop the Zionizing.
Wait, hold on. This is great. Zionizing us. This is a new verb. Honestly, I love it.
Like Johnson and his likes, to please stop Zionizing us. Stop the Zionizing. Zionizing, it's a verb. which means to gaslight someone with such shameless, narcissistic, psychopathic audacity that you deny reality to their faces while simultaneously playing the victim, engaging in endless circle debates that go nowhere and displaying a complete loss of empathy and basic humanity.
Literally just like lit him on fire. Holy shit.
Right? Remember, Pierce, why the first video went viral? Because I called Israel a narcissistic, psychopathic behavior that fucks you over and then makes you think it's your fault. Because this is what Israel does. It didn't happen. And if it did, you're remembering it wrong. And if you're not, it's your fault because you're looking into my phone. Narcissists lived in their own made-up reality. They don't share your reality. They live in their own custom-made universe.
By the way, you could take this and apply this 100% to MAGA as well, but that's like a whole different conversation. Let's continue on.
Where facts are negotiable and truth is whatever serves them in the moment. And when it comes back and when you corner them, they throw tantrums, accusation, Hamas, anti-Semitism, full victimhood mood. And it's pointless to debate with them, right? Because take him, for example, and the likes of him. You show them a video, it didn't happen. You show them UN reports, these are lies. You mention international law, it's complicated. You get testimonies on the ground from doctors and nurses at Hamas propaganda. We saw it with our own eyes. Your optic nerve is anti-Semitic. Like Israel is like Shaggy. We saw you on the hot.
Your optic nerve is anti-Semitic is the best line I've ever heard. Sorry, one more time for that one.
On the ground from doctors and nurses at Hamas propaganda. We saw it with our own eyes. Your optic nerve is anti-Semitic. Like Israel is like Shaggy. We saw you on the hospital. It wasn't me. We saw you kill the children. It wasn't me. Dude, your war crimes are documented. Hamas propaganda. Also, it wasn't me. There is no point.
Hamas propaganda. Also, it wasn't me. Somebody call an ambulance.
Debating gaslighters. We have 4K videos, satellite imagery, and your own soldiers posting on TikTok bragging about killing children. But of course, yeah, the entire planet is having a mass hallucination, right? This is like Israel has the same credibility as a Ponzi scheme, right? This is why I'll give you an example how Delulu is Israel, right? Israel calls itself, I mean, he was in the IDF and he tell you, the most moral army in the world. Also, they call themselves the most vegan army in the world. So Jonathan here is representing an organization that is both vegan and genocidal. Yani we will not eat chicken, but inshallah, we will bomb a hospital and barbecue it. Do you see how...
Won't eat chicken, but inshallah, we will bomb the hospital and barbecue it.
How fucked up is this? This is like calling Jeffrey Dahmer the most vegetarian serial killer in history, right? Okay. And this is one more thing. Does any army in the world call itself moral? This is another trait of narcissistic psychopathic behavior because they project to the world the exact opposite of who they are. If they lie, they brag about being honest. If they cheat, they lie, they brag about being faithful. And if they are
so much, fuck, what's the word? Not vindication, but like, it's like a release of pent-up stress as this. It's like I needed this release. As a vegan, I find their propaganda disgusting. True. That's a great point. No military ever even tries to claim to be moral on that level. Like, yeah, because why would they be? They're a military.
Sheep, they brag about being generous. And if they are criminal, genocidal, they brag about being moral, the most moral, actually.
Okay. I mean, look, I would take away from that something that you and I, Jonathan, have reached agreement about, which is it remains appalling to me that international media and journalists are not allowed into Gaza to examine the veracity of all these claims from an independent perspective, because that would go a long way to answering the complaint, which is completely valid by Bassem, that every time there is any kind of incident which reflects badly on Israel, the immediate response is to shed doubt over it ever happening or to say it's Hamas propaganda or whatever. And the reason for that is because the Israeli government knows that there are no independent journalists from outside allowed in.
Independent review is Hamas propaganda.
And of
also,
course,
it wasn't
nearly 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed by airstrikes. So,
several of those 1,000 actually being done in the first 2 weeks. Cathartic. Thank you, Brain Matter.
There is
several thousand Palestinian journalists being killed in the first 2 weeks of the genocide because they used Palantir's AI Lavender to compile a list of 39,000 names meant for execution early on in the genocide.
So on that, I know that, Jonathan, you and I think, agree about that, right? I think it would be in Israel's interest and the world's interest if they simply lifted the ban on journalists and allowed independent journalists to do their job and verify all these things that are happening. I mean, you agree, right? Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans...
My God, how many ads are you going to run? Real quick, while we're, you know, just like stopping for an ad break really quickly, I will bring in the fact that Hoffman is alive, thankfully. John Hoffman is not dead. The bullet very nearly missed his heart, family members say. So it does look like Hoffman will survive. So that's good.
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with you, and I think it was that little Canadian Jew, self-hating Jew, I forgot his name, who repeated the same lies or the same story about media. And I remember telling you, Piers, that I will personally see you in the Gaza Strip if you decide to come over, since you have been campaigning on this, and since I think
Do we know a lot about that shooter, other than he obviously a right-wing monster? All we know is that he dressed up like a cop and that he is a right-winger. And that he had a like SUV that was the same make and model as like police SUVs and was kitted out with like lights. All right, you know what? Fuck it. All I want to hear is Bassem right now. I don't give a fuck with what Jonathan Conman over here has to say.
Do you know how difficult it is for an Israeli to believe that Gazans are starving when I see in social...
What did he say?
Difficult to speak about evidence. You know how many videos I've seen of fat Gazans, of fat Hamas fighters?
Show me one. Show me one fat Gazan, please. I'm begging you. One fat Gazan.
Of overweight Gazans. Do you know how difficult it is for an Israeli to believe that Gazans are starving when I see in social media that there are open hotels, that the markets have fresh produce, and that I know the amount of food that is coming into the Gaza Strip? So allow me to question and doubt everything what you say. Yeah, Habibi, allow me to question and doubt everything that you say, Mr. Comedian Bassem. And because you don't have standing, you don't have knowledge, you're outdated, you're repeating. I'll give you credit for saying
Zionism is literally anti-Semitic, so you know.
Catchy things and sound bites, you do that very well. But in terms of actually knowing what's going on in Gaza, you have no clue. You're a complete uneducated person who is just regurgitating monologues and catchy names and popular culture at
And you don't think that branding Gazans a bunch of fat people who aren't starving, you think that's not a catchy little phrase
to get attention? This is the funniest shit I've ever heard.
I mean, come on.
Like,
really, Jonathan? You're reduced to saying that all Gazans are so overfed, they're all fat. Come on, man.
Send them treadmills and pelotons.
Piers, the only really skinny people that I've seen in Gaza, you know who they were? They were Israeli hostages that were starved by Hamas.
Yes, sure, of course. Yeah, I believe that 100%. Yep. Only skinny people in Gaza are the Israelis that Hamas was starving. Sure.
They are the only skinny people, malnourished and tortured people that I've seen coming out of Gaza. They are the only ones that have been really malnourished. All the other ones that I've seen, and believe me, I have watched hours and hours of footage of Gaza that none of you have taken.
This is the type of behavior of the people that then go and commit a preemptive attack and start a war and then cry about it afterward.
The time to watch, and I've seen a lot of healthy and some of them, yes, overweight.
To verify whether there are actually any starving people in Gaza. Why don't you, if you're so right, and all the Gazans are incredibly fat from all the extra food they've been eating.
No, that's not what I said.
You did,
Piers,
actually.
I didn't say that.
You
literally did.
No, I didn't say that. I said that
let the journalists in, and we can analyze just how many fat people in Gaza there are.
This genuinely has to be the funniest, like, debate, like, Piers Morgan has ever hosted.
Who've been overfed in the last few months.
And we can analyze how many times UN organizations have weathered
the thing is, Jonathan, you can say what the hell you like, but we can't verify it, can we? You won't let journalists get in to verify it.
I'll say it now a fourth time, Piers. I will invite you personally. I am inviting you personally a fourth time, and I've said it, I think 3 or 4 months ago.
Yes, but you're inviting Piers Morgan, the man who is far too terrified to venture into Gaza. How about you, like, I don't know, pick a real journalist?
Before that on your show, I said,
Tim
Piers,
Pool.
I agree that you should be able to get access to it because you have been campaigning.
And you would let me go anywhere in Gaza.
Even if they were fat, malnutritious, still has severe consequences. This is true, but like we know what they mean by that.
I would accompany you and make sure that you would get access. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Actually, yeah. That's actually why they intercepted the Freedom Flotilla. It was to help get the BMI of the Gazans in check. You know, they were just they were getting too fat.
That you get in and that you get the opportunity to speak with Palestinians. Yes.
All right.
I think that you would have a good opportunity to do it.
I was promised equal
your
time.
response.
I've spoken for 3 minutes or even less, and the rest he's spoken. This is unfair. Like, come on, guys.
Well, you had equal time until that last exchange where I was arguing with him. So now you can respond.
The man probably saw like I don't know, a corpse that had swelled up, and that's what he's looking at. Yeah.
So first of all, Israel is known. They have broken more international laws than Diddy has violated young rappers. Right? This is bullshit. Right. This is.
I was gonna go with Israel has broken more international laws than there are international laws, but you know, then Diddy violated young rappers is one way that you could go about that. Yeah.
This is the problem with debating with pathological liars than him. It's like trying to nail jelly to the wall. It's messy, it's pointless, and everybody watching knows that you're wasting your time. Pathological liars don't argue with you. They argue to exhaust you, right? The whole point is to drag you into pointless and a maze of circular logic that you either give up or you lose your temper, right?
By the way, this is why you don't debate with the right, by the way, anymore. He says a Gazan that wasn't dead and thought that's too much meat. Yeah, exactly.
Evidence, they question the source. You give them the sources are biased. You show them video footage, the footage is taken out of context. You give them the context, it's complicated. For them, truth is not a destination. Truth is a moving target, right? Everything can be always debated, including gravity, right? Reality for them is another opinion. War crimes becomes allegation, genocide becomes a conflict, dead children becomes casualties in a very sad, complex situation. Words have no meaning anymore, right? So they do all of that while maintaining this calm, reasonable demeanor, you know, like him. He has like a resting genocide face. Like, you know, it's like crazy, right? They're here to waste time while people die. So you don't debate with pathological liars. You diagnose it, right? Because this is a problem. And also I've been hearing, I just want to ask, like,
you're absolutely right,
do you practice in the mirror this victim voice? Like, because you just sounded as if the most powerful nuclear power in the region are hiding under the bed like a small puppy. This is crazy. And also, let's talk about journalists. How many times Israel killed journalists? And then it's like, it didn't happen. It wasn't us. No, it was us. But it's an accident.
Let's talk about journalists.
It wasn't us, but it was an accident. Actually, this is Hamas propaganda, but also it wasn't me. I love this man. I do. I love this man.
Don't interrupt me. Basha, don't interrupt me. Hamas? It didn't happen. It wasn't us. No, it was us. But it's an accident.
Let's talk about journalists. Let's talk about journalists by all means.
Don't interrupt me. Basha, don't interrupt me. Hamas? Like, it's not us.
Let's talk about journalists, indeed, about Hamas.
Let's talk about journalists. Shut up. I didn't interrupt you. Shut the fuck up. So anyways, like, you have like
don't
journalists.
Tell me to shut the fuck up and don't use that language with me, Mr.
And
Bassem.
they have...
Don't use that language with me.
Bad language and you're killing people. Malish, I'm so sorry if my language is hurting your feeling. Again,
Malish, don't use that language with me.
I'm using bad language and you are killing people. I'm sorry if my language is hurting you. Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Try to keep it civilized. Do it for a second. Try to.
You are one to call it be civilized. Jesus Christ. Maybe you should try taking your own advice.
Keep it civilized.
Civilized. Okay, Habibi, mesh. المهم. Anyways, like, let's talk about journalists. Like, let's talk about journalists. How many times they killed journalists, all right? And how many times they denied it, then say, like, it's Hamas. Like, it was not us. It was a mistake. We will investigate. And let's talk about journalists back. Let's talk about Asa Weinstanley, a British journalist in London. His house was raided by British police for writing and exposing Israeli war crimes, for exposing their claims on October 7th, for exposing the rape hoax. He debunked the rape hoax. He exposed the Hannibal Directive. This is a guy sitting in London talking about a foreign country, and he was raided by British police. So I want to ask everybody who cares about freedom of expression, including you peers, like, shouldn't you be worried that one of your nationals, a British journalist, he shares your same profession, to be raided by London police and his equipment taken away for writing about a foreign country? What does this tell you about England? What does this tell you about Israel? What does it tell you about the so-called freedom of expression in the West? Right? So this is the problem. Like, this is the problem of dealing with people.
So let me ask you a question, Bassem. Let me ask you a question, because I've given Jonathan a hard time. I think he's deserved it after some of the things he said. And let me give you a different type of question. The Israelis say, and have said from the start, all that has to happen is Hamas release the remaining hostages. And they have steadfastly refused to release the people that they kidnapped on October 7th, 2023.
ICE needs to release all the hostages. California deserves to defend itself, and so does every other American state. ICE is a terrorist organization. Yada, yada, yada. Let's go.
Why don't they release the hostages? And do you condemn them for not releasing them?
You see, this is the problem.
I don't
going hard on him, Piers. Really? Do you condemn?
No, hold on. Let me actually answer this. I don't condemn Hamas for not releasing the hostages, because when you are fighting against, you know, like a genocidal power who wants to kill everybody in the region that you live in, having hostages is what's keeping you alive. And if I was suffering a genocide and I had hostages, I would not release those hostages until I was sure that I would live through the genocide. Remember June 7th, 2025, true. Now, not to say that it's a good thing to, like, take hostages, and obviously, like, I don't think what Hamas did was good. Obviously, like, attacking anyone is bad. Attacking any unarmed civilians is bad. Even Israeli civilians, even Russian civilians, still bad. Attacking unarmed civilians. Would have, you know, who would have thought? You know, you could have a consistent position on that. But taking that and putting that to one side, after the fact, I don't really put any blame on Hamas for not releasing the hostages when, like, that's kind of the only thing keeping them alive. You can't really expect them to give up the only thing that is preventing them from all being murdered without any, I don't know, let's say, guarantee that they won't be murdered.
Hamas, seriously?
Your voice is annoying. Stop. Your voice
so
is
yours, but that's okay.
Maybe.
But I manage.
I know, but you know what? People pay to come to my shows. They won't pay to come to yours. Anyways, so here's the...
What's preventing it exactly? Well, like, first of all, nothing anymore, because, like, all the hostages are already gone. Like, Hamas does not have any hostages right now, as far as I know. They might actually... I might be wrong about that, but does Israel not bomb because there are hostages there? No, of course not. They still do. It's just, like, I don't know, the degree of which. Over 50? Okay. Still there? Really? And you're all still alive? Because, last I checked, yeah, I was gonna say most are dead, yeah. I was gonna say, because last I checked, like, the exchange of, like, hostages resulted in, like, some living hostages, but then some, like, bodies. So I was kind of assuming that if I had any more living hostages, they would have, traded them. If most are dead, then yeah, okay, sure. In that case, then, like, at this point, not really. Not much of a difference. But if we were talking, like, a year ago, then yeah, I would have, like, not blamed Hamas for not releasing them. At this point, I don't think it matters. At this point, I don't think Israel even really cares about the hostages. I don't think they ever actually did, considering they killed the vast majority of those hostages. This emotionless ghoul is just being cooked the entire time. He's barely even human in his responses. He's like AI. You're assuming the Israeli government cares about Israeli hostages? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just trying to cover all sides of this. I have said for the longest time that Israel is the one killing those hostages by A, starving them, by A, blocking medical aid, by blocking, I don't know, power, water, food, and then on top of that, bombing. So, you know.
I'm not going to go into a pissing contest with
nothing at this point. But like a year ago, like a year ago, it was still worth keeping the hostages because at that point, like from Hamas's perspective, it wasn't very clear yet that like had they actually did give up all the hostages, that they all still wouldn't get killed anyway. And like at that point, once you know that, then it makes no difference which way you go about it, regardless. Hostages are beneficial is a conceptual excuse for aggression, but I guess they don't really have to exist to serve that purpose for Israel. Exactly. They don't have to serve that purpose. All of the hostages could have been returned and they still would have kept doing this. My point is, it never prevented the Israeli government from doing anything. Oh no, of course not. But like, you can't fault someone for having like a false sense of security from a hostage that they're holding, right? If you're holding a hostage, at least you would think that it is doing something for you. And to have a false sense of security from the hostage that you're holding, like that makes sense. It wouldn't have been real. It wasn't actually preventing anything, but I could see them believing that. And aggression is such a mild term for genocide. That's true.
And because you will lose.
You can have that title, you can be a satirican.
You will definitely lose.
Answer my question.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let's talk about credibility. Like, this is what Israel claims. Why would I believe anything that Israel says?
Piers, did you ask him a question, or is this another monologue?
I do want an answer to the question, Bassem. I think that's only fair, right? I mean, it's a very straightforward question.
I'm telling you, this is Israel claims. Why do I believe a liar? Israel has lost its credibility.
Well, you don't dispute there are still hostages, do you? Or do you?
It's not. You realize that like Hamas aren't filled with like smart people, right? Just like how like the IDF isn't filled with mortal people, or also really smart people for the most part either, because you know fascists are stupid by like nature. So
yeah, these negotiations have fallen many times within the government because people inside the Netanyahu government didn't went through.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question I asked you.
You have testimonies from.
Yeah, but that wasn't. But hang on, Bassem. That
Wait, are
wasn't
we
the
done
question
with the
I asked
funnies?
you. I simply said, why haven't they released the hostages? And do you?
Well, you can ask Hamas.
Well, hang on.
Sure, there's some smart.
Let me remind you, but and do you condemn?
The vast majority of the smart decisions are made by AI at this point, which is kind of sad considering the smart decisions are made by AI, and AI is not all that particularly smart.
Hamas for not releasing them.
Oh my God. You condemn Hamas. You could. Yes. I condemn Hamas. This is great. Even if they have hostages, even if Hamas was a vampire sucking baby's blood, what is happening there is not justifiable. You do not destroy a whole population.
That's a different question. A different question.
That's
a different question. And I agree with you. By the way, Bassem, I agree with. I actually agree with you. But my question is very simple. Should Hamas release the hostages, and does the fact they keep refusing to, do you condemn that? A simple question.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. Hamas have agreed to, again, I'm not a Hamas representative.
Also,
I cannot speak for them. But we all know that Hamas has agreed. Then Israel comes. No. Israel has sabotaged this deal many times.
Every time.
On testimonies from inside the Israeli government and from the family of the hostages. Israel is the one that's been sabotaging this.
But answer my questions.
I am answering your questions.
You're not.
It's not that
and this is what I mean by
because Israel has sabotaged.
Should they release the hostages, and do you condemn them for not releasing them?
Of course they should. Of course they should.
And do you condemn them for taking the hostages and not releasing them?
Okay, you're saying that they planned the attack that started all of it for years, but are you forgetting the fact that like 70 years of occupation, that Israel has also been attacking them for 75 years. Yeah, this started well before October 7th. And like Israel is built as a terrorist state. It was built by militias that tried to work with the Nazis in 1945, 1943. Of course it started before, but not to this extent, not nearly. No, actually, exactly to this extent. What do you expect to happen when you keep people in a, I don't know, open-air concentration camp for more than a decade? Remember that, like, by October 7th, the vast majority of Gaza was under 18. They had not been alive long enough to ever see a Gaza that wasn't run by Hamas. Like, they had no election. And one of the militias work with militias, the smallest one, but okay. Okay, no, that not necessarily. First of all, the one that like famously did turned into the ruling party of Israel, the Likud party. But no, it wasn't just one. It was several. You can go back and look at like letters that Albert Einstein wrote about Israel in 1948, talking about how it was a fascistic country with with a government style that was very reminiscent of the Nazis. Like, this was 1948, and Einstein was writing this shit, all right? It's more than just one. And I've talked about this in detail in other streams before, so we're not going to get distracted.
I condemn Hamas for not releasing the country, and I condemn Israel for keeping more than 25,000 hostages in Israel.
Also true. Why not Israel release the hostages? How about the Sidi Timan hostages, where they are literally like jamming fucking like batons up people's asses? In 48, the ruling party was socialist, not Likud. Was it nationalist socialists? Was it maybe the party that predated the Likud, the one that turned into the Likud? Also, I didn't say that it was the Likud party that Albert Einstein was talking about. I said in 48, Einstein wrote that letter, and that the government was reminiscent of Nazis and of fascism, not that it was specifically about the Likud party. That was still a letter written in 48 by Einstein. No, it was the party that turned into the Labour Party. Okay, so most of Israel is Hitlerite. Like, more than half of the population thinks that it's, like, they support killing every Gazan. More than half, as of the last poll that we looked at, which was a week ago.
Half of them is women and children, right? And the thing is, again, let me go back to my point. Credibility. Israel has lied many times. You have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, went in front of the UN right before they bombed Lebanon. And he said every house in South Lebanon, in their kitchen, in their garage, harbors a missile for Hezbollah. If this is not comedy, what is this? How can you believe someone who said something?
Have you been to southern Lebanon?
And he said,
have you been there? Do you know anything about it? No,
yeah, of course,
don't say that. Have you been there? Do you know anything about it? Out of the three of us, I'm actually the only guy who's been there. You haven't been there. You don't know about it.
This poll. Grim poll showed most Jewish Israelis support expelling Gazans. It's brutal. It's true. 82% of Jewish Israelis support the expulsion of Gazans. Yes, we saw that. But what the non-paywalled site here will show you, at least the same poll, and I'm going to have to open from a different site that's not going to fucking paywall me. Same poll. Released 24th of May, University of Pennsylvania, or sorry, Penn State University. 82% ethnic cleansing, sure, but where was the, there we go, 56% of respondents voicing support for deporting the 2 million Arabs who hold Israeli citizenship, as well as, where was it? It was in here. Killing all of its inhabitants, Israeli ministers voted, Oh yeah, around 80% of the territory is now off limits to Palestinians. Saw that. Bezalel Smotrich and his fucking shit. Where is it? We read this, like, when it came on live. Poll indicated the high levels of hostility toward Arab Israelis. Even more alarming, a significant number of people expressed support for committing genocide against Palestinians, with almost half of those surveyed agreed that the Israeli military should reenact the story of the Israelites. Okay, this was rewritten after the fact. This was much more clear when we covered it on stream last week. You might just want to like jump back to stream from like a week ago and then watch the coverage of that. But yeah, this dude is really just about to claim that every Lebanese citizen is Hezbollah just because he went there once. Well, of course he is. Look, again, it's Zionizing. What he's doing is he's Zionizing.
I'm sure that you haven't seen intelligence about Hezbollah operations, and I'm quite sure that Pierce hasn't either. I can tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes. Yes, I have seen tunnels underneath houses in Lebanon. I have seen houses that Hezbollah used for military purposes.
I have.
And when you speak about
and I know that the way you ask a question is biased, like it can bias like the answers to it. Regardless of that, that number is quite high in that poll. And I do remember reading the actual question out and the framing of it and discussing it on stream when we covered it the first time. It wasn't that misleading, especially when we've seen the bloodthirst in many Israelis. But also, I'm not actually saying that all Israelis want this. Obviously not. Just a lot of them do. But more Israelis also want an end to the genocide now. Like, most Israelis were going to support Netanyahu's war cabinet getting dissolved yesterday. But then he had to go start a war with Iran. So, you know.
At least you should have something to back up your claims. You're saying nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. You're cheap.
Like, the 82% number was about, would you support the Amalek thing if God asked you to do it? Well, I mean, like, yeah, that is what it was said as, because that's how it's framed as. They're framed as the seed of Amalek, and you're doing this for a holy reason. Remember that there is a giant movement in Israel to build the Temple Mount and tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque. Like, I'm not even disagreeing with you. Of course, when asked in the religious framework, that number is going to score higher. That number still would have been over 50%, if not 82, if it wasn't asked religiously, but also, like, that doesn't necessarily matter. Most Israelis would not call Gazans Amalek or even compare them to it. I'm going to need to see, like, citation on that, because I've seen several instances of that happening throughout, like, the last year and a half in very different circumstances. I mean, I'm talking civilians in Israel. I'm talking IDF in Gaza. I'm talking settlers in the West Bank, all using this language. And I've also seen Israeli ministers using this language. So, you know, I'm going to need to see some kind of, certain groups would, sure, of course. But, like, majority, enough of one, a large enough, contingent, sure. Is it 50%? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's slightly under. But, like, yeah. West Bank settlers, yeah, like 99% of them. Yeah, well, like, you know, those people are insane anyway. But, like, you know, like, it's not just that. There's the Temple Institute. There's the Jewish supremacists. There is the, like, evangelical Zionists from the, like, Christian side of it that are also influencing this. It's a very complicated death cult, obviously.
Can you not don't talk over each other?
Also, like, remember that Zionism is fundamentally anti-Semitic. Like, it is, you can't be Jewish and a Zionist. They are incompatible ideologies. Literally, like, one-to-one incompatible ideologies. They're the opposite of each other. And you can ask, like, many Jews have said this. I've shown clips of Hasidic Jews saying this. I've shown clips of non-Hasidic Jews in Israel and outside of Israel saying this. I've shown clips of Orthodox Jews saying this. Like,
there's no point. Let Bassem finish and then respond. It's fine.
I think I'm using that last one.
All right, finish your point, Bassem, and let Jonathan respond.
That is fragile, always deeply hurt state. While they're doing that while holding the gun.
No, that's not what Zionism is.
A very advanced military to a Karen. Actually, he looks like a Karen. He looks like the male Scandinavian version of a Karen. Actually, he looks like he swallowed the Karen. But Israel is the only place where you can bulldoze a house and then sue you for scratching the tent. But dude, everybody knows that you're lying. Your neighbor knows that you're lying. Your barista knows you're lying.
Zionism is an ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in Europe in the late 19th century that aimed to establish and maintain a national home for the Jewish people, pursued through the colonization of Palestine, a region roughly corresponded to the land of Israel in Judaism, with central importance in Jewish history. Although in Jewish religious doctrine, it is objectively contradictory. Judaism contradicts with Zionism. Pull it up for you. Let me see if I can actually just pull up from a Jewish man. I just want to hear someone. Actually, here we go. A rabbi explaining it. That's great.
Rabbi David.
Here is a rabbi explaining, actually, that's a very long video. Holy
Rabbi
shit.
David Feldman, thank you so much for sitting here.
There you go. You can have a look at that. I'm not going to watch a 23-minute video on that right now, but...
Even your GPS avoids your house because of this thing that comes from your vicinity. Everybody knows you're lying.
Well, I would say this. All right, let me jump in.
Pathologically lying.
Okay, let me put it this way. You know what, Jonathan? You're perfectly entitled to not care what I think about any of this or what Bassem Youssef has to say about it, because obviously he has passionate views on the other side.
I have no issue with self-determination.
And I've changed my views, as you know. I've said this to you very clearly.
The religion of Judaism is counter to Zionism's beliefs of like superiority, because that's part of Zionism, is belief in superiority.
But I'm not the only one. What would concern me right now, if I was Israeli or Jewish actually, is if I read Thomas Friedman's column, which was very powerful, and I urge people to read it today on the New York Times website. If I saw that the UK, Australia, Norway, Canada, New Zealand have sanctioned 2 members of the Israeli government for repeated incitements of violence against
in fact, one of these being Bezalel Smotrich, who said that every Gazan child is Hamas and an enemy, and the other is Ben Gvir, who is literally like a death cultist. Yeah, but being Jewish is not just religion. The right-wing Zionism is the superiority. Left-wing and socialist Zionism does not include superiority, except it does, because that is like the principal theological argument of Haredim is that Zionists have transformed the religious messianism implicit in Judaism into a political nationalism and tried to replace the religious definition of Jewish identity by one that is secular and political. That's like tied to specifically the state of Israel. It is a nationalist belief system that is fundamentally at odds with Judaism as a religion. Now, like, you can have non-religious Zionists, but those are still fundamentally at odds with Judaism. Now, obviously, not all Israelis are Jewish. Not all Zionists are Jewish, and Judaism does not equivocate Zionism. It would be anti-Semitic to say so. But, like, that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't also factor in the fact that Judaism and Zionism themselves are contradictory. Most Zionists are non-religious. Yes, that is true. 100%. And those Zionists are fundamentally incompatible with Judaism if they wanted to be Jewish. They would have to stop being Zionists. That's all I'm saying. And that's what, like, that rabbi that I linked is saying as well.
In communities, if 2 former prime ministers, one, Ehud Olmert, said enough is enough, Israel's committing war crimes. Ehud Barak, choosing a war of deception, would write a new chapter in the March of Folly. The war is a misleading smokescreen.
Not religiously, you can be culturally Jewish, sure, but that's a different thing. We're talking about religion. You can't be religiously Jewish and Zionist. You can be culturally Jewish and not religious and be a Zionist, but you can't be religiously Jewish and a Zionist. That's all I'm saying. Ethnically, Israelis are more Balkan than fucking, Middle Eastern. I don't know what you want me to say ethnically. Like, Judaism is not an ethnicity. Jewish is not an ethnicity. Zionist is not an ethnicity.
Security in future, while in actuality it's a political war. You've got your own former prime ministers. Genocidal language.
Jump over to That's why one these actions give me one more funny bit,
I don't believe,
man.
Jonathan.
This was such a good interview. Got fucking bored halfway through, but just give me one more good line, mate. Damn, he looks so bored.
To stop me criticizing the Israeli government by branding me a Jew-hating anti-Semite.
Jewish is a religion. It's not an ethnicity.
Anyone who's watched this show from the start of this war knows it's complete nonsense. Right.
For some people, a Jewishness is an ethnicity. Okay, fine. I take it back. Sure. I think that's like really stretching the definition of ethnicity, but like, you know, fine. I suppose you can be ethnically Jewish and Polish, I suppose. But, like, sure, yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm an atheist Jew. Nice to meet you, too. I'm an atheist Muslim by that, like... Actually, I'm an anti-theist Muslim by that definition, I guess. I don't know. I still think it's silly to use like religious terminology to talk about like ethnicity, which is unrelated, but you know, it is what it is. Will be weird. All right. So while we were watching that, a lot of stuff happened. For one, I just want to remind all of you again, atheist Muslim, that's like super haram or something? Probably, yeah. I don't give a fuck. At all, really. Jews are from time to time a religion and ethnicity was mixed. Sure, okay, we can dissect that another time, that's fine. Yeah. Alright, so I think that covers the Iran war bit of today's stream. Jumping back to No King's Day. I just want to remind you all, especially for anyone who may have come in since the stream had started, that anyone who's screaming both sides in the United States is a fucking moron. Walls announced that Representative Melissa Portman is dead as a result of a politically motivated assassination done by a right-winger who was posing as police and also shot another Minnesota state representative, being state senator, as well as then you go look down here to slightly before Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains because we will kill you graveyard dead. ICE, a terrorist organization that's low-key based. It is true. I genuinely, like, 100% believe that ICE is a terrorist organization. The United States of America is currently run by the likes of the Yalabam. I regret to inform you that the Waymos were racist. Well, it's not that they were racist, Froge. The Waymos were actually just gathering lots of intelligence. They have cameras on them, if you didn't know that. And those cameras record, and all of that recorded information can then be accessed by law enforcement when they want to, you know, find anything about protesters, find out where protesters like to meet, what groups these protesters like to meet in, where they like to meet, where they live, what's going on at the protest, which is why those Waymos were a target at these protests. ICE needs to release the hostages, honestly, yeah. I mean, if ICE was using legal procedure and following the law, like, oh, what would that be? Well, I mean, that would be fascism, but, like, they're not doing that at all. Like, they're literally just not doing any of that. Oh, and by the way, I believe this is some info that we've managed to get on the shooter in regards to the Minnesota case. I'm not 100% on that, actually, so I'm going to hold off on this at least until I can verify. But some of the protests have really been popping off. LA continuing to go as today. Which, surprisingly, like, these protests so far haven't been cracked down on, which I'm, like, very happy to see, and, or rather a lack of a crackdown, although we're just getting started with the day. I mean, it is only about 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, which means we should really be getting right into it, where 6:30 is where the military parade starts. It is really going to depend on whether or not they decide to try and, like, declare martial law with the justification that there are these massive protests all over the country and that this is an insurrection, as they did refer to California as, or rather Los Angeles as, but it's going to really go like 50-50 into whether or not it's believable with how the protests at the parade actually end up looking, because most Americans are not going to be like really paying much attention to this today. Even like right-wing accounts are not spending too much time bashing protesters because they're all at the fucking parade fair thing having fun and watching the military, I don't know, waste time and money and do things that, I don't know, you could just pay like regular fucking carnies to do. I love that sea of people. I do too. I do too. It's fantastic. By the way, like, I mean, this is what I mean by what they're doing over there. Why does this not even have sound? That's great. Yeah, the military can't even afford audio anymore. Jesus Christ. Or why not? Let's just go with that. Philly said fuck Trump. Or did at some point. That's gone now. Whoopsie. But here we go. Here's Philly. Not quite as big as San Diego, but looking good. Random streamers having better production values than the US Army. I guess so. Oh, okay. We are actually getting some more info in on that shooter now. The one who shot the 2 Democrats. So let's get like some news on this.
We shot these people. Did they knock on the door and people came to the door, or the person break?
We already saw that one, so here we go.
Working on it. What I will tell our community helping us with this, so it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary.
Thank you, Cat Thrower. Much appreciated for the subs.
Our community helping us with this, so it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you, when we did a search.
Thank you. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch, please jump over to YouTube, as the latency is much less bad on YouTube. I definitely will be getting in contact with Twitch support after stream today to try and fix that. Referring to the protest, I'm on a delay. That's fine. So this being the suspect in the Minnesota shooting, he has a doctorate in education, spoke at a fundamentalist Christian rally in Africa about the devil. Okay, so he's absolutely insane and a Republican. Or really, and or. I feel like both kind of tie in together quite well. Of course, yes, of course. Yeah, well, this is what happens when, you know, people don't have to believe in reality. This is what happens when you create a society that no one has to invest any effort into engaging with other human beings on a like social level outside of like online spaces. And so we have no actual communities, and no one invests any effort or time or like any of their own emotional like desires or like beliefs or shit that they care about into other people. We have no community. We have no investment in a community. And so you get people like this who have no real friends, no real family, no real ties, stopping them from doing crazy shit, aside from maybe their own, like, biological family. And most of the time, like, we're talking about right-wing men here, and they're not necessarily known for being consistent, I don't know, husbands and father figures, if we're being real. Jesus Christ, hold on, it got cold hella quick. Probably gonna claim that they were doing devil work and that Sky Daddy told them to do it. And it'll work, unfortunately, because we live in a country that doesn't believe in reality, with people that don't believe or engage with reality.
Let's celebrate our solidarity and leave this rally knowing that the only disruptor today. Let's celebrate our.
Aye. Okay. Let me pull up some links. So we can continue to follow these protests as they're going, but I really doubt that we're going to see much of anything really of note up until right around when it's time for the parade. Although if any of you do see any shit going down, please do let me know, and we will jump right onto it to cover that as soon as possible. Now, quickly, before we jump on to not so fun topics, I would 100% be out marching today if not for some family medical stuff I need to maintain. That's very fair. That's very fair. You don't need to be out at the protest to be doing your part. See ya, Kostiak, good to see you. You don't need to be out at a protest to be doing your part. We talked about this a bit earlier, but there's a lot of stuff that you can do, including just being here, including some of the strategies that we discussed earlier on in the stream, and that some of the rights strategies that we should be taking and employing. Rockets incoming. We'll be back later. Oh, geez, more. Still going, eh? Good luck. Like the strategies that the right employs, like spamming repetitive messages over and over and over again, does actually get people to remember certain things, for example. And I want to start employing that when we're talking about things like strategy on the left in the media angle, like in the media context. We need to start looking at our fight here as a theater of war. This is the theater of digital warfare, and we need to start thinking about our moves, how we engage with the media that we engage with, the social media that we engage with, like whether it's this Twitch channel or like a different Twitch streamer or a YouTube streamer or a video essayist or whatever. The people that you enjoy, the people that you like to watch, the people that you think have important things to say, comment on those videos. Drop like a 5 worded comment on those videos when you see them. Send them out to like 2-3 other social media sites and repost them there. All of this stuff feels repetitive and it feels like spammy, cringy bullshit, but it does actually make a huge difference in getting a message out and getting a message to consistently circulate, rather than just sit in, you know, the dead pool of, I don't know, like the 10 to 15 people the algorithm will actually recommend that material to, and nobody else. And this is what algorithmic exile looks like. This is what the fight against algorithmic exile has to look like. To be fair, I've been at like 6 marches this year already and might need to take a break anyway. Yeah, honestly, you might have earned this one off, although I would really say that no one earns this one off. But you are here, and that's good enough. So, now I'm going to show you what a baby wombat looks like when it's emerging from its mother's pouch while I'm getting the next segment up and ready here. Because we're going to talk about some more shit to do with ICE, unfortunately, and just some more shit to do with generally, like, the United States' environment right now when it comes to law enforcement in full. Not just, you know, ICE, not just the police, not just the National Guard, and there is a lot to say there as well, but just on this alone, I'm sure you've all seen this, by the way, the arrest of Senator Padilla. This is one of the things that I forgot to touch on earlier in the stream. This was the United States Senator, which was forcibly arrested and detained by ICE for doing his job, illegally, might I add. Thank you for the follow, Music Life. Good to see you, and please jump over to YouTube. Twitch is having some trouble today with connectivity, so hop on over to YouTube and watch there today, and we'll see about getting that sorted out afterward. Law enforcement, yeah.
Exaggerate and embellish. Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your I also want to
it's fucking insane watching this happen to a United States senator, and that like not anything more of this is like nothing has come of this. Like the man is still being what did they not like actually censure him too over this? They're acting like he was attacking ICE officers.
On the ground.
They said that he like stormed the ICE officers, that he bolted at them.
One hand, lay flat, lay flat.
More specifically, guns are the solution to everything. Homelessness, send dudes with guns. Immigrants, send dudes with guns. Well, that's because they think that the solution to everything is death.
On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
It's ridiculous to see a senator treated like this.
One hand, lay flat, lay flat.
Not have the entire country collectively lose its shit.
There's no recording allowed out here. I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FBI regs for the building. So what, I'm sorry? There's no recording allowed out here. That's my boss. I have to recording for it out here.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not a member. There's no recording allowed. I understand that, sir.
No recording allowed. Cowardly motherfuckers. Cowardly motherfuckers. Every viewer of the tape heard Senator Padilla identify himself. He's the ranking Democrat on the Senate Subcommittee on Immigration and Border Safety. We're supposed to believe that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem did not recognize him? Of course not, obviously. Senator Padilla chose disrespectful political theater and interrupted a live press conference without identifying himself. Bullshit. Bullshit on every level. And like fucking... what disingenuous political theater? Are we gonna really bring that up? Because this is the type of disingenuous political theater Kristi Noem likes to do, like bringing a camera crew of, like, specifically her camera crew on ICE raids that she likes to do.
Well, I'm here in Huntington Park because I was notified early this morning that the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, was right here at this spot. And they were doing some ICE raids, I think, on the house right where we're standing. But the more I looked at the video, I realized that she was really doing a full production. She had a camera crew with her. She was doing hair and makeup. She was trying to do a performance, and I object to that. And we've asked her to stop these raids in our cities and in LA County. It's causing fear.
Sure sounds like only one person there was doing performative political theater. And it definitely wasn't Padilla.
Some of the residents here, when they wake up early and see that kind of cars and highway patrol and flashing lights and guns, you know, it puts the fear into people. They're nervous. They're anxious. We have kids on this block.
And
so
remember,
I'm calling on her to stop these raids in our county. Give us some time to heal because every time they show up, it makes people angry. It makes people fearful, and that is just not what I think our government should be doing.
Why would it not? That they're there to instill fear. But again, we're talking about fucking political theater from her. She's the one making this claim because she's the head of Department of Homeland Security. Cosplay Barbie over here, yeah. By the way, this is how foreigners are hearing about it. I mean, you know, like actual democracies still. We heard them all the way over here in Germany. Don't stand down now, resist. This is fascism. True. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? All of a sudden, like the lights just flashed on in Israel. Oh, that was just camera switching. I'm in Italy. I heard Padilla. What's Kristi Noem's problem? The entire planet heard. I also saw that China has opened up their internet so that Chinese people can catch what's happening in the USA. Well, you know, as we've talked about before, there is a direct correlation between the wealth and prosperity of a society with the amount of freedoms that that society has available to it. And as a society becomes more prosperous, a richer country, they then have access to more freedoms than they would have otherwise. That's just like what tends to happen. This is a great sign at this protest. If Kamala Harris were president, we'd be at brunch. This is not true because I don't believe in brunch. I think that you should only have breakfast or lunch, not brunch. That's a fucking abomination. But that's a personal thing. So, like, I don't really care if you have brunch. I wouldn't be having brunch. We have hundreds of people form a human banner at San Francisco's Ocean Beach during the No King's Day protests from the San Francisco Chronicle. I think that's fantastic. Well done, actually. We have this coming out of Chicago. Another fairly massive crowd. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see this many crowds, and I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen more police brutality, more crackdowns. Now, granted, like, obviously the media is not going to show that stuff for the most part, not the mainstream media, but I've not even seen much on Twitter. Maybe they got their fill from killing 2 Democrats this morning? Oh, holy shit, we got handmaids. We got handmaids. Whoa. What is up with the fucking internet there? I think that's badass. Although some of these people look more like Santa, but you know, it's a matter of how far you have that the white bit sticking out. That certainly is a statement, you know. "57 seconds ago, the IDF Home Front Command has issued an urgent order to Israeli population, move near shelters immediately." Yeah, I see now why you said to pull up the Israeli cams in 15 minutes. Twitter will only pay attention if there is a burning car to complain about. So many people whine about rioters not being peaceful enough. Well, like, they look for any excuse to complain, which is why, like, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it, because if it's not a burning car, they'll find something else to complain about. Here's LA right now.
Press records are who have open warrants. They're going to work. They're going to places like parking lots, car washes, garment factories, places where people go to work who have been here. I've spoken to several families who've been affected by these raids. People who have been here for 20, 30 years, who have U.S. citizen children, who are in their 20s, who are in their teens, in many cases U.S. citizen grandchildren. The degree of embeddedness
I
in
don't
the fabric
know how accurate this one is, but this is coming from the Kyiv Insider, which is a generally, like, pretty good, like, media source. As bombs fell, the Iranian regime is losing domestic control. Iranians are sharing videos of Basij forces, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the Iranian police violently suppressing protests. Unsurprising. I feel like Israel, like, did a pretty successful decapitation strike on Iran, and this does look like it's going to result in an internal collapse of Iran's, like, government, because they were already not doing so hot to begin with. A massive L like this is not something that instills hope in the populace, in the ability of the government to continue functioning. That's pretty fucking violent. Republicans should have a look at this and then talk about how protesters in America are being violent against fucking wild that I saw this and I almost, like, could not tell that this wasn't the United States. I had to like double I'm like, wait, actually that's Iran? Wait a minute. Looked like America. Up until, like, you know, I got a closer look at some of the cops, just cause, like, it didn't click in my head. It made more sense that this would be an American problem right now. And I was like, must be the Middle East. Fair enough. I saw this and immediately thought America. But yeah, that is Iran. The cop uniform did give it away. Yeah, as soon as I saw that one, that's when I noticed as well. So, that's not looking good for Iran. And, I mean, like, I feel like Iran's kind of cooked. And that's fine. I mean, fuck Iran. I mean, I'd still hate Iran less right now than I hate like the Israeli government, but like they're both shitty, the Israeli government and the Iranian government. They're both fucking shitty, so. I'm still waiting for those strikes to come in. We watching the Tel Aviv skyline.
We have Minnesota.
We do also have the No Kings protests continuing
Michael Taylor,
on. I mean, like Los Angeles is fucking packed, but I mean, pretty much everywhere is packed. Well, Iran has always been cooked since like the extremists took power back in the 70s. That's true. That is true. So one other thing that I do want to talk about that's not going to be related to much of what we're talking about today, but I feel like I should at the very least touch on, because I only just saw this today, is apparently new pogroms are starting in Northern Ireland now as well. We're really just bringing back all of the hits.
Foreign-born people are having to flee their homes in Northern Ireland, and people are resorting to putting signs on their doors saying locals live here and putting a Union Jack in their window, hoping that their house won't be petrol bombed or burnt down. I just read a story about a Filipino family who in the middle...
Hope to catch you later for the parade.
Of the night, masked rioters banged on their doors, broke their windows, and when they found out they were a Filipino family, they said, "It's okay, don't worry, we're not looking for you," and then moved on, and they've now fled their home because they're not taking the risk. This is a pogrom. They were looking for Romanians, but by looking for Romanians, they're just smashing into random people's houses, just hoping that they will find them. And let's have an uncomfortable conversation, because these people are Protestants. They're from Protestant areas, they are loyalists, they are unionists, and these people are the descendants of the original colonizers from Great Britain who went to Northern Ireland and created the Ulster plantations, where we took land and seized it and displaced people and killed a lot of people from Irish people. And now you've got the descendants of the people who originally took the land from somebody else, which has caused hundreds and hundreds of years of war and unrest.
It's because you have to work for the mass socialist movements. They'll give you all the bad shit from the top down. You got to build up the socialist movement from the bottom up. That's why. It doesn't come free with the packaging, you know?
And lots and lots of deaths for hundreds of years, and now rioting in the street because they don't want people coming to what they consider is their hometown and their land. But people don't want to reckon with this because that happened hundreds of years ago. These aren't just race riots or anti-immigration riots. This is tied to loyalists and unionists and the trouble that they cause and the disturbances that they cause. Go and look at the news today and look at the people jailed for sex crimes against women and children. And when you're scrolling through the dozens and dozens of cases of white British men, yeah, you'll probably find a case or two of the 10 million people who live in this country who were not born in the UK. No, but you'll ignore the rest of the white ones and the British ones, and you'll just simply happily pick up on the one guy who got jailed or arrested today somewhere in the UK for committing a horrific act against a person, and that'll be your go-to line for the day. That'll be the thing that you're posting everywhere. That'll be the main story of the day that you're pushing out to continue this violence.
Insanity. Insanity. All right, now I want to jump to I've just been jumping back and forth, topic to topic. We're going back to protests now. I want to teach you guys how to deal with tear gas, how to actually deal with tear gas, for instance. Not just the like Hong Kong tips that we've been seeing circulating on the news. Those are true. In a lot of cases, they are useful, but there is some misinformation going around too that I think needs to be cleared up. I gotta catch up on that. Did hear some nice about but too much shit was going down. So I was kind of unaware of what's happening in Northern Ireland. Yeah, I only saw that like just before stream started, so I'm gonna have to like read up on it as well eventually. But first, I feel like let's talk about. Actually, did we just see a missile? No. How to actually deal with tear gas. This is important, especially if you're going to be showing up to the protests.
Hello from California, where things are
really getting spicy. In case you missed it, Donald Trump ordered the National Guard to help our secret police disappear people off the streets in the name of immigration control over the objections of our governor, Gavin Newsom, who Trump said should be arrested simply for running for office. The good news is that neighbors are stepping up to protect one another from the Gestapo and also to protect our entire nation's constitutional rights, particularly the right to due process. Obviously, this is seen as violence because any pushback against an oppressive state is painted as violence by the media.
You know, like, due process is violence against the state. Expecting to have your, like, I don't know, inalienable rights not be alienated is violence against the state, actually.
And the elites, which I've discussed several times now, like in 2022 when I defended the tactics of the Just Stop Oil protesters. Obviously, the violence originates with the authoritarian police state. As people gather to peacefully protest the disappearing of minorities and immigrants, cops in full military gear are firing tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets at them, including at journalists who are simply documenting what's happening.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters.
Had watched the full clip of this, you see this guy actually look at her, think about what he's gonna do,
moving them on through the heart of LA.
Away, and turn back around, and then choose to violence.
You okay? I'm good. Are you okay? Where did it hit you? Just my leg. I'm good. Fascists! Report that they're fascists! You're okay. You're not okay. Hurt. Fascists!
Now, how you deal with tear gas?
All of this means that there is also a war happening online, a war of misinformation. It's not just media outlets reporting all of this as if
yes, we know this. Just like
good examples of bad tests being passed off as provoking protesters in front. I guess subreddit dedicated to organizing.
Here is some information that's been going around on Twitter in relation to how to defend against tear gas, and though a lot of this information is useful, I would like to add in, please don't put anything other than water in your eyes.
I cannot say this strongly enough. Do not dump Maalox in your eyes.
That either.
In fact, don't dump any liquid into your eyes that isn't just plain old water. No antacid, no baby shampoo, no milk, no nothing but water. Randomized controlled trials show that these add-ons don't do much, if anything, while posing a greater danger of allergic reactions and infections. Here's what you should actually do when faced with the threat of tear gas, as recommended by doctors who practice medicine in these kinds of environments and researchers who have studied these tactics. First of all, if you have any kind of respiratory disorder, avoid exposure at all costs. Tear gas is relatively safe, but it is not non-lethal, and we should reject.
Hold on, I see it. We're getting new salvo of missiles incoming. I just saw a tracer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I need to interrupt because there's missiles coming in, and I might have a video right now of something or other. I'm gonna get another. I'm gonna take the Minnesota video off the screen. I got to take it off the screen, guys. There's too much happening here.
No, I want to see these missiles.
Just give me a moment. Let me get organized. I want to get one more video up there for you. We got Jerusalem. We got Tel Aviv. I'm going to put Ramallah up there as well. Just bear with me for a second. I'm sorry to cut off the Minnesota. We can listen to best of Minnesota later, but for now we got to watch. There's missiles coming in. So let me get that other video up on the screen for you, and go from there. Hold on. We need here this one, this. There. Okay, good. Hold on. Okay, is that something flying through the air on the Ramallah feed? I don't know.
Yes.
That's the Ramallah feed.
That is something flying through the air.
So that is Ramallah.
I mean,
they're focusing on some light in the sky.
Yeah, that's a tracer.
Is that a missile? I don't know. Let me get up a thing up there that says Ramallah. This is not Bethlehem, it is Ramallah.
Okay.
Sorry, it's very chaotic right now.
Yeah, it is. It is very chaotic right now.
So we have Ramallah, we have Jerusalem, and we have Tel Aviv.
It's all like 4 tracers go up and then nothing since.
The audio
like
is
2
on
minutes.
for all of them.
Well, that was
There
a
are
boom.
missiles incoming,
Not a boom, but like...
according to the IDF. So this, oh, hold on, I'm seeing some other things. I'm seeing, look at Ramallah. Look at Ramallah right now. Look, guys, look at, there's Ramallah. We're seeing on the Ramallah cam, we're seeing interceptors go up on the Ramallah camera.
I do see
And
that.
I'm seeing it on the other camera too. But look at this, on the
you have
Ramallah
made this
cam.
one full screen,
I'm
so
seeing
now we can't see the other
interceptions
cameras.
maybe.
So maybe you should like not make this full screen so we can see all the cameras.
Not a lot of sound, but you just saw something on the Ramallah cam. Looked like maybe interceptions. And then here's another. Here's more on the Ramallah cam.
There we go.
Look at this. That's a live shot from Ramallah. I think we might be seeing some interceptions right now. I'm sorry, there's not much audio on this camera. Oh, look at this. Look at this. A lot of lights in the sky. Are you guys looking at this? What I'm looking at?
This man has
I hope
such
so.
an annoying
You're seeing
voice.
it. I
Oh my
don't see
goodness.
anything on the other
Holy
cams
shit,
right
you
now.
have
This
an
is the
annoying
camera
voice.
right now. I'm seeing that stuff in the sky go on. You're looking at it just as I am.
Yes, these
Wow.
are called missiles. And
So there, it seems like we maybe saw some interceptions. Oh, now I'm seeing there's too many things. So I'm showing you this camera. Let's just go look at. There's all these lights in the sky.
Oh, that's
on the Ramallah
actually
cam.
quite
Are these
a
all
large
missiles
salvo
coming in? That's a lot of lights on the Ramallah cam right there. Look at all those.
he has
Look
the
at all
enthusiasm of
those.
a sports reporter.
I don't know if those are all missiles
I mean, look,
coming
I don't
in.
know anything
think
about
maybe they
sports,
are.
but that looks like a touchdown.
Look at this.
Such a terrible joke.
Look
to make.
at this. I think some of them are going to land. Look at the missiles are landing. This is the Ramallah cam. It looks like some missiles might have just hit.
Actually, no. It looks like those all got intercepted, and that would have been
Maybe we saw
shrapnel.
some hits. Ramallah is in the West Bank, but I don't know where.
Actually, no. That did look like shrapnel.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
It certainly looked like it. Okay. So.
This man is hella annoying. I'm trying to find a better stream showing.
I don't even know
what's happening.
Oh, we just got a new camera there. I don't even know what camera that is we're looking at on the main camera right now is. Where did that come in from?
Yep, Dave Cole. I'm gonna reach out to Twitch support.
We're hearing some
about
booms.
it
Oh, that's
after
Haifa. This
stream
is the
today.
Haifa camera, and we're hearing some booms on the Haifa
It's
camera.
still not on.
This
like,
is the
my
Haifa
phone.
camera right now.
Okay, thank God I found a better, less annoying stream. Also, what's up, Dave? Cole, good to see you. There's still quite a few coming in. Didn't look like any of those made, like, a hit, but, we'll see. The sirens just started going off, so expect quite a bit more. That was an interception right there. Okay, so sirens are coming from this side. That was it. Well, looks like that's that round. Let me just double check live UA map. What have I missed? Well, 2 Democrat officials were shot. One was killed this morning. Protests have been ongoing. No massive police crackdowns yet. We have, like, insane cops saying insane shit. And we watched an incredibly funny interview. That's mainly it so far. And then we were looking at the protests and then saw that there were missiles incoming into Tel Aviv. And so now we're watching to see if any of them actually hit, because we covered the earlier strikes before. Oh, that's a lot. Never mind. I thought they were already over. Jesus. You're kidding me? 2, are they okay? 1 died, so no. They were both Minnesota state representatives. One was a representative and one was a state senator, actually, sorry. They were killed by a man masquerading as a police officer. His identity has been made public. I'm just going to keep track of all the things that are happening. That's a decent interception right there. Killed by who? Sorry, the sirens are very loud. Oops, sorry. I'll mute the sirens. They were killed by a Republican who was dressed in, you know, dressed up like cops. Whoa, that looks like a hit. Did those hit? Yeah, those hit. We really keep cramming weeks into single days? Yeah. A direct hit over there. Here, I'll link in the article as to the Democrats that were shot. Having trouble finding the guy who did his name. Thank you for remaining calm and level-headed while covering this viz. Honestly, like, this is just like me naturally reacting to this. Like, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore. Oh, it's looking like it's gonna pass through. Oh yeah, that's passing through Iron Dome. Everybody. Who's fucking clapping right now? What? What are you clapping for? For like interceptions? I guess? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, that one got through. A couple of those did. So, like, wow. Okay, Iran's actually managing to, like, overwhelm the Iron Dome here. In several instances. That was at that. I can tell by the, bright blue spark that came out of that. It looked like the other THAAD ones we've seen. Okay, we're all a little slow this morning. Maybe they hate the state of Israel and are clapping for its destruction? I mean, maybe. those did seem like they were quite far out of the city, so. There's oddballs everywhere. You never know. I've had to pee for like 20 minutes, and I've been holding it in for these missiles to come in. It's so cold. Don't understand. I will in a minute. I want to wait until the salvo ends. It'll be done in like a minute or two. There's always like 5 to 10 minutes of bombing with like a couple hours in between. What's up, Rondo? No piss breaks, embrace the missiles. When the missiles take a break, can I take a piss break? Okay, there's nothing on this cam, so we're just gonna jump onto this one in full. You lot go to the No Kings thing? I got back a little bit ago. How'd you go, Rondo? I haven't been, because I don't live in the United States, but, you know. Aside from that, we've been covering it a bit, here and there. Spending more time covering, like, everything else than the No Kings protests. I'm more concerned with, like, how that's going to turn out, on the military parade stage bit. Which does look like they're almost getting set up now. I think Trump's actually just showed up. Fuck, alright, we're gonna have to pause that for a second. Yeah, it looks like Trump just showed up. That looks like the beast, or whatever it's called. Alright, now back to this. Real activists wear diapers. I'm not driving 3 hours to go to a protest. Did they not have one? They had one in North Carolina. There's one in every state, I'm pretty sure. At least one in every state. Okay, I think it looks like... I mean, to be fair, I was going to say I think it looks like it's dying down, but the last 2 times I've said that, we've then immediately panned up and seen like 7 more tracers coming down, so... Good vibes, great posters and signs. Safety vibes was white women brought out their toddlers. It's that safe. Good. I'm actually really happy to hear that, because with how uneventful today's protests have been, obviously, you know, 2 Dems did get shot, and 1 got killed, but aside from that, I'm actually kind of surprised with how peaceful today has been and how uneventful it's been, at least on the domestic front. They might not actually be able to call in martial law unless shit gets dicey, like at the military parade bit. Yeah, I hope to hear it I hope it stays that vibe. Alright, I gotta pee. This is the rerun now, I think. I'm gonna leave this with you for like another minute, and then when we come back, we'll jump onto the No Kings protests, and we'll move away from this, because I think this is a rerun of the last salvo. No, never mind. Fucking hell, 3 more hours until I can go to sleep, guys. 3 more hours, and then I can go to sleep. What's up, Solomon Roster? Yes, sorry to Twitch chat again. Twitch is not cooperating with me. I am actually getting quite frustrated with them, and I'm going to do about it after stream. Actually, I forgot I don't get to sleep after
The
stream. I
theme
have
for
to
this year's Army
do a
birthday
quick support.
is This Will Defend. And for over 250 years, we have been the defenders of our nation.
Okay, you guys are saying too many words at the same time. Let's just jump onto one stream at a time. How about that? See what's going on in the parade grounds for one. You look like the guy that they arrested at the Capitol earlier yesterday.
You have time for a quick
interview? I wonder how you
interview?
feel about the military being deployed on.
Anyone along here have time for a quick interview? You have time for a quick one?
Also,
Great,
a
thank
couple
you.
of Ukrainian Americans who like my son.
Right here?
Based.
We'll put you right here. Thank you. Kia Johnson, we're with Reuters.
Hi, Kia Johnson. I'm Bob Will, W-I-L-L.
Okay, and where are you from, sir?
Dunkirk, Maryland. Originally the Western Pennsylvania, Somerset, PA. We're Flight 93
Trump out in
crashed
full
on
dictator
9/11.
uniform? I haven't seen him yet.
Can you tell me why it was important for you to come down today?
We never have any parties for the military. 250 years of the U.S. Army. Why not? I wanted to see what they got going on and see the Golden Knights and see some aircraft and see what everybody thinks. And just have a good time.
You know, there's a lot of positive vibes here today. And
This guy looks like... Whoa.
You know, controversy. Can you know, what are your thoughts on...
Everyone's so on edge.
You know,
I muted that and I saw him like do that little like juke out. I was like, wait, holy shit, is there something going on immediately? That's something that you definitely love to see. I like to see that. Hell yeah. Based as fuck.
And if you don't like it, you can lump it and hit the road.
No, I don't think it's not that they don't that they're anti-American. I think that some people are saying
Over
that
my
the money
head
could
is
be
not very high, but yeah, I just did it. I told you I'm
spent in more judicious ways.
Yeah, but we never ever had a military parade that I know of. I'm 60 years old. Give me a break.
Well, like, yeah, that was the end of the Gulf War is the last military parade that we had.
One. We'll never see another one again. You know, I don't mind it. Yeah, it costs a couple million. Who cares? They pee away money every day around here.
Wasn't that like the entire point of this election that you were mad about that?
With the Department of Government Efficiency, they ain't been doing any work for years and making more money than me.
Consistency from these people. We have a military parade every year at the NFL with the Blue Angels polluting the environment for no reason. Yeah, but that's not the same. You know that. And this is Manhattan. Fifth Avenue, in fact. So, you know, that's an hour ago. That's a pretty big crowd. Oh, who cares? Give money anyway. Yeah, absolutely. We also have endless military advertisements. Every UFC event, all I see is military ads showing off the weapons. Is that before the administration as well, or only following this admin did it get that bad? I don't watch sports, so I wouldn't know. There's St. Louis. That's a lot of gray hair I'm seeing. Gray hair and Caucasian skin, actually. Good to see that. It's always been like that. Makes sense. Jesus Christ, where was this footage when we were watching it? That's insane. Clearly, someone got the full panned up view. Looks like a goddamn apocalypse. This looks like the meteors that came to, like, kill the dinosaurs, except broke up in the atmosphere and then turned into like 50 billion little pieces. Jesus Christ. I can't imagine what, like, looking up and then seeing that would feel like. Well, I mean, I imagine terror, but, like, I can't imagine what the terror feels like. Okay, breaking news. The Minnesota shooter wasn't acting on impulse. He had a hit list. Nearly 70 names were found on that hit list, including abortion providers, pro-choice advocates, Democratic lawmakers. Per CNN, this was a political assassination plot, not random violence. Shocking, shocking, shocking that they were going after abortion providers, pro-choice advocates, and Democratic lawmakers. That's very, like, on par with these people. Let's see if I can find a video on this subject.
I'm a government employee, is that okay? Okay. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. For Reuters. Hold that. Reuters. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to ask you why it was important for you to come down today.
Reuters, why are you on the Sun stream? That's what I'm curious about. Well, okay, I don't see any videos on the subject.
My son just scared, but I know that he's going to get great training, and I know that he's going to come out like a responsible adult, and
3 hours ago. Is that the most updated fucking information that you have?
My good friend and colleague.
That begs the question, was he acting alone? Well, at the very least, we know that when he was dressed as a cop and showed up to these people's houses, he was alone, which is why the police then issued the statement of, if the police show up to your house in, like, outside of a group of 2, then don't answer the door. But, you know, a 70-person list does beg the question of, is there more than one person working on this list? That's a good question.
Speaker Melissa and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
Oh, they shot, like, not just her, but also her husband.
My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa and her husband Mark, were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost the dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service.
We saw Tim Walz's statement already.
She was a formidable
we saw
public
this whole
servant.
bit already. There's nothing new here. God damn it. Literally, like, is that the... Okay, here's
All right, we're going to go back to AJ Legault on the phone, investigative reporter. You were talking about some of the potential links to the government that this 57-year-old suspect, doctor as he's known on the internet, Vance Bolter, has had with the government. He's also has allegedly a private security job. AJ, what have you learned in the last half hour?
Vance Bolter is listed as a director of security patrols with a private security company, and it looks like his spouse, his wife, is listed as the president and CEO. That company, according to the Secretary of State's website, is headquartered in Gaylord, Minnesota. And when you look up the address for this security company, it just takes you to what looks like a home. And on Google Earth, parked in the driveway is a dark SUV with police lights, stickers. You know, it's got the bar on the top. What is different, though, is the vehicle that was taken from the scene of the shooting does not appear to have the same wrap along the side as the vehicle you can see in Google Earth, but it does tie the suspect that they're looking for, Vance Bolter, to police-looking vehicles that are all tricked out with, you know, the bar lights on top and the spotlights.
Why he had the tactical gear and all the things like
vehicles.
And if he was, in fact, some kind of security expert, might explain why he had the tactical gear and all the things like, you know, that would make him appear to be law enforcement.
Can we just be clear right now that if this was in any way, like even like remotely believably not a Republican and just that alone, they would not be talking about this like well, you know, like maybe it's because he was a security professional that he had all of this tactical gear. No, that's not how they would be phrasing this at all. It's very clear that this is a right-winger that did this, and so immediately the kid gloves have to go on.
Yeah. AJ, have you... Go ahead, bud.
I want to read for you his bio that is listed on the security company's website because it addresses some of what you were just talking about. It says that Dr. Vance Bolter has been involved with security.
What's going on now? I just saw a Black Hawk land somewhere on the other side of this.
Situations in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, and the Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and Gaza Strip. He brings a great security aspect forged by both many on-the-ground experiences combined with training by both private security firms.
So he was in Gaza and has been provided training from private security firms. This motherfucker is an Israeli operative. Or what are we doing here? Or who the fuck is allowed into Gaza as a security contractor right now? It's right-wingers.
By people in the U.S. military. He's worked for the largest U.S. oil refining company and the world's largest food company based in Switzerland.
Yep, that's the guy who shot and killed one Democratic official and her husband, as well as shot another.
Safe. So we're seeing at least this self-described bio on a website, but that doesn't seem to match exactly what we're seeing on some of the government forums where he's been a volunteer serving on a state board. In those cases, it always listed him as working at, as being like the general manager of a gas station.
AJ, a quick... Yeah. As we try to uncover more about the person that they are looking for, I have another question. Have any of your law enforcement sources talked to you about how this shooter managed to slip away after shooting guns at police officers on foot at
I didn't realize that
house?
happened. When did that happen?
As far as we're concerned, and as far as we know, the shooter hasn't been seen since that moment.
Well, in many cases, people just go.
Are you hearing anything from your law enforcement sources about how he was able to move away?
I'm not sure he was ever working for us,
but as we listened to that press conference, what struck me was it said the gunman went back into the home, and you had officers out front who'd just been shot at.
Right.
And they, if I remember, when they sent a drone in, so there was after pulling Melissa Hortman's husband out, if I'm recalling correctly, who was near the front, I think it would have been pretty easy for the gunman to run out the back door. If he'd went in the front and out the back pretty quickly, he could have certainly disappeared into the neighborhood really quickly. And by the time they had any sort of perimeter set up, he could have been quite a ways away.
My understanding was it was Hortman's home where they exchanged gunfire.
That's right.
Not Hoffman.
No, Hortman. Did I say Hoffman?
Yeah.
Hortman. If I misspoke, yes, Hortman.
But we saw her home as well, and it looks like there's just a big park and a lot of open area behind it. And of course, it's the cover of night, and it had to be incredibly confusing.
In the morning.
Yeah, what was happening in that moment.
Right.
And we did hear too that they had persons of interest that they were talking to. Of course, that can mean all kinds of things, but
maybe
clearly have settled on.
And then they hesitated. Aloha, please stay safe and informed out there and help people in need. Absolutely, Charmed Chaos, as well as same to you. Please stay safe and stay informed and help people in need. And jump over to YouTube if you're going to be watching, because Twitch is absolutely messed up right now. Isn't it standard for the cops to watch all the exits? Well, like, generally, yes, but we are talking about American cops that are, that they're most crazy they've been in years, so.
This man, 57-year-old Vance Bolter, as their suspect, and I'm sure you saw, AJ, that we had chopper shots of his property that he owned in Green Isle with Bearcats, and we understand several other armored vehicles on their way to that property that he owned in Green Isle, so we're monitoring that situation as well.
It appears that this person may own another property in Gaylord, Minnesota.
And that's already mentioned.
Yeah, so I guess
this is the dude. So that's the dude who went and shot 2 Dems and killed one. Now, LA is looking lit right now. They got the bubbles out. And I do love seeing that. But just some house cleaning links to do here. We have the U.S. Marines detaining a U.S. citizen in Los Angeles. This is the first time in known U.S. history that the Marines have been used in this way to detain an American without the Insurrection Act being invoked. The Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits the use of U.S. military, Army, and Air Force, and by extension Navy and Marines under DoD policy to enforce domestic laws without explicit congressional or constitutional authorization. In other words, Trump is breaking the law again. I feel like we aren't hearing the word terrorist used for white Republican Christian security LARPer. Oh, yeah, no, he's absolutely a fucking terrorist. Thanks for reminding me. I probably should have said that earlier, but yeah, no, dude's a terrorist. Oh my god. Oh, and in relation to the pogroms of Northern Ireland that we touched on earlier, I found this. This is a 3-minute video. It's actually kind of wild out there. Just to really say.
For a second night running on Friday, young men from the loyalist
community... That's not
community
how the narrative will paint him. I get to make my narrative, and I'm painting him as a terrorist, but he's a fucking terrorist.
Down on the streets.
Now, like, the mainstream media won't, but, I mean, all they do is lie. So.
Fireworks, masonry, petrol bombs, all hurled at police lines. Police are talking of
Hey, Republicans, pay attention. This is what, like, riot looks like, not Los Angeles. This.
On Friday, young men from the loyalist community in Portadown on the streets.
And you know what? It's fucking based here
Fireworks,
too.
masonry, petrol bombs, all hurled at police lines. Police are talking of coordination in Portadown, that had observed people associated with paramilitary groups near the protests.
So the police have withdrawn about 50 meters from their original front line. They are being relatively tolerant of the stuff that's being thrown at them unless people approach very close, in which case they do occasionally intervene. The general plan seems to be...
My God. Oh my God. Like 53 minutes ago, the far left is murderously violent. Literally, the right-winger just killed a Democrat official today. And no violence has occurred from Democrats. I mean, at all week, including at the protests towards human beings. Maybe Waymo cars, sure, but, you know, I'm a fucking cuck. Yeah, he deleted all his tweets and went back and...
Try to de-escalate to allow this protest to blow itself out. But for now, there's no sign that the protesters are ready to leave just yet.
And indeed, shortly before midnight, the decision taken to disperse the demonstrators. Repeated forward surges breaking up the crowd over the next 40 minutes. This explosion of violence began here in Ballymena on Monday. Riots initially targeting Roma households, spreading quickly to others after 2 teenagers appeared in court on charges of attempted rape.
Oh, down the next one, sorry, my bad. And then you can...
Community worker
yes,
Demi
again,
Laverty
the
grew up
common British losing their minds over, like, I don't know, brown people committing a crime that 99% of the crimes in the UK being committed at this point in time are actually done by, like, white people for, but just getting mad at the brown people who did the crime, that they don't get mad when the white people do. That's pretty standard, actually, now that I think about
Ballymena. She's saddened by what's happened this week, angry that the issue of violence against women and girls has been overshadowed.
The rage almost get targeted at that community. Now, that would be obviously generalisation and stereotyping, which are fallout of socioeconomic disadvantage and deprivation. And for you to have 8,000 people on your live stream and them not actually, you not then talk about that this was actually a march to end violence against women and children, that potentially then would have led you to believe that this was an anti-immigration protest.
Like Demi, Jake comes from a mixed Catholic Protestant family. He was out live streaming some of the protests. He disavows the violence, but sympathizes with an anti-immigration cause he says has unified people across sectarian divides.
Like,
it's not that they want all immigrants out, no, that's not necessarily the case. It's just that for examples of
the ones that do come in and do, you know, these horrible, atrocious things. They want their women and children of the country to be safe.
There are all sorts of people who feel now threatened.
And it's people that look like you that are doing the vast majority of these crimes. And I don't mean that as an attack on this person. I mean the vast majority of sexual assaults, violence against women being committed in the United Kingdom is done by white British men. Silly Visora, when brown people do crime, they are savages. When white people do crime, it was a mistake and shouldn't ruin his life.
What's been going on?
How could I forget? How could I forget? The fucking double standards. My God.
Where do you stand on that?
They do feel threatened. That's not right. I do agree that they shouldn't have to feel like that in their own home. But at the same time, something does need to be done about the incidents that happened.
Others, though, feel unified by an opposing force, coalescing in public today against the racist violence they feel has shamed Northern Ireland and terrorised those they want to feel welcome here.
Yeah. Hey guys, you ever seen ballistic missiles falling from like the height of a mountain? Because I haven't before, and it looks interesting. Here it is. Okay, that's too much talking. I want the view. This looks like we're watching it from fucking space. What the hell? Where are these people? Genuinely looks like this is like taken from the goddamn moon. Anyway, interesting view. By the way, Boston showed the fuck up for the protests. Well done, Boston. Now, this I just saw and is actually really pissed me off. So, how's the Capitol looking? It's looking pretty much the same. Still have like about an hour or an hour and a half until the parade's supposed to start. I want us to keep this energy every weekend for starters. I mean, yeah, I would too. I would like this level of protest every fucking weekend at the very least. Yeah, that is something I would take. No, but like unrelated to what's happening in the Capitol right now. Have you guys seen this? Because I just saw this. Trump is calling handcuffed senator vile racial slurs. Say author. This is about Senator Padilla.
To begin, we've got, and I can't believe the world marches on. We take a few days break from each other.
I know. What is the state of affairs? California in lockdown, Gavin Newsom now elevated to the national stage, and Israel going into tariffs.
But you just jump into like the
so where do we begin? What are people saying in the corridors of the White House when they can hear themselves above the jackhammering of the lawn being torn up?
Actually, what I've heard is Trump on the phone. The phone in Trump is this incredibly interesting relation.
See, this is the kind of shit that makes me worry about today. Is fucking Russian propagandist like Artem Klyushin saying, now the most interesting part begins. Watch closely for today. This is the guy who wrote out like the vast majority of the cabinet picks 3 days following the election. Well before any of the cabinet picks were announced.
Relationship, because he's like an open faucet. He thinks it, he says it on the telephone.
Who's he on the telephone to?
I would say that he has a sort of a core group of a dozen who he's frequently calling, and then added to that probably at any given time another dozen who come up for any reason. They call him, it doesn't make any difference, but he says the same thing to everyone. It is not as if
I want to know about what
he doesn't.
What is Trump calling Padilla? Get to the actual fucking point.
The word disturbing. I mean, he's thrown down on his.
California senator. I mean, which, you know, so a major political figure in the United States.
California.
By virtue of it.
Okay, whatever. He's saying that Padilla looked like an illegal. That's why that they arrested him, because he looked like an illegal. I love that, like, no one gives a shit. So, that's concerning. This is footage straight from Iran right now of oil refinery burning. That's not great for gas prices. Especially considering they've also threatened to shut the Strait of Hormuz, which will increase gas prices by quite a bit. Same man who calls people Palestinian as an insult. That's true. Dallas looks like it's showed the fuck up. Good to see. I swear to God, I've yet to see one protest today where I've been disappointed by the numbers. Oh, apparently, Putin called Trump this morning to wish him a very nice, happy birthday, but to more importantly talk about Iran, a country he knows very well. We talked at length, much less time was spent talking about Russia, Ukraine, but that will be for next week. Oh, great, so we have weekly Putin calls now, do we? Good to know. He's doing the planned prisoner swaps. Large numbers of prisoners are being exchanged immediately from both sides. The call lasted approximately 1 hour. Yeah, Putin's very happy with the war between Israel and Iran because it will make gas prices go up, which is going to help Putin out quite a bit. Dude's poor and he needs money, and gets that by hawking fuel. What's going up over here? That one's still LA. Parade expected to begin 6 p.m., so just about an hour from now. Why can't this man keep his kink out of geopolitics? It's because all of America has that public humiliation kink, remember? We were watching Bassem Youssef talk about earlier. And, I mean, I don't want it to end up like this, but it might just end up like this. Did you know that in Moscow, their GPS has been down, or some shit for like a few weeks? No, but that doesn't surprise me. It is a fucking fourth world shithole. Kind of like America. I saw Russian people crying about it on certain forums for games and stuff. Well, that's at least something that I can take joy from. Russians crying. Remember when they said the world is on fire under Biden? Remember when they said the world was the country was on fire and it was Biden's fault last week? Cuz I remember. Then again, you know, they see this and they think, "Oh, the country's on fire." So also, like, impressive work there. Well done. What's going on over here? Looks like we got military singing.
Now, is ain't true to the rumor that our own Natalie Winters was over?
Oh God, no! Get the fuck out of my face. Bannon is the last person whose voice I want to hear right now. Jesus Christ. I was gonna say that's actually very impressive that they organize people to do that. Nazi jump scare. Yeah, it scared me too. Holy shit. But yes, it is actually very impressive that they organize people to do that. Oh, remember when we showed those Las Vegas cops arresting people and, like, you know, cracking down on protests that didn't exist yet? Like, pre-cracking down on protests? Tell me these people don't look like fucking Nazis.
Enjoying yourself?
You know, covering everything.
Nothing better to do?
Honor your
oath. How about honor your oath, bitch? How about that? Honor your oath. Oh, there you go.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing.
You're supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail.
They're so sensitive. My God, can you people, like, not even like control your emotions 5%, this dude is gonna get a nice taxpayer paid lawsuit. There.
Honor your oath.
Oh, there you go.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing.
You're supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail. He goes to jail. Let's go.
Really, he goes to jail for saying, remember your oath. Remember the country that you guys live in, guys. This is why we talked so much about building a necessary med kit and having a go bag, because clearly, apparently, just saying remember your oath means you go to jail. Remember, these are the same fucking people who support arresting veterans who are protesting at the Capitol, because only Republicans are allowed to protest at the Capitol when they're protesting Democrats. Even if they are Republicans, once they start protesting Republicans, they might as well be Democrats. Violent gang mob wearing matching attire, human trafficking innocent bystander. That's actually a very, very accurate headline here. That's a violation of constitutional right and warrants removal of qualified immunity, but the court is going to take the money out of the taxpayer dime instead. Well, that's if the court ever actually gets to see this case.
Yep. You go to jail, bro. Big mouth.
I'm just watching. I'm watching. I didn't do nothing. Hey,
they arrested the one who literally said nothing too. After he said, like, she doesn't have to go to jail, they still arrest her.
Your oath.
One more time.
Oh, there you go.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing.
You're supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail. He goes to jail. Let's go.
He goes to jail, not her.
Put your hands behind your back. Yep. You go to jail, bro. Big mouth.
I'm just watching. I'm watching. I
Grab her
didn't do
anyway. They've called. They're paying people $1,000 ahead to show up to that. So, you know, however many people they
I'm
pay.
alive. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I literally prefer street gangs. Like the street gangs in Compton, which are preventing any riots or massive protests in Compton because they don't want these fuckers to show up in Compton again. You know, gangs protecting their that's just
I'm not doing anything. No, stop.
worth paying the money for that one. Keep these fuckers away.
Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back.
Are you serious? I'm not doing anything. You guys are gonna dude. I'm such a good girl. I don't do anything.
He literally did nothing.
Man, do you have ID on you? Do you have ID on you?
Yeah,
where is
What
it?
the fuck is that? Did they just break bones?
Man, do you have ID on you? Do you have ID on you?
Yeah,
where is it?
My backpack.
Is it alright if I go in your backpack to grab it?
No.
Bro, she's under arrest. Alright, you're going to jail.
Oh, you're not allowed to, oh, sorry, is it okay if I go in your backpack and grab it? No. Oh, she's under arrest. That's it. It's too late. She's under arrest. Prosecutor who will ultimately falsely charge these people before the lawsuit goes into effect will have absolute immunity since you can't go after prosecutors in America. Broken system. Yep, all of this is part of the plan, by the way. Like, not anything is happening by accident. I hope you guys know that, right? Like, none of the things that are happening in America, from the crashing economy, to the fascism, to the violence in the streets, to the targeted, like, political assassinations, none of this is by accident. All of it's by design.
You're going to be searching inventory to arrest.
I didn't. You guys are not coming to leave or something?
So that's going to leave 3 hours ago.
Are you serious?
3
I
hours
didn't
ago.
hear that?
Everybody heard it. Why do you think they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off?
But I've been walking around covering from your guys' side. I've been saying keep it peaceful. They even trying to send the news 3 guy. I've been saying keep it peaceful.
Okay, you don't need to kiss ass. They're not going to let you go.
Yeah, you're white. Where is your ID?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. Hold on, no, it's on the inside. And no, inside.
And of course they can't follow instructions. Why would they be able to? Why would they?
Anything else you want to say?
I'm literally a law abiding
Let's take me and you and 2 of them tomorrow. Let them bring the turtle gear back.
Chad, how does it feel to live in Russia? I'm genuinely wondering from over here. This is Las Vegas. Thank you, Fabian.
Because okay, Rob, we're gonna actually bring her over here, okay? We're gonna bring her over here. You enjoy your night? You enjoy your night?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you should have shut your mouth too. And you should have left hours ago.
I didn't.
Well, now shut up. What are you dealing with no fucking rules? Shut your fuck.
What the fuck is he saying?
You enjoy your night?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you should have shut your mouth too. And you should have left hours ago.
Okay, right. And there's still time for that. Kostiak, don't worry. We'll also be sending our prisoners into the meat grinder. For now, we like to put them in prison where we can use slave labor from them without having to pay them a wage. Under a normal legal system, all of these officers would be fired. Except that's never been the system in America. So.
Well, now shut up. What are you dealing with no fucking rules? Shut your fucking mouth. Let's go.
I'm just sending people here telling them to be nice to me.
Russia has more need for soldiers than we do right now. We have more need for slave laborers.
Have it in my face.
I didn't.
Shut your mouth and walk. Shut your mouth and walk. Go back to LA, dumbass. Stay fucking LA.
I fear that if this person did ever have a
It's on live. Somebody needs to end the video.
Fucking evil fucks. If this is how they act in uniform in public, you know they beat the shit out of their wives and children. I mean, you didn't need to show me them acting like that in public for me to know that they beat their children and their wife. It's kind of a given with American cops for the most part, you know, like exceptions are more impressive. Ones that don't, I don't know, beat their kids and their wife tend to surprise me more. Oh, here, we got a Democratic House rep who made an appearance at the No Kings protest in Geneva, Illinois. House Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
Secondly, nobody is above the law. Not presidents, not monarchs, not billionaires, and not wannabe kings. Am I right about that?
Cool. I do like seeing elected officials showing up to the protests. That legitimizes the protests quite a bit. Just having that person show up, like at all, makes a huge deal. Everyone's still talking about the shooting of the Democrat officials, which is like, you know, generally huge fucking news, but on a day where we genuinely might see the end of American democracy, I expect to, like, other news coverage to also be making the scenes. It just doesn't seem like it is. Regardless of, like, where I'm looking either. YouTube, Twitter, all of the different, like, news websites, like, none of them. By the way, this is what the Capitol looks like. Oh, and in relation to Elon Musk's earlier tweet that we showed of the far left is murderously violent, the left killed the United CEO, the United Healthcare CEO. No, they didn't, motherfucker. Luigi is a, like, non-political centrist. The man wrote his birthday letter talking about how we have to, you know, play both sides and how, you know, there's the good liberals and there's the good conservatives. No, the left didn't kill United Healthcare CEO. Kills 2 Israeli ambassadors and staffers, also not a leftist. Twice attempted to assassinate the president. Both of those were right-wingers. So Grok answering why the left is so murderously violent. The claim that the left is murderously violent isn't backed by evidence. The cited incidents, the United Healthcare CEO killings or the Minnesota lawmaker murderers, show no clear ties to left-wing groups. Motives were often individual or unclear. Political violence spans all sides. Right-wing attacks like January 6th, left-wing protests like 2020. Are you kidding me? Come on, even that. Are you fucking kidding? You really don't need to be a leftist to be violently angry at the American healthcare system. Like, genuinely, every single act of violence that happens in the United States comes from the right or entirely, like, incoherent political ideologies. Like, people who can't be left or right, they don't know what left or right is. They're not even functioning up or down, left or right. I mean, they're backwards and forwards in this shit. Luigi was a stupid rich kid who was radicalized by a murderous healthcare system. True. I mean, true if he's guilty, because, you know, we still don't know that he is. Alleged, obviously. Democracy does not die with a bang, but with a whimper. Well, hopefully, democracy's not quite dead yet. We might see it die today, but if it does die today, it certainly will be dying with a bang, not a whimper. Shut the fuck up is good advice when it comes to the cops. It is indeed. In fact, it's kind of the only advice you need when it comes to the cops, is shut the fuck up. Tell your friends to shut the fuck up, tell your parents to shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up when it comes to the cops. This, I believe, is fairly accurate.
Is what I call the patriotic purge. Trump smartly and maybe stupidly chose to hit the military first.
And he did. He purged the military very early on of any generals, any high-ranking officials that would stop him. Like, you know, during Black Lives Matter, when he tried to have the military shoot live ammo at protesters, and they stopped him.
He put Hegseth up to take down the Pentagon. He fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He targeted the military JAG Corps, the military lawyers who were supposed to hold the line. He's going down and disproportionately targeting women and people of color. He's removing trans rights. He's removing women's rights. He's banning books. Like, they're using the military
not people.
And the Pentagon as a test case for everything they want to do in America. And veterans are pushing back. And what I'd say is, you know, it's fucked up that that we're being attacked, but it's fucked up because if they can attack us, they can attack anyone.
Yeah.
And if they come for us first, and
it's not dehumanizing. I said they're human. They're just not people because they have no humanity, because they're perfectly okay with millions of people dying for their profit, which shows to me a lack of empathy, which is a critical trait to, like, being a person. They can still be human and not be people. In fact, most right-wingers are human beings and are not people. They worked hard for your kids to be denied their life savings medicine. I don't care. They may have worked hard to deny, you know, kids life-saving medicine. Doesn't matter. They're not people. They're human beings. Sure. And you know what? I don't believe they worked hard, but I will, I'll say, you know, even if they did, they can still be human beings who worked hard that aren't people.
We're hallowed and we're respected and we're universally revered. It makes it easier to come after everybody else. And that's maybe the warning that I will take away from these couple of weeks. I hope folks take away from the protests and the rallies and all the stuff that's to come. Veterans are ringing the bell, and they're past ringing the bell. Now they're going out and taking to the streets. They're running for office.
And
they're stepping into that void. And I'd also challenge the
kids,
status quo and tell you it's not just Democrats. I mean, and it's not just.
Does which link work? Which link are you referring to, Dave Cole? The Discord link? This one?
The Republican Party. Many of us feel the entire structure has failed us. The Republicans have taken us off a cliff, and the Democrats can't stop them. And that's why so many of us are independent, unaffiliated, and looking for other ways to get involved. And I think this patriotic purge will really be the strongest, most effective, and most durable part of a real resistance against Trump, because he's not just fired.
Well, so I don't think that makes any fucking sense. If he fired the high-ranking military officials, why would that result in those then fired military officials being able to, I don't know, help the resistance movement? Those officials weren't just fired. A lot of them were arrested. A lot of them are being fucking monitored, and they're not coming to save us. No one's coming to fucking save us, man. Nobody is. You and me and everyone else here are all we got. Ain't nobody coming to save us. There's no, knight in shining armor coming to deliver democracy on a silver platter to us.
Thousands of veterans. He fired CIA people, FBI, all the people that
DOJ.
First DOJ.
Yeah, because he's
and look,
literally
if you
trying
want to
to
start
destroy the
a really
country.
smart political resistance,
on purpose.
you start with those people, right? That's the foundation of a really strong alternative to Trump that I think is even bigger than party. And what I keep saying is, the most effective attacks and defenses against Trump probably aren't going to come from the left. And probably aren't going to come from the Democrats. They're going to come from the middle. And what we've seen with these firings especially is they pissed off all Americans, right? Even people who support Trump, when they see people in their homes being fired.
I think veterans should shut the fuck up and get behind actual activists. Well, I mean, some of the veterans are actual activists, like the ones that got arrested yesterday. Like these ones. Like these actually, like, I don't know. Americans.
Rushing it. We got people in the green action, people on the red. Here we go. State violence about to happen
at the Capitol.
I'll be recording until I get arrested.
It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit.
Guys, seriously, like, I need you to understand where we are in this country. We're in a theater of war.
All right.
Digital warfare. It's also like non-digital warfare. But,
Picking the Kepia first, of course.
Good man. Absolutely. And to be clear, they did arrest these people. Several of them. In fact, ones that needed fucking walkers to walk, even. Soulless ghouls. And remember, only one group is doing targeted assassinations of Democratic lawmakers, and only one side of the political spectrum has a written out 70-name long hit list of Democratic officials, abortion providers, and sexual wellness providers, etc., etc. Only one side of the political spectrum is engaging in that kind of shit. So I feel like it's kind of a moot point when we talk about, I don't know, what's happening in this country. We just need to recognize that MAGA is a terroristic organization, and that these people hate America more than any group has ever hated America in all of history. And we somehow let them take charge of America. Holy shit. We looked at this earlier. This is one I haven't seen. This is an Iranian missile striking, this is an Iranian missile striking Tehran. And holy shit, that actually got like a direct hit.
Dozens were reported dead after Israel and Iran.
I think actually this might be the main one that we've all seen the image of, but
Dozens
just like
were reported dead after Israel and Iran unleashed fresh missile attacks on Saturday. It was aimed at military targets to prevent Iran from building a nuclear weapon. Iran vowed to avenge
all
the
of
Friday.
this was because there was supposed to be a vote in the Knesset onto whether dissolve Netanyahu's war cabinet, and he needed another war so that they couldn't do that, and so let's just bomb Iran was the way that they went there. Mind you that they're still bombing Gaza while all of this is happening. Surprising literally nobody. let's see what's happening at any of the protests. Or like at the actual military show. No, it looks like mainly the largest protest seems to be right in front of the LA Federal Building, which has actually been pretty calm for most of the week. Yeah, we saw that earlier. It's going to bring gas prices up quite a bit, especially with Iran threatening to shut the Strait of Hormuz, and like crude oil already going up 8%. That's going to happen. But you know, it's war. That's what happens. Bad for everybody, except for like defense contractors. Putin probably opening a vodka bottle. Absolutely. Might even get the good vodka. You know, you can only afford to drink that every now and again these days. But maybe not for long. Thanks to Israel.
Yes, we are live, guys. We're showing you what's going on downtown at the Federal Building.
Checking a couple different live streams here. So that parade route looks to be pretty
to your government, whether it's congressional hearings,
to fucking right side news. Yeah, let's not listen to the Nazi speak, but I do want to see what it looks like down there. And God, it would be very funny if this ended up being dead empty. And there's totally not 100,000 people here, like 100 to 200,000 that they were expecting. I'll say that much. And it looks like, yes, it can be peaceful. You know, generally when the police don't instigate violence, protests don't tend to be violent in America. In fact, looking at all of the different various protests all across the country, I don't see much protest outside of... Sorry, not much violence outside of the bits and pieces of violence led by the police that we've seen. One over here. We're spinning guns in the air, okay? As long as you're having fun. Okay, so like 40 minutes until the actual parade begins. Well, since we have 40 minutes until the parade begins, I have an idea. And by I have an idea, I mean there's something that I want to watch. Let me just pull these live streams into a corner view so that I can keep watching them. Do this, get something up for you guys. Two options here, and it's really difficult to pick between the two. Let's just pick the shorter one. All right. Let's talk about deprogramming. Actually, you know what? I'll put it up to a vote. Here. Got two videos for you. You guys can pick which one you want to watch, because we're going to watch at least one of these while we wait for the actual, like, military parade to begin. Which one of these do you want to watch? The world building of Avatar, authoritarianism, corruption, and propaganda, or deprogramming, we deprogrammed Nazis. Now let's talk about MAGA. This one's a lot less fun because it is actually talking about things that we did in like post-World War II Nazi Germany, which we've talked about like on this stream at length, that did not go anywhere near far enough and didn't actually denazify Europe at all. So these are the two options that we have. I actually have not watched this one past like the first 2 minutes. But it looks like it'd be very good, and it's by Hello Future Me, which suggests that it would be a pretty good analysis. And All I know is like in the first 10 minutes of it, there was some quite fitting parallels to the current United States. Relevant. Yeah, look, this one's more fun than this one, so, and this one kind of has a voice modulator sound to it. So you know what? I am just deciding. We're going to watch this one instead. This is the more fun one, and this is actually quite relevant to today's topics. Now, we can talk about deprogramming Republicans at length, and we will, but I think this is actually more relevant for today's topics than anything else. What's up, Zomi? Good to see ya. We are back over on YouTube again, but good to see you as always. All right, so let's learn about world building of Avatar, authoritarianism, corruption, and propaganda, and how we can relate that to our existence in modern day America.
Even though it seems like the Earth King is in charge of Ba Sing Se in Avatar The Last Airbender, it's quickly revealed that the true power behind the throne is the Dai Li, the corrupt secret police who ruthlessly control the city and much of the Earth Kingdom. One of the things Avatar did really well for its time was moral complexity. For half of the entire series, we're told Ba Sing Se is this bastion of freedom and resistance facing down against the myriad evils of the Fire Nation, only to reveal the Dai Li as arguably even more intimidating antagonists than the Fire Nation ever were. Not to mention episodes like Zuko Alone, where we see the supposed corruption and cruelty within the supposed good guys Earth Kingdom. It's more than just good versus evil, but the different shapes evil can take and how certain
the like distinction between the Dai Li's authoritarianism and like the Fire Nation, by the way, comes across much more in like the difference between neoliberal colonialism and imperial colonialism. That's kind of like the main distinction that I would make between the two. Not to say that, like, you know, Ba Sing Se is not an imperial like holding. It is obviously, but it comes across more so like a neoliberal type of colonialism.
kinds of it are much harder to fight. In fact, they beat Fire Lord Ozai in the end, but never actually managed to defeat the Dai Li. This kind of corruption, it seems, is too deeply rooted, and the story uses all of this to explore how authoritarianism comes to be, how corruption works, and how tyrannical systems perpetuate themselves. And these are the 3 questions we're going to be looking at today. This video is sponsored by me, and I'm lucky enough to do that because of you. I love making in-depth educational materials which are freely available to everyone, like my on-writing and world-building series. And if my work has helped you in any way, if you've learned stuff with me, I'd love you to join the Patreon and Discord, or pick up my on-writing and world-building series, which takes all those discussions and puts them into these books, which are even better. Follow the QR code on screen or the link down in the description below. People often think of authoritarianism as limited to dictatorships, but that's not true. I mean, we have to say it. History is complicated.
That's gonna fucking copyright me. Don't do that.
More or less compatible with. All governments are somewhere on this spectrum. Governance which is oppressive and has a disdain and disregard for human rights. Now, the Dai Li's corruption is especially surprising considering it was founded by none other than Avatar Kyoshi herself. The Avatar who is meant to be this paragon of good in the world. But we have to understand the Earth...
What reality are you looking at? Kyoshi was like the murderer-in-chief. Kyoshi was incredibly violent.
Kingdom's political environment that led to all of this.
Absolutely.
Corruption and authoritarianism never arises in a vacuum. The Earth Kingdom may look like a single united...
I mean, to be fair, if you watched the show growing up, it probably did play a massive role in your socio-moral development, because this show is literally about genocide and colonialism and I don't know, like propaganda, authoritarianism, imperial, like all of it. This show prepared me for this life. Kyoshi clapped the king or something. Did she did nothing wrong? Kyoshi did many things wrong, but also nothing wrong.
Country and all the pretty maps like the Fire Nation, but in reality it's more like 55 semi-independent states who regularly fight amongst themselves. Rebellions, border skirmishes, people throwing a hissy fit. If there's one thing Earth Kingdom history is rife with, it's not unity, it's chaos. The Yellowneck Rebellion, Chin the Conqueror, the Dao Fei, they all threaten to tear the Earth Kingdom apart at various points. Not to mention the royal court itself in Ba Sing Se is regularly full of backstabbing aristocrats who all trying to get closer to the throne, Game of Thrones style, culminating in things like the Wars of Secrets and Daggers right before Kyoshi became the Avatar. To call it a stable and unified kingdom is to stretch the definition of the words. And the problem is, unstable political environments like this are fertile grounds for authoritarianism and corruption. Authoritarianism presenting itself
Don't we
as
literally see, like, the Earth King get the air sucked out of his lungs by an airbender?
Dilution and corruption as a natural fault in a broken system. And this was ultimately the Dialee's downfall.
Zahir, yeah.
After Avatar Kyoshi passed, not only would the Earth Kingdom become more unstable, with factions looking to fill the power vacuum she left behind, but the Dailee themselves would look especially more vulnerable without their leader, their founder, an easy target for other factions in the Imperial courts. Despite being founded as an organization to supposedly preserve and protect the Earth Kingdom's cultural heritage, the constant competition and need to protect their own influence inside the court slowly corrupted them.
I'm more well-versed in Avatar than I am in Korra.
Kingdom culture, and more in becoming a deadly secret police institution. See, the problem is authoritarianism is fundamentally inefficient, not just because they tend to over-centralize authority and struggle to respond to their people's wishes, but because the people in power have to pour more resources into taking power and keeping it instead of actually...
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Not to say that, like, that is what this is, but this soldier right here looks hella sus for a U.S. Army. Like, I know that they have, like, different outfits for the different time periods, but you, my friend, or maybe not friend, look a whole lot more like a soldier from a very different place.
Trying to govern. And we see this all the time with authoritarian systems in our world. Resources poured into bribery, over-militarization, repression of opposition, and all of this gives birth to low-trust systems, where institutions and factions within the government are working against each other and even themselves, making it difficult for the government to carry out complex initiatives, and also for populations inside these states to trust the economy and institutions of society, worsening pre-existing problems. Institutions in these societies have fundamentally warped incentives because you cannot govern if you're afraid of a knife in your back. And this manifested in the story of the Dailee in what became known as the Night of the Silenced Sages. See, one of the other powerful factions within the Earth Kingdom at the time were the Earth Sages. Have you heard of them? No, you wouldn't have, because they're dead. Similar to the Fire Sages we meet in the series, they're these semi-spiritual, sort of bureaucratic officials who helped run the government at the time. It was actually an Earth Sage called Jianzhu who basically ran the Earth Kingdom for decades before Kyoshi came to power, ruthlessly suppressing rebellions.
Thanks, Nezzy. I'll DM you on Discord about that after stream, if that helps. It's too difficult to, like, keep my train of thought at the same time.
Controlling a massive spy network, having a huge influence over the Earth King, and an iron grip on legislation within the Earth Kingdom. In fact, we know the Earth Sages were really concerned with who was going to be able to raise the Avatar when they came around, because the Avatar was going to be a powerful ally. It was all political maneuvering.
And also, it makes sense if it's from a World War II outfit. At least, like, I guess we looked more similarly than I would have thought in hindsight.
A dangerous rival to the Dailee, having this immense influence over the royal family. The Earth King at the time, seeing their rising influence, ordered the sages to be rounded up by the Dailee and given a choice: bend the knee or die. Only a few survived the ordeal, and those who did were heavily monitored, stripped of influence, and isolated from each other. It's the good old authoritarian tactic we've just seen in Turkey. Arrest your immediate opposition just before they can do anything to your grip on power. But, and stay with me here, we're going to put a little bit of a tinfoil hat on. If we read
like the actual
lines,
anime, actually, Captain Buggy. I'm 6 episodes into season 1. I have watched, like, the live action one, the full first season, but I did not actually watch the anime up until now, so I didn't even know Avatar had this much lore fleshed out. Oh yeah, they call me Skywalker. Avatar, like, just like The Last Airbender, not even counting Korra, had quite a lot of lore fleshed out in it, but also, like, again, this was portrayed as, like, a kid's show at the time, but none of the messaging in the kid, like, were a kids show's messaging. The very first episode, actually the very first conversation of the very first episode, is calling out misogyny, in fact. And I've heard that there's quite a lot of similarities, Buggy. Don't worry, I'm sure as I watch it, I will occasionally want to scream about it on stream.
Daily didn't just purge the Earth Sages out of like mindless loyalty to the crown, they did it because it eliminated one of their rivals and solidified their own power. One fewer political rivals to contend with in the circles of power, not to mention, where the Earth Sages were spread out and numerous, the Earth King was one guy and perhaps easier to control. So, with the Earth Sages gone, the Daily could also fill those important roles in government ministries the Earth Sages once occupied. Suddenly, this created a power dynamic where the crown was even more reliant on the Daily for their authority, setting the stage for them to chip away at their final rival, the monarch themselves. And look what happens by the time Aang rolls around in The Last Airbender. They've neutralized the Earth King entirely and taken his power for themselves. See, a hallmark of authoritarianism is the death of political pluralism. Pluralism is—
Hey, look, that's what we're living through right now.
Where multiple factions with different interests and priorities can still work healthily within the same government. I should say that political pluralism isn't limited to democracies, to parties working together. Monarchies still have to account for things like the church, for the gentry, the merchant class, for the aristocrats. Monarchs were very rarely, if ever, absolute rulers, but authoritarianism tries to chip away at that, to forcefully remove opposition, delegitimize them, otherwise neutralize them, paint their participation in the circles of politics as unnecessary, ineffectual, even traitorous.
I think this is a really important note to touch on here, because I still think quite a lot of people, I think actually the vast majority of people, still think that this situation that we're experiencing in the United States is about one authoritarian leader trying to grab power for himself. Hence, like, the No King's Day protests and all of that. But it's not. It's not about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is nothing. Donald Trump has, like, 3 words that repeat in his head. And one is Biden, one is big, and the other is beautiful. And that's it. That's it. Oh, and Elon is the 4th word. Trump is merely a symptom. And in fact, like I've said this before, I don't even consider what we are doing, like the state of the United States, as fascism. Because fascism means everything exists for, like, the state. Everything exists to serve the needs of the state. But no, we don't live in that context. Because above the state, we have Palantir. The corporation is above the state. And so this is more techno-feudalism than it is fascism. Now, it's definitely authoritarianism, but, like, this is the problem with centralized power. I agree, in fact. The big, beautiful Biden, that is true. It is the big, beautiful Biden. This is the same issue that I have with centralized power that I have with, like, other kinds of socialists. Even ones that I would generally agree with. I've watched Avatar start to finish, like, 8 times. Yeah, I probably should do another run.
These patterns play out all the time in our world, and this is exactly what we see in the Earth Kingdom. The Daily remove opposition and concentrate power in their own hands. Part of this can be the death of the separation of powers or of the influence of the Constitution. Now, it's not mentioned in the series, but the Earth Kingdom actually did have a constitution. It was a constitutional monarchy, and the Daily worked with the Earth King to undermine it, to concentrate further power in the hands of the crown, of the executive. Power, which they knew and planned, would eventually flow to them. A fundamental
people literally cannot stand the idea of nuance. It's not even that they can't do it. It's not about an inability to engage in nuanced perspectives. It's about an inability to cope with the existence of nuance.
And the growth of authoritarianism is continuously modifying the rules of the game to benefit the people in power.
Faster.
Make it harder to remove them, make it more difficult for other factions to gain a foothold, and importantly, to legitimize more authoritarian governance. That's why these people tend to attack things like the Constitution. This is also, they can point to the broad powers of the Constitution or this legislation, and they can go, I have the powers to do this and you can't stop me, the courts can't stop me, or at least they muddy the waters so much that everything gets caught up in legal argument and debate for so long that no one can even stop them doing anything. It's too late. It becomes this, oh, who really knows if they were allowed to do that, to the point that them doing it again just becomes normalized. And
acknowledging the complexity forces people to contend with their own cognitive dissonance. And like, as we've said, like, that really does require an ability to first feel uncomfortable and to not react to it. And we can't do that as a country, clearly.
The Earth Kingdom doesn't have a separation of powers in the modern sense. We do see the Daily blurring the limits and rules of executive power to make it harder to question authority. And this sort of politicking has its basis in history and the present, sadly. The sages and the Daily are, in part, inspired by the literati class in Imperial China, these educated elites who wielded huge amounts of power inside the Imperial Chinese bureaucracy, sometimes even more so than the emperor themselves.
Familiar.
And these factions of whom would sometimes purge their opposition as they vied for power. And the world today is facing a wave of democratic backsliding as authoritarian movements in modern democracies gain momentum primarily by undermining political pluralism and opposition by casting doubt on
Are
the
we really
electoral
going to pretend that India is like a democracy?
process, weakening checks and balances, widening executive power, weakening the judiciary, and utilizing geopolitical chaos to concentrate
Really,
power
I
in their
shouldn't be
hands,
throwing
with the argument
stones
that
at
they
glass
are the
houses as an
saviors of
American,
their
but-
nation, fighting against some kind of evil without and within. Authoritarians, especially ones who are working inside modern democracies, will often try to maintain this sense of legitimacy. They might tear the system and the rules apart to concentrate power, but maintain the sense that they are the true representative of the people. That's,
by the way, is why they have to go through all of these hoops to get something like martial law done. If they wanted to just do martial law, they could do martial law, but it wouldn't look real. Like, they have to still look legitimate to the median voter.
where their power comes from. Attacks on nebulous groups like the media, as if they represent some sort of cohesive ideology, are attempts to delegitimize criticism and paint themselves as the sole arbiters of truth. You don't need to listen to the argument if you can just ignore the source. And with this, a distinct part of that transition towards authoritarianism is the normalization of corruption. This is where first, institutions are slowly broken down so that corruption rarely gets prosecuted or it's prosecuted unequally, especially to further blur the lines of legitimate executive
kind of like,
power.
you know,
And
legalizing
secondly,
bribery. You know, legalizing bribery is an example of
corruption
that.
becomes essential to how the system works. It becomes a fundamental part of the exchange and flow of power and goods. Everyone is corrupt and everyone needs to be corrupt. It becomes this built-in, often invisible cost. At best, corruption accusations become a tool to wield against political opponents. In fact, during the Night of the Silent Sages, the Earth Sages were almost definitely accused of corruption, of being traitors, of undermining the Earth Kingdom. Interestingly, corruption normalization is actually really well documented in modern-day China, where low wages for public officials on a local level means bribery has become a bit of a standard practice in local government.
Shard,
with
the
some
military parade
estimates
starts in
saying
20
it might
minutes.
account for up to 3% of GDP. That's 718 billion Canadian dollars or 10 trillion Mexican pesos.
We're
And
still, like,
Kyoshi
not
actually
doing much.
describes this sort of thing as becoming a pretty common part of Earth Kingdom bureaucracy. Out there is an entire nation crammed full of corrupt, incompetent people who will try to use the Avatar for their own purposes, buffoons who call themselves sages, when all it takes in the Earth Kingdom is having the right connections and paying enough gold to plaster such a title
Wow,
on
that
your
sounds
brow.
fucking
As the
familiar.
Daily took over the Earth Kingdom bureaucracy,
A lot of
that
this sounds
corruption
familiar.
continued under them, just to serve them. Again, corruption weakens institutions because people working there have a greater incentive to enrich themselves rather than do their job. Especially if they need the money, it distracts them from doing their job. And it's because of all of this that corruption and authoritarianism are deeply intertwined.
I see so many parallels between everything we're listening to in this video, and, like, thanks, by the way, Brain Matter, for saying we should watch this one, because you were absolutely right.
Enforcing each other. Authoritarianism sustains itself through corruption, and corruption prevents more democratic and efficient modes of governance from getting a foothold. Both corruption and authoritarianism manifest in what are called patronage networks, where government resources are distributed in part to ensure loyalty and consolidate power, rather than because of where they really need to be. A lot of this will often go to the military or lower level officials, and we actually know the Earth King and the Daily did this. After
I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country. I fucking hate this country. Hey, from the Department of Defense, you know, happy Flag Day. Did you notice that the Russian flag's right next to you know, our flag over there? I didn't realize. I didn't realize. What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck is right. We did that on purpose. That's not an accident. Hell yeah, Bassam Yusuf? God damn, Twitch is that far behind. Wow. But no, yeah, this is fucking insane. There's no way that we accidentally put the Russian flag on here. Could have been the French, but no, that's very, very clearly the goddamn Russians.
Series of tsunamis
We
hit
really
the
are
southern coast of the
Russifying
Earth
this
Kingdom.
country.
The Earth King at the time offered aid, but only
Could have
conditional on
Turkified
them
instead.
traveling to
I would have
work on the
preferred it.
outer wall of Ba Sing Se, basically dragging in workforce and power and influence, which in turn increased Ba Sing Se's federal influence over the
100%,
other
that's everything
states.
the government does.
And when you see Long Feng and the Dai Li this way, the Avatar didn't just represent a threat to his power, but he was someone outside the Dai Li's patronage network with still significant influence.
Oh yeah,
So-
no, that's straight up just the like Russian flag. Oh damn, Twitch was at Bassem Youssef. Yeah, Joseph Khalid. Twitch has been like just absolutely shitting the bed for me. The last 2 streams, I'm genuinely confused as to what's happening there. I'm gonna have to call Twitch support after that. But welcome to the YouTube channel, and also, if you're not already in the Discord, please join the Discord. And welcome. In fact, we'll be finishing up with this soon and jumping over to the military parade.
Someone unwilling to be brought into the corruption ring will sometimes be singled out or held back on authoritarian systems because they might represent a threat. To be clear, this isn't always true. Authoritarianism and corruption are both really complicated topics. Like, Singapore is somewhat authoritarian, but it actually has one of the lowest corruption rates in the world, and there are complicated reasons for that. And in speaking about Belarus, an authoritarian state, researcher Marina Zeleznaya spoke about a really interesting quirk of corruption there. While political loyalty is an important mediator of the effect authoritarianism has on corruption, the government deprived politically disloyal organizations of corruption opportunities instead of using corruption as an incentive to promote political loyalty. So it's not always about rewarding loyalty. One really interesting tidbit of Avatar's world building here is that you can see a cycle at play throughout its world
yeah, I know, he's
history,
on the move.
that authoritarianism rises when the Avatar isn't around. In fact, this is pretty explicit in The Avatar and the Fire Lord, where Sozin refuses to save Roku because, quote, "without you, all my plans are suddenly possible." I don't think it's a coincidence that the Night of the Silent Sages happened in the power vacuum following Avatar Kyoshi's death, and how the Dai Li truly take power from the Earth King and solidify their control only when Roku is gone and Aang isn't around. The Dai Li's concentration of power was made easier when the Earth King also died suspiciously, read between the lines, and the new Earth King was,
The Earth King didn't kill himself.
luckily only 4 years old, nice and ripe to be molded from a young age by Long Feng himself. Although I had a funny thought when researching this video where you can look at the Avatar as kind of like the ultimate authoritarian who just turns up and says, "This is how things are gonna be," especially
Could
Kyoshi.
be.
But, of course, everything
Especially with
changed.
When the Fire Nation attacked.
The 100-Year War presented the Dai Li with an opportunity to cultivate even greater
I
power,
wanna be able to
fear
finish
of
this
war
video.
and
Come on, we got
starvation,
15
a
minutes until
victim
this shit's
narrative to
supposed to start.
exploit, the chaos of the influx of refugees, the weakening of the outer states like Omashu, general instability justified even greater purges, even more Orwellian laws under the guise of national security and solidarity, protecting civilization, saving the country. Authoritarianism usually relies on some kind of emotional appeal as being the necessary evil
always.
to tackle bigger problems. War,
Always
instability,
the emotional
civil
appeal. Always emotional, like reactionary ideology. It's always been so, because that's the only way you will ever get people to make choices that are going to go against what their own best interests are. And the way that you do that is by get them to care more about the state's best interest than their own best interest.
unrest, and it'll go back to normal when, of course, things are fine, but things are never fine, apparently. If this sounds familiar, it's because it is not new. It's happening today, and it's happened all throughout history. During World War II, the UK suppressed news of the war through the Ministry of Information. You might
Same
not know
shit,
this, but George
different
Orwell
font,
actually
exactly.
made propaganda for the British government, and that work partly inspired 1984. News or failures from the front were often suppressed or spun to be better, the argument being that censorship prevented any publications which might endanger the troops or expose a country's weaknesses, but it was clearly also used to suppress criticism of the government and help politicians hold on to power. The Axis powers were even more brutal with this, more censorious, so much so that the German people kind of barely understood just how poorly the war was going for them a lot of the time. A country divided during wartime can easily get caught up in infighting instead of winning the war. It can lead to a loss of morale and support, and it's just chaos. Something that Dai Li would have necessarily been worried about,
That'll
leading to
come in
there
handy
is
later.
no war in Ba Sing Se policy.
peek, hit
But
the
this
future.
kind of unstable wartime political environment and these laws are easily exploited exploited for corrupt purposes. Those in power able to further imprison opposition, concentrate power under the guise of them threatening national security, that emotional appeal being channeled into painting someone else as the enemy, both without and within. And the Dai Li
That's
did exactly
familiar.
that. People who might undermine the peace and stability, the haven that is Ba Sing Se. Even the highest ranking generals knew not to criticize them. This was how empires fell. And actually, if you want to learn more about how empires rise and work and fall, then volume 1 of my On Writing and World Building series has 3 whole chapters on it with way more depth than I can ever fit on YouTube. Or if you want to learn about how revolutions really work, then On Writing World Building volume 3, which is even bigger and more in depth and way better, and it's my favorite volume. Or if you want to learn about writing elemental magic systems or creating civilizations, not to mention a ton of other topics, all unique to
you're getting off
legitimacy.
topic.
And if they can't dismantle the free press, then they might instead try to delegitimize them, label them as liars, and paint themselves as the only source of truth. In fact, Long Feng we know is the Grand Secretariat, based on a real position in the Imperial Chinese government, powerful primarily because they controlled which information went to the emperor himself, often manipulating it for their own benefit or simply suppressing news they didn't want to pass on. The Earth Sages definitely controlled where information went.
Nothing's changed. Oh my god.
And when that bureaucracy passed to the Dai Li, that power did as well, only entrenched during the 100-Year War. Again, authoritarians will rarely paint themselves as authoritarian by nature, but instead the savior of the people,
Except
right?
Trump,
That's the narrative they'll want to
because he
sell and
likes it.
control. They'll often use their control of information streams to further
Remember, I'll be dictator for one day.
destruction of pluralism, painting their opposition as traitors or servants of that hidden or
Longest
outside
fucking
evil
one
which
day
only
I've
their
seen in
authoritarianism can confront. You can only trust them, and authoritarianism is the price we pay. And of course, how can we talk about their control of information and people and the whole system that built up without talking about Lake Laogai? We learned dissidents were imprisoned or even brainwashed. Lake Laogai was actually based on a real network of prison camps in Maoist China, the Laogai system, meaning reform through labor. There was also the Laozhao system, which meant re-education through labor. They were slightly different, but it's also worth noting here the Dai Li were partly named after the leader of the Blue Shirt Society, a fascist organization under Chiang Kai-shek who regularly assassinated and imprisoned his opponents. They were inspired by multiple things, all of which were authoritarian. The most important thing here being an over-reliance on punishment. Authoritarian movements generally advocate for harsher punishments over rehabilitation, even the death sentence. To them, fear is an important tool, just as much as punishment is. It justifies more extreme powers, it undermines checks and balances and constitutional protections. They use arguments like, oh, you're against these terrible methods? Oh, you must be pro the rebels or murderers or whatever. This too is a hallmark of democratic backsliding today, often coupled with a narrative that the country is at risk and only harsher punishments and fewer restrictions on law enforcement can root out the enemy within.
Yes, you know, of course, you know, the same exact thing that we're hearing right now. The enemy from within. We need to have more freedom for cops and let them just shoot people for fun. Do the kids these days have quality shit like Avatar? I hope so. No, they have AI slop, unfortunately.
See the Dai Li pushing this narrative specifically, but interestingly, we do see it with Kuvira later on, who, of course, also paints other people as enemies of that hidden and outside evil which only
Okay, I think they're
authoritarianism
making a new
can
Avatar
confront.
soon.
With
That's
this,
for
their
the-
claim to power was
Actually, wait,
complete.
that's
They
for
were
us
the
still.
de facto rulers of the Earth Kingdom. But this drags us to another question. When authoritarianism manages to remove all opposition, if they accomplish their goals, what then? Indoctrination to guard against opposition in the future. This is another part of them controlling information, controlling the narrative about themselves, their history, the threats the country faces. While the Dai Li were originally volunteers who wanted to serve the Earth Kingdom, Long Feng started them taking children off the street and training them up from a young age, trapping them in a social system where they had a place, power, influence, and which they were trained to serve in obedience, not only entrenching their power,
this
but
is one of
trying
the
to
things
guard
that,
against
like,
infighting in the future. After
bug me about the right, because they get so mad about political analysis that can fucking hell. I don't know why the Pokemon theme song was the like alarm for that one, but okay. Sorry, just to alarm to make sure that I don't actually miss out on the start of the fascist parade. Don't know why it was that theme song, but you know, I'm not gonna complain. No, but like one of the things that really pisses me off about the right wing when it comes to like political analysis that has anything to do with any existing media is they get so angry about it that they think that this is like some shitty way of doing political analysis and that you can't compare any fictional media and any like anything that happens inside fictional media to real world politics. And it's literally just because every single instance of this clashes with their worldview, and it's just that. That's the only reason that they hate it, and I still will never not find it funny. Kamirza, I just watched this morning. Cool. It's a excellent video that really does show quite clear parallels to our modern day. On a mission to radicalize the youth with Avatar: The Last Airbender show, distributing the comics based. I want to be the very best, the best there ever was. I do too.
After all, without an enemy they can unite
Catch
against,
them
authoritarianisms
is,
will
my
often
real
resort
test.
to infighting. All of this is why one of the best moments in the series is when Longfeng tells the Dai Li to arrest Azula, and they don't. They join her.
If only it was the Pokemon parade.
Arrest the Fire
God, I
Nation
would love
princess.
that so much more.
It's because they haven't made up their minds, she said. They're waiting to see how this is going to end. The fact is, they don't know which one of us is going to be sitting on that throne, and which one of us is going to be bowing down. Because ultimately, a lot of authoritarian systems, not all, but a lot of them are inherently fragile. The normalization of corruption creates easy breakpoints, and it's a system with backstabbing built into it. Authoritarians...
It's literally the internal contradictions can't continue to withstand themselves, and then it collapses. That's the general way that most fascist or authoritarian empires fall.
Often have to resort to necessarily pitting their lessers against each other, which really doesn't help. Just as much as authoritarianism is inherently inefficient, it can also be inherently self-destructive, eating away at itself. This is not to say that they cannot last for a long time, but that while democracy can seem inefficient and slow, its greatest strength is that it has a built-in mechanism to accommodate radical change. You can vote people out. There's an easy way for the people inside and outside the political structure to implement changes without breaking the system as a whole. How power is transferred, which is when systems are most vulnerable, is clear and easy. There are rules. This is why authoritarianism often starts by attacking or muddying the electoral process. You have to instill a lack of faith in the system before you can entirely break it. Authoritarianism doesn't offer that easy transfer of power. It's built to resist change and is often centered around a few people like Longfeng, without whom it just breaks. And that self-destructive tendency can be transferred to whoever is in power next. We see that with Azula, who, funnily enough, banishes the Dai Li because they've already betrayed Longfeng. Why wouldn't they betray her? Like, I get it.
The wildest part about that is that she does this when she's actually already lost her mind. It's like the one thing that she does that's not crazy.
She was kind of losing her marbles there, but she was kind of right. Corruption perpetuates but also encourages the disintegration of the next regime, and ultimately, that's why Aang couldn't put an end to the Dai Li the way he did Fire Lord Ozai, because it's a system, not a person. The real world is complicated, it is difficult, it requires tireless, conscious effort from everyone to ensure it is heading in the right direction. And with the way the world is currently heading, we need more of that than ever. We need to understand how authoritarianism works before we can stop it. I love Avatar, I've loved it for a long time. I don't only talk about it, but I do like.
Have you watched the analysis of the psychology of Azula? Oh yeah,
world.
those are
storytelling is a passion of mine, as it may well be yours, and I'm really happy that I get to make freely accessible, open, in-depth, educational stuff.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I think I've watched Analyzing Evil for Azula specifically. Yeah, they're fantastic. All right. Thankfully, we do have a couple minutes, so I'm going to show you one really quick thing that I think is great and is a nice little palette cleanser for what comes next. And from there, then I will throw up what we have, the feed, at least for the military parade, and then we'll wait until it gets started. It's almost there. So this right here is a cat leading some ducklings to the water, and it's adorable. We all deserved a nice little, like, you know, palette cleanser, I think. Kitty. I'll see if I can bring my cat in a second, once I, go to the bathroom and come back. I'll leave these open like this so you guys could, keep track. I think the story in the comics about how the Fire Emperor was glazing up Zuko while, shitting on Azula should have been in the show to convey how she was indoctrinated into fascist tendencies. I do think so as well. In fact, like, the whole thing with Zuko's mom and all of that should have been much more prominent in the show, I think. But cats, adopting any kitten-sized thing is amazing. I agree. All right, I'll be back in, like, 2 minutes, and then we will get started. Hopefully, on my cat. You have been kettled and corralled, my boy. My boy has been kettled and corralled. Oh, I know. Mwah. 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 Alright. Oh, Frank hates me. Alright, I still have 2 minutes. I can go pee. That took me the entire time to go find him. Looks like Iran is preparing to launch again. Of course they are. Of course they are. Not a dull minute, goddamn. Alright, I'll check on that when I get back in a second. In the meantime, I think they're right about to show up, so see how it goes. I'll actually be 1 minute now. Don't these fucks dare start without me. Okay. Side news, Pakistan just passed a law banning child marriage something. Southern states in America still in 2025 cannot say they have done. W. Giant W, in fact. Although, I will say part of that is because they don't actually want to do that in the southern United States. Primarily so. Unfortunately so, in fact. We don't seem to have much interest in not diddling children as a country. The ones of us that are normal have no interest in such things, but, you know, few and far in between, it seems. Okay, so we still got no volume here. C-SPAN stream is meant to launch right now. And it still hasn't. So, like... sound. Very, like, ominous sound. Just C-SPAN is not cooperating, I guess? Why? And what kind of fucking music is this? What are we doing? Are we playing Mario?
Of those who've traveled to Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Who are watching their events as they play out, as this group here is not too far
Mario-ass
from
music.
the Washington Monument. The parade originally scheduled to start around 6:30. However, weather concerns
Final
have moved
Fantasy
up that
VI
timeline,
fanfare.
so
We're doing
gonna see it in
fascist
just a few
dystopia. That is
minutes.
true. We
But
are doing
just to give you a
fascist
sense of what
dystopia.
plays out from the parade on forward, it will start with the parade,
The
as we
fucking
told
Hunger
you, and you can
Games
see
being
that
announced right
as you
there.
keep on watching C-SPAN. You can also see later on this evening.
What do you mean
the
keep on
reenlistment
watching? Your
ceremony that will
stream
be
just
conducted by
went
the oath
live.
by
My God, I hate these people. It's already started. Wait, no, these people will fucking copyright me. I have to watch it on C-SPAN. Of course they will.
Concert and also planned fireworks. Again, stay with C-SPAN as we show you all those things throughout the course of the night. Joining us now to give us some context and experience as we talk about the events of the 250th anniversary, two guests. Sergeant Major Christopher Stevens joins us. He is the U.S. Army Personnel Senior Enlisted Advisor. And Lieutenant General Brian Eifler, the U.S. Army Personnel Deputy Chief of Staff, to both of you gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving us your time.
Thanks.
They could have postponed it till Sunday.
250 years and
no,
a celebration
they couldn't
today.
have.
What does
It wouldn't
that
have been the Army's 250th
I don't think we're ever going to see
birthday,
this
so
again
that
in our
would ruin the
lifetime.
excuse.
And I'm just glad to be a part of it. 250
plausible
years that we've
deniability.
been doing this experiment of the United States and this Army, and really our military founding before it even began. And so I think it's great to recognize and just show the people the history through actually showing all our units, all the divisions in the Army, going through history from the beginning to the modern era. It's going to be awesome.
Sergeant Major, the Army, 250 years.
Actual,
how is it shaped culture?
justification is important
in American society, do you think?
Yeah, and I can tell you firsthand based off of my
What is going on with the sound?
experience, you know, I thought I was going to.
I'm getting attacked by, like, C-SPAN, it seems.
Miking problems, and I apologize for that. We're going to adjust that as we go along. Lieutenant General,
yeah, please
same question to you as far as to how it's shaped the American experience, so to speak, the Army's influence.
Yeah, I really think the American dream is still in the Army. There's a lot of people that could come in with nothing, with shirt on their back, and if they meet the qualifications, they can serve and they live honorably. They can do their tour. They could be serve in the profession, get the GI Bill, which has been the greatest thing since sliced bread, so that they could serve and continue their education, get a career, get benefits and things like that, and then
don't pass
have
out
that
sort of
privilege of
thing,
saying,
or
"Hey, I
is it
served
more
my
just like
nation."
if
So
you
I
don't
think
throw up, you
it
get
shows
to
something
stay?
that's serving something bigger than yourself, selfless. And that's what we're looking for people to serve.
Sergeant Major, everybody thinks of the Army. Everybody knows the Army, but what's the purpose of the Army in the modern day?
Well, in this modern day, the
To
fight
kill
win our
people.
nation's
What the
war.
fuck
You know,
else
when
would the
called
Army be
upon,
for? To kill
we,
people.
the Army, that 1% of the nation who's proud to serve, we're here to do the job that the nation needs us to do.
Give us a little bit of a snapshot of your experience, both of you, before we go on to some parade coverage. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you said, you know, I'm the senior human resources sergeant major in the Army, so proud to be the advisor to General Eifler. Grew up as a personnelist within our Army.
This already
have
looks
served
like it's
overseas,
going to be so
both in combat and in the Pacific, out in Okinawa, and have definitely enjoyed my time CONUS, primarily at Fort Bragg.
Lieutenant General?
Yeah, I mean, between both of us, over 60 years of service in this country, in the Army, we've seen it evolve and change over time, but being in charge of the human resources.
I mean, so far we just muted the music entirely.
We affect everything. The 1.2 million soldiers that are out there from National Guard, Reserve, and active component. It's an awesome responsibility, but it takes a team, as we have some great teammates that serve with us to help us make sure we do.
True, Josh. Right now, the Army's only job is to get Trump off for his birthday.
Activities of the parade is starting. Let's go to that now.
And onward to West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready, unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable.
I
And
feel like
today, the
we'd
legacy
pretty
rolls
shaken,
on.
pretty
This
matched, and actually pretty breakable, if I'm recalling Afghanistan, Iraq, and Vietnam correctly. By the way, all of these dudes being political muppets should be thrown into military prison. YouTube chat wouldn't let me post this. I mean, very fair. Oh, there's like 60 aircraft in this show. At the end of this, we're gonna see a paratrooper jump out of a plane holding an American flag and try and, you know, land in front of Trump with it. It would be very funny if, he didn't make it. Like, you know, all the way. Where he was intending. Yeah, I don't know. I'm about to have some fucking words with Twitch support after this. Oh no. Go away, Hegseth. No one wants to see your face.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the
I'm shocked that the man is still vertical at this hour.
United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children.
would be actually really funny if he landed on Trump, yeah. Imagine... no, actually, I'm not going to say that. You'll be okay, Brain Matter. Just listen to the sound of my voice and follow it back to your meat suit. Of course they're cowards. Did you see Biden with a fucking shield like that?
Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump.
God, what a fat, greasy fuck he is. Happy birthday, you piece of shit. I'd probably, like, more willingly wish Nixon a happy birthday than this fucker. Clown show. This is already shaping out to be, by the way. Like, we're not even, like, 10 minutes in, and it's already looking pretty shit. Melania always looks like she's being held hostage. Well, that's because she is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Behold,
to honor America,
the most
would you please
insecure
rise for the
bitch
singing
baby
of
this
our
country has
national anthem.
ever seen. She always looks pissed. She's, what is she? Estonian? She's Baltic. She always looks pissed. There you go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last
national anthem reading. Singing.
whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
This man's face is all of our ears. Stop it, Buggy. Josh, shoot me first with it, please. If you take the stream out, the rest of us don't have to hear it either, you know? Honestly, I wouldn't even be ripping on this if it was like any other occasion. Cosplay Barbie, Christy Dog Killer Gnome. It's okay, you're allowed to be mean, Brain Matter. It doesn't matter. They're soldiers that are willing to be here. I'd rather get fucking court-martialed.
We even had a country. We had an army. They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they
probably
fought
has,
the
Dave.
most powerful army in the entire world
He's
to a
79
standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th,
Sorry, 79,000.
1776,
That
that
is.
news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
For free!
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started
Yes,
in
of
December.
course.
They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died
George
that winter of
Washington
disease.
famously said that we should have a fascist party. He did say that.
Not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived. Here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
I mean, don't pretend that the founders were good people, you know. They were slave owners who wrote that all men are free into a constitution.
Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to...
As if following orders is an excuse. Take a court-martial. Kostiak, we've talked about this with the Russians.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and...
I mean, the Russians will kill you, but that's still, you know, morally the right answer than going and killing innocents.
Wallace looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So
Now,
he
this is
prepared
less
an all-out,
serious than that, of
desperate
course, but, you
counterattack.
know.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear.
Ah, fair enough. It's hard to tell who's being sarcastic, who's not. The people in these videos are too enthusiastic. They are specifically selecting for the most enthusiastic. In fact, like the crowd in the back is being paid $1,000 a head to sit there, and they're looking specifically for DEI. They're looking for minorities, and especially people that are very happy to be there.
When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
I saw the token black dude. I'm sure you'll see a couple. Just like how that Fort Bragg speech was all to selected, like, personnel as well. Everything they do is fake. Every accusation they make is a confession. I feel like they could find a couple idiots that, you know, want to get paid $1,000 in crypto. God bless the United States Army, except unless you're trans. True.
Almost everybody.
Even though, like, that's the majority of the cybersecurity force.
So we're back again, the Army 250th Parade. As we're showing it to you on C-SPAN, Lieutenant General Eifler, you saw the starts of it. What were your impressions?
Fired up. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I think it's great as we saw Trevor Breedenkamp, Major General Trevor Breedenkamp, leading as the commander of troops, the parade with Sergeant Major Vern Daly from the Military District of Washington. They do all these events, but this is going to be a highlight of their career, being able to lead the Army through the streets of D.C. And as the Secretary of the Army invoked the passion and spirit of patriotism and service to the country.
First,
that's what we're all...
armored personnel carrier first, or a bomb first, or a plane first.
Definitely glad that everyone came together. They know the importance of this. It's an opportunity to show our nation and our country the opportunities that the Army has for us all.
I'll follow up. The idea of the citizens.
Also, I'm taking bets on whether we're going to see cracks, like, forming in the road as the tanks are driving. I'm 50-50.
Nates and our recruiters that are out there every day who are doing their best to connect, you know, with the the population that they deal with every day and letting them know, like, hey, you can come someplace, you can do something that's bigger than, you know, just yourself. And you got an opportunity to lead, you know, the men and women of our nation.
And so many of them take different roles. Some of them front lines, some of them are soldiering, some of them are playing instruments. How do you keep that cohesiveness? What goes into to help keep
Democrats, Josh. Democrats.
We have
fuck your recruiting.
over 150 different specialties today. We just
Hey,
talked
anyone
about,
who
some
signs
NASA
up for this shit
Army,
today,
talked to some
anyone who
space,
signs up for this
capable-
shit today, hope you know where you're going. You're going to Iran, motherfuckers. Have fun dying in the mountains when you sign up for this shit today.
If you want to be a cook, if you want to be infantry, if you want to be artillery, if you want to be a lawyer,
in Iran,
a pilot, all of these things. If you want to work on electrician stuff, all that's in the Army, and I think we all
in Iran.
We put ourselves aside and we join up and say we're going to be of one, e pluribus unum, and I think that's
pretty place to fucking die, Kostiak.
On a winning team, and that's what we've been doing for 250.
We'll see a lot of the Army's eras during the course of this parade, but to break it down, a regular Army, a total Army, and the Army Reserve, a total Army, Army Reserve, and National Guard. Why those three distinctions?
Well, I think it's important to know that before there was an Army, there was militia. And that's what the founding of the National Guard is. And so we saw that when we talk about Lexington and Concord.
Hey, a militia. That's something
Hill,
you should form in your community.
Before we even had an Army, we had the militia. So the National Guard Reserve forces are alive and well today, and we need that. We needed it. We wouldn't have survived. We wouldn't have won the independence of war, and we can't do it today without them. So having those components that are soldiers that are reserves and the National Guard and full active, they all come together when we need it, and we see that
also
today.
They don't have a choice,
of what we're doing across the world.
And Sergeant Major, I suppose that helps keep this idea of cohesiveness, too, so that everybody can have a role no matter what their station in life is.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, going back to what you said earlier about the citizen soldier and why the skills that you learn in the Army is so important in everyday life, especially, you know, learning
especially
how to be,
when you have to use them to, like, you know, attack migrants on the street.
A little time before we go to our next event.
Or just brown people overall.
Why the Army over other branches of the military, at least in your opinion?
Ooh, so it's interesting. Earlier we talked about, you know, New Jersey, and again, my grandfather had uncles all who served, and you know, when I had that opportunity.
Oh no, I mean, like, if they're told to be there, they wouldn't have an option to be there. Like, the Army doesn't have the option to not do the parade. The ones that are there don't have to be there, but like the parade's happening one way or another. The Supreme Leader, is that a different country? No, you got the right one. Right country.
I had a yearning for that. My dad was in the draft in the 50s. Served a little time and went over to Germany, but I just had this yearning inside of me just to serve my nation.
And you're going to serve under this administration. Your father fought in fucking Germany, and you're going to pimp yourself out to discount Pinochet?
Throughout the night, we're into the Revolutionary War era now, so let's watch that.
Was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the Revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world, too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody. And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible landing.
I want them to catapult in from space.
You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world.
Fucking, if we were a real country, we would be able to drop these people from space and have them land in a giant metal pod. Why is that one smoking? And that one? Okay, no, never mind. I see them now. They're colorful smoke. Cutting it a bit close there. Oh, here we go. Here's the favorite era of MAGA.
Divided. Over 4
the Confederacy.
Years, nearly 2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor. With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding
it's
settlers.
It's fucking wild that they have
way.
Union troops out here when Trump just renamed a bunch of bases after Confederate leaders.
Across the American frontier.
What?
As they march by, a soldier's
How
uniform
does C-SPAN
signals
have
their
this
duty,
bad
their
coverage?
role, and their readiness. And by the late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks shaping the Army's identity.
Well, the
and function
Confederates
across the
weren't
force.
American,
Soldiers
Josh,
were
so
issued 2
no.
coats. One,
I
a
would
short
hope not.
sack coat for work and battle, with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing
It's
the Civil
so
War era
funny
of our nation's
that they're
history,
doing
is
this
the
about
4th
the
Infantry
Union.
Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado.
Base Lanky Sapien. I thought they would have, like, at the very least tried to, like, both sides of the Civil War and just combine them and not really go into the Confederates or the Union, but the fact that they straight up just did the Union, first and foremost, kind of a big fuck you to Trump, actually. Kind of based. But also incredibly funny. Oh, that looks like someone fell.
From Port Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride.
Good luck
Born
and stay
from
safe,
the
Lanky
thunder
Sapien.
of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying
Yeah, I
color,
know.
charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line
It's
and
okay,
face
Twitter
the
will.
brutal crucible
believe in
of
it.
Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior
The Civil War
spirit
era is now being highlighted in what you're seeing on screen on the Army's 250th parade. Before that, you saw the Golden Knights as they were landing. Both of our guests commenting on their own experiences. That Sergeant Major, you want to start?
Yeah, first, you know, with parachute operations, and again, General Eifler will speak to what he's done throughout his career. I think there's probably nothing more exhilarating than jumping out of an airplane.
A perfectly good airplane.
A perfectly good airplane. But at the end of the day, going back to, you know, why do you want to do this? Why do you volunteer twice? It's because you want to be better than anyone else. You know, you want to be able to do what the nation needs you to do if called upon. So, again, seeing the Golden Knights, you know, bringing the flag, it's definitely near and dear to both of our hearts.
Yeah, it's great.
I
and
think we need to spend
jumping in-
$800 billion and develop ODSTs.
Acts and training translates into combat, and I think that's what we try to instill in all of our soldiers is to be tough, to be hard. You got to go through some hardships in life, whether it's in combat or just in life. We all experience
There
some
will be
hardships,
many of
and
those,
It makes
Buggy.
us better on the other side. So vertical envelopment parachute operations are still important to what we do in the military as they were back in World War II. a little bit faster and quicker now, but it's definitely been a part of at least Smokes and I's career, most of our career being in airborne.
You're watching people along the parade route, and just to give you a sense of what people, the parade route in Washington, D.C., this is a chart published by USA Today. The movement will begin at the Pentagon, or has began at the Pentagon. The parade runs along Constitution Avenue. That's the orange line on the map. It kicks off at 23rd Street Northwest near the Lincoln Memorial. It proceeds along the National Mall and Washington Monument, and until it reaches 15th Street.
Literally like promised payments or like paid payments?
A parade about the Army.
This is their Army. And this, as we said earlier, this experiment of the United States of America started with the Army. And, you know, not to give anything less to our brethren in the Navy and the Marines that were, you know, established this year later in October. They'll go through theirs, and then eventually the Air Force that was born out of the Army.
Value for money as in like it's so shitty they need to pay you to be there? Yeah, kinda. Russia's laughing its fucking ass off at us right now. So is North Korea.
First, all their political values, all those other things aside, and say, you know, we're going to do this together on this team. And I think that's what's important.
The Army makes a point that it existed even before the United States technically existed. What's the significance to you there?
Well, and again, it tells you that, you know, people who were not a nation yet, you know, said, look, you know, we need to come together, right? And going back to cohesion. And why are we doing this? You know, why do we want to be something that has never been done before in that environment? So again, it resonates today with being the teammate of teammates.
We were watching a little bit of the Civil War era going on, and what struck me is that during that era, you think of the leaders: Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, Sherman, the importance of leadership, not only in the era, but overall in the Army's existence and operation.
Absolutely. Leadership is the difference. Leadership solves about 90% of our problems. And we've seen that throughout history. We see it, you know, as we're watching some of these units go across: the 1st Cavalry Division, the 4th Infantry Division, the 42nd Division, the Rainbow Division, the National Guard, you know, foundations. MacArthur was in that division in World War I. Matter of fact,
they are gay and woke.
Jack
Hell
James
yeah!
is about to take that.
I didn't realize those were
Kuwait
still allowed
to
in the
service.
military.
So we still all the compos, active duty, reserve, National Guard. We all have to come together and to defend this nation.
World War I, World War II. How did that shape the Army?
It is significantly because before that we didn't really have much of an Army, much of a Marine Corps, or much of a Navy, and that really we had to go from 100,000 plus to over 8 million, Pedro. We can't even fathom that in the 4 years that they brought that back up. So what we learned from that lesson is we can't ever again just sort of like acquiesce defense. We've got to have a good deterrent, and you got to be ready, and we don't want to be late to that need.
During that time, Germany, France, Russia, Austria would all have large standing armies. Did that have an influence on the Army's operations going forward?
Yeah, but I think ultimately once those teams, you know, got in the theater that they were operating in, they knew that they can rely on the person.
Do you believe that we're spending
you know,
like
they had hard
tens of
together.
millions of dollars on this shit?
They spent so much time together, and they travel over, you know, to the theater of operations, and ultimately it was about
like they're not even talking about anything because there's nothing that's happened to justify something like this. The last time we had a military parade was the end of the Gulf fucking War, and so you know they would have been talking about the goddamn war that we just won. They have nothing to talk about.
And that was tough warfare. We learned a lot about warfare in that, and a lot of our World War II generals had served in that. Obviously, Eisenhower and you know, a couple of these, you know, MacArthur and Marshall. They cut their teeth in that war, and we learned some hard lessons in that war about the importance of unity. You know, when we went over there, Pershing, you know, General Foch from the French, he wanted to separate the Army of America and sort of spread them out and fill.
Tell me.
And Pershing was, we are not going to do that.
I will be shocked if you can name one.
And it turned out to be the right decision.
The whole idea of command and control, I suppose, would change during that time too.
Yes.
Honestly, they might not actually get to declare martial law today because, I mean, like nothing's happened from our end.
Well, we got to prove that every day, and we got to earn it every day. We got to modify. We have this thing.
I'm not even seeing any like protests popping up right now.
Transform. We can't say we're good. We've arrived. We don't need to do anything better. So we need to keep doing that, and that's what we're doing.
We don't
right
need
now.
to do anything
So,
better
when you
as
started
the
in the Army,
military.
how's the Army changed for you as far as how it does its
We're fucking
business,
cooked.
even from your entry into it?
Yeah, so General Eifler brought up, again, the initiative that we have right now, Transformation in Contact. When I first came in, it was, kind of, crawl, walk, run. I'll be honest now, with technology and with the service members that we have, and just how, things are intuitive, they are able to see something, send it to where it needs to go, and changes are made instantly.
6,000 soldiers expected during the course of the events of this evening. You'll see about 150 Army vehicles as part of that as well. 50 aircraft expected. Now, weather can determine and maybe makes changes to that. And then also the theme of this parade is this
You're
will
San Diego
defend.
right now.
What does that mean to you?
Wow, that means on this point right here, right, there is nothing that's getting past this point. I am defending, this. And again, this is our nation. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Lieutenant General?
To be fair, they
the
look like
Constitution.
soldiers, so,
this is what we will defend.
When they start
and that's what
looking
we've been doing for
enthusiastic,
250 years, and we're going to continue to do that. And I think that's important that we do that in all our recruits and everybody that's coming into the military. That make sure this is what we're unified against or for, to make sure we're protecting that right into service to our nation. I think that's important.
A still image.
By the way, we're being joined by Lieutenant General Brian Eifler and Sergeant Major Christopher Stevens, both of the United States Army. We're back to you, brought to you by C-SPAN.
They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the Sky, the P-51 Mustang. From the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances.
Sorry, blame C-SPAN.
Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity. From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band.
He's like, oh, these are the Trump supporting ones I talked to the other day. I should salute them.
In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier, shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I.
Oh, great. So I'm going to get copyrighted for that then.
The M1 helmet, tough, stable, and
they won't copyright like MAGA.
The M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast, it gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the greatest
fucking leftists.
And history proved him.
It's actually probably already too late, so whatever.
The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight.
I wonder how, like, a lot of these people square away the fact that we're going to celebrate, like, killing Nazis in this parade when a lot of these people support
Airborne
Nazis.
Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades,
And now they're here, witnessing the death of civil rights.
In Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman.
If you can see these plates over here, these are some of the ways that they're trying to not destroy the road.
Until 1957.
Though we'll see how successful they are.
You're looking at those tanks now. We'll talk about them. You just saw the 82nd Airborne Division. Both of our guests have a little experience with that. Sergeant Major, if you want to start.
Yeah, near and dear to the heart. Again, you know, earlier I talked about.
Tell you what, they probably could
who
use
are
some
two-time
WD-40 on
volunteers.
those. But
Hey, you volunteer to come into the Army, then that second volunteers, you volunteer to become a paratrooper. You know, 2 tours in deployed environment with the organization. A place where I, cut my teeth. You talk about leadership and the ability to see what's right.
You showed off your shoulder. What was on there?
Yes.
were we ever, Kostiak?
Yes.
When were we on the right
We all
side?
Americans.
Okay.
Yes.
There you
Hitler
go.
got half his ideas from us.
Yeah, it was great. I cut my teeth. I started off in the 82nd Airborne in 2504.
Hitler got most of his inspiration for like what to do in Germany from Jim Crow laws.
And a lot of people going back to Fortress Bragg, as we call it. And,
Also, we supported the Nazis until they declared war on America, and then America then no longer supported the Nazis. Prior to Hitler declaring war, the sentiment on this side of the Atlantic was not necessarily anti-Nazi.
Let's support the infantry with artillery and suppress the enemy with artillery. And then you have armor, and then you have aviation. And if you're not fighting together as combined arms, you're just really piecemealing. Some of our adversaries have done that over the years, and we've been able to really defeat them very easily because of that. And Desert Storm is a perfect example of that. So that's where we really started to get to that level in World War II.
We're seeing some tanks. We're seeing some armored vehicles. What's the armored vehicle role in the operations of the Army?
Yeah, so when you think about, troops on the front line and the ability to have, mounted and dismounted, operation, having that armored vehicle provides a level of protection that we need our troops to have.
We're about to enter the era
Okay, so
known
like
as the
right after
Korean
that
War.
happened, and for like 6 years maybe, tops, we were on the right side. I could agree to that.
Like for the Army?
Oof, interesting. You think about the environment. Obviously,
Look at this
yes,
fucking
World
man.
War
Secretary
II,
of Defense,
very,
Vice President,
very harsh, very cold conditions over there. But Korea, that place and us coming into that location, it was just interesting the way that we had to fight over.
I like the cut of your jib, Kostiak. I do. Based.
Anniversary parade.
Military forces to the Korean Peninsula.
We had, like, I don't know, a couple years where we embodied the fact that we at least pretended to give a shit. I can believe that. We believed that. Whether or not it was real or not, that's a whole other conversation, but we definitely believed that for a couple years. No sponsors. Get the fuck out of here. Crypto ads. Yeah, don't worry, you'll get a United Healthcare ad in a hot minute. Maybe a Poly Market or a Palantir one for good
kept
measure.
rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back
Only
in 1961.
if you're good, Dave.
Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more
Did
than
we not
40
already have a
years in
Jeep?
4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed.
Everything is a joke.
Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood.
And Hana Hanoi.
And over
Thanks,
the music,
Shoop. I'm so tired.
Through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War.
45 more minutes.
That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety.
Yeah, that was a popular war.
The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below.
Environments like, GI, your politicians have abandoned you. GI, your politicians have lied to you. GI, you should defect.
General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and
your government will bomb you in your sleep tonight.
Symbols in the sky.
They will napalm you, GI.
Fort Cavazos, Texas has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities.
Yeah, they might have actually paid an air traffic controller for this one.
Bosnia, the first teen band, has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band...
GI, your government will reject your right to benefits because they claim you have gender dysphoria.
To mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band.
Has he just been standing there like that, like frozen, for 20 minutes? Because that would be hilarious. Trump, like, stroking out.
The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers. Which
that's because you have a brain and a soul.
We are now in the Vietnam era. Lieutenant General, what did Vietnam do for the Army?
Well, really what you're seeing right there, 1st Cavalry, where they turned in their horses for helicopters and went in, and you've heard of Hal Moore went in there. And so that's being led by General Tom Felty right now. But what they did really is we had to get into a different type of warfare. And I think that was just showing how the Army would need to adapt in the middle of war, how they have to change things, and it did largely. And so that's
San Diego protest.
Still part of what we do today with air assault operations, air
parade? Sorry, protest? Parade.
That we do air assault training with all the divisions. So it's definitely something that we tested, put the proof to principle in Vietnam War.
Sergeant Major, how did the Vietnam War affect the morale of the Army?
Oh,
yes, ma'am.
So, you know, and again, General Felty and his command sergeant majors, LaVars Jackson, you know, what we saw was, especially in the enlisted corps, we needed to ensure that our professional development model, you know, got better. So really appreciate, you know, those founding fathers during that time frame that said, hey, we're going to invest more into those of you who enlisted in. and ensure that, you know, what you need to be a better leader going through the non-commissioned officer corps. They started that then.
We hear a lot about the public perception of the Army during Vietnam. Being members of the Army yourself, how does that affect you? I know it was part of your service, but how did it affect you now?
Yeah. So, it always reminds me anytime
Your
I see a
grandpa
veteran,
was probably telling the truth,
to
Buggy.
thank one, right? Especially just
Not
to be
gonna lie, unimpressive, poor whittle U.S. No, literally, like, this is, like, humiliating for the military. I said this multiple times, but think about, like, how much more impressive even just Russia's Victory Day was this year. They built a fucking Reichstag set.
to serve our great nation.
Lieutenant General?
They did a reenactment battle.
Vietnam vets welcome home because they didn't get it. They didn't get it. And we can't even fathom that today because how we treat our troops, which is really with high regard and respect. But I would just say that we've come a long way as a nation to respect the service of our folks. And just remember, out of Vietnam, we went to an all-volunteer force for the first time. So that was a big change coming out of Vietnam.
That's one era, and now the Army's parade focuses on the Gulf War era. We take you back to the parade.
More than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only
And yes, Shufel, they are recruiting dumb fucks that are going to go die in the mountains of Iran in a couple weeks anyway.
with Iraq's surrender.
Yeah, Trump is actually, that's a good point. Putin had, like, fucking other military leaders and other, like, countries, I don't know, dignitaries come and visit. Trump's sitting here by himself.
Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions.
Also, they just skipped over the
Nicknamed
Korean
Big
War?
Red One because
Of course
of the
they did.
distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1970.
To be fair, you can't really blame the Army, because, they do with what they're given the means to do.
First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One
Yeah,
awarded.
hence why we're also
the
talking
Medal of
about,
Honor.
you know,
In
killing
Washington,
Nazis
D.C.,
instead
the
of
1st Division
how much
Monument
they want to
stands
be them.
in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General
Yawn is
Omar Bradley,
right.
a
God
leader
damn,
from West
I'm
Point's
fucking
famed
falling
class of
asleep.
1916, the Bradley was
I've been
built
talking
to
for
carry
8 hours and I genuinely just don't give any fucks left. Like, I have none. Zero.
driven cannon and twin tube launched optically tacked wire guided missiles. It played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer that was first introduced back in the 1960s.
That's interesting.
Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
This does not instill me with hope for our coming military conflict with Iran. Or China, for that matter. Because I still think that's happening in October. I have a good feeling. I've not been... not really following that too much, but no, he's not Cincinnati. His squeaking, yeah, what the fuck? Do you guys not have WD-40, or is that just like it breaking because it's not meant to be driving on concrete like this? Or is it like the extra stuff that you added in to not break the roads? What did they do? Oh, the drones win every time. Well, they would believe that brain matter, wouldn't they? I hear boos. You guys hear that right? That those are boos. Also, wow. That's so fucking empty. Clearly not buggy. That's so fucking empty. Wow. Nobody showed up and they're fucking booing. That's why Trump had that sourpuss fucking face on when they panned to him. Look at them, they look grumpy. Also, they're bored.
In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the First Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the 1st Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories.
You hear the booing too. Thank you. I'm not insane.
Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven.
Yeah, well, North Korea just sank like a $300 million destroyer that they built immediately. So, you know, there's that.
You've been inside one, and what's it like?
Yeah, just it's great to see First Armored
My God,
Division.
right now all I'm thinking about is that meme of Putin calling Xi like, bro, and then Xi calling fucking Kim like, bro, and they're all just watching this, laughing their asses off. That's all I can think about.
Tons of American sovereignty.
It's embarrassing.
It goes a long way to be one of the elite tanks on the field.
This should be
especially with the Bradley fighting
humiliating.
vehicle, where you can deliver a squad of infantry anywhere on the battlefield. And so having, as we talked earlier, combined arms, you can get the infantry up, you could get the armor up, you could get the artillery. We saw the self-propelled howitzers. On that type of battlefield is very keen. And as we go into the future, you'll see later what we're doing about that. How do we do this into the future? We see what's happening overseas with some of those forces. How do we get larger ranges and, you know, like remote capable autonomous vehicles?
I'm not the only one seeing
a
it.
tank is killing other tanks at 4 kilometers, you know, so it can reach out and touch some things. It's got great optics, all weather, all 24-hour capability. So it's great for our forces to be able to highlight that and show that as they come through, the park streets down there.
And Sergeant Major, I suppose it's a visual example of, again, having to change fighting
the
styles
dog killer
because of
in
the situation,
chief
the Gulf War being one of those things. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so when you think about the lethality that a tank provides, especially in an open area like, the desert. Good friend of mine, Command Sergeant Major LaVars Jackson and Command Sergeant Major James Light there in the 1st Armored Division, they always remind me,
I would be insulted if I was in the military and I was watching this fucking shit.
So they're trying to get me inside of a real one. Probably won't happen anytime soon, but without tank
here we go.
we wouldn't be able to provide.
LAPD has issued dispersal order for people on Alameda between Temple and Aliso.
I came in 92. Friends.
This fucking parade's boring. We need some fucking protest crackdowns is what they're thinking.
And then right after it, right as it was closing.
What did it teach us, though? Because as far as the scope and size of the
we're
warfare,
hate watching,
very
aren't we?
small in comparison to others. But what did it teach us?
Well, the importance that we fight as a joint force. You know, we have the Air Force. They did a lot for that in the preparation for that. And we fight alongside. So not only were we fighting combined arms with all of what the Army brings, the logistics that we had, just like we learned in World War II, and the amazing support that they had to provide, and had to be protected too. But the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, all coming together in a great plan, obviously under General Schwarzkopf, that put that team together. And don't forget, allies. You know, you got to have your allies, and that's what we've always fought with throughout history, and you got to do that. And I think Desert Storm was a perfect example of how that should be,
all of you had to go
how it should look like, and how it should be executed.
Because they hadn't seen conflict since Vietnam, and that era how difficult was it to come up to speed to fight a new war at a different platform like that?
Well, I think again, when we went through, we had the big five coming out of Vietnam.
Well, we
had
lost
to,
Vietnam,
we developed the Apache.
What do you think?
The Blackhawk, the Bradley, as you're seeing, the M1 tank, and the Patriot missile system. We're still using all that today, and that helped us transform our military. And we built strategy, and and a lot of our plans around that, built an army around that, and it really, training was really important.
Yeah, no, even the commentary is boring as fuck. Well, like, there's nothing really happening right now. Even Freddy's Beach Bar and Resort, the gay bar near the Pentagon, is experiencing pretty low amounts of traffic. This shit was also record high up when all of the, like, pizza places were going off right before Israel hit Iran. So the gay bar near the Pentagon is officially part of tracking the Pentagon's movements. Got half an hour, Lanky Sapien, before this ends at least. I do have a couple things to, like, talk about at the end of this, but I'm glad it was good, though.
2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners.
I've never heard of this
event. The U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021, when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism.
Hey guys, you know how we're watching this really shitty parade? You know what the conservatives are actually watching? Because it's not this. It's this AI fucking parade they're watching instead of the real parade, because the real parade is such dog shit that they would literally sit and watch AI generated parades on Twitter than watch this crap. And honestly, I don't blame them. That's copyrighted music. They're playing Barracuda. How the fuck can planes fly that close? That they're not smart, Buggy. We know they're really not smart at all. What am I supposed to do when you're playing copyrighted 80s rock music? Come on. By the way, I would love to be able to listen to fucking Barracuda. So, like, maybe if you're gonna deregulate an industry, can you deregulate streaming, Trump? And get rid of all these goddamn copyright restrictions, please? That'd be great. I'll even say something nice about you. I will even go a full day without making fun of you shitting yourself.
Hey, we had to lock down Fort Knox, and then, what was the secondary actions from there? What I did see out in our community, though, was a sense of call to duty. So now you saw another wave of, hey, I
An
wanna
incorrigible
volunteer, I wanna
heathen
serve our
saying
nation.
that
So,
they've jumped
you know,
onto
it
the
definitely
Twitch stream
brought,
because it seems
in my
more
opinion,
interesting.
those who wanted to
As in
serve,
like
it
3
brought them
hours
into the
ago.
fold.
Lieutenant General, did you see that same thing?
Yeah, I think a lot of people wanted retribution, wanted justice. You know, we go back to Pearl Harbor, when they attacked a military target for the most part, even though there were civilians killed. This was outright.
I mean, I do gotta say, Bassem
Yusuf
Yusuf was
as we
quite
talked about,
entertaining.
this will defend.
I'm still laughing at your optical nerve is anti-Semitic. Oh my god. We thought simulation theory was mathematical problem. Turns out it's just right-wing Twitter. That's also true.
And up because of that, and they're still in today because of that sort of call to duty to protect our nation. So
We've been talking a lot about how things changed, fighting styles or management styles. Any major changes because of the global war on impact on the Army?
Yeah, and I think we really rewrote some and wrote doctrine on counterinsurgency. A lot of that, as you know, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they're different fights too,
I'm
different terrain, different
so
environments,
excited for this to end.
different political situations. And really, what we were trying to do in both
I didn't check the
locations
responses,
was,
honestly. I don't tend to
a
read
new way.
the,
and so we were learning and growing
comments
as we went
on those.
throughout. And just like now that
Too
phase
late now.
is over, we can't forget about those lessons, but we've got to adapt to this new type of warfare that we're seeing out there. So the one that fails to adapt is going to lose. And so we've got to be able to adapt faster than the enemy.
They
as you
started
see what's
letting
happening
people
over
in
Ukraine.
30
You've got to
minutes
adapt
early
quick.
because there was supposed to be 200,000 people here. Ouch. It's gotta suck to be the unpopular kid whose birthday no one wants to go to.
The public opinion of why are we there, the political involvement involved, how does that weigh on a person in the Army doing the job?
Brutal.
Does he put it out of his mind? Is it part of the consideration?
Like,
What do you
that
think?
actually hurt. I kind of
at
feel
some
bad
point,
for the man.
Early on in your career, you
Holy
understand
shit.
that it's
We
a
spent
profession.
$45 million
and with
on
that,
this.
you know, what comes with it. So again, you know, as a service member, I am apolitical.
All of us did. We spent $45 million
over
on
me,
this.
you know, that the Constitution, and we focus on taking care of each other. Again,
It's
I go
like
back to
2,000
we
people. There's
have to go
probably
someplace
more
we
like
all want to come
military
back.
in the parade than there are people watching.
For those watching at home, just a couple of updates. Around 7:40 this evening, we're expecting that re-enlistment ceremony with the president expected
I
to
don't
give an
know,
oath
but like,
as part of
I
that.
expect him to
Around
cry
8
if he
o'clock
does,
this evening,
Mythics,
little after
because
8
like,
o'clock, the president
god
expected to
damn,
make remarks
nobody
as well.
showed up. This
So
is
stay close
boring.
to C-SPAN if
This
you're
is
watching there. Our app at C-SPAN
humiliating
now, and
for
our
the United
website
States.
at cspan.org. As the
I mean, it was always
activities
going to
and
be. It had
festivities
to be.
associated with the 250th anniversary of the Army continue. This idea of re-enlistment. What's that for a person signing
DC's
up again?
deadass just not
That's
built for
sometimes
this
you join
kind
for
of
the-
parade.
For whatever reason, I joined up I just want to serve my country. I wanted to serve something
That
bigger
is
than
true.
myself. Some people join
This
for
is
college
better than
money.
laying on
Some
the
people
floor in
join-
LA. So, you know, like, they're happy. They get to do this. They get to, you know, do a parade. They might even get to have like pizza time later.
I'm going to stay on the team.
A little pizza
I want to
party.
continue to serve. I fit in like a glove. Or, hey, I'm going to try this now. I'm going to do this. Because there's many options that you could do in the Army. And that says a lot. And we've broken all our records for re-enlistment. Like, we've already made all our re-enlistment goals for this year.
Governor
as well as our
Gavin
recruiting goals.
Newsom's
So
Twitter
there's a
account
fervor.
has
And,
been
you know, when you're on a winning
incredibly
team,
funny.
people want to stay on that team. And I think that's what re-enlistment's all about.
Sergeant Major, the idea of re-enlistment for you.
Yeah, well, Mom said I wasn't coming home. So shout out to Miss Mary. No, for me, and it's interesting as I talk to young service members, especially those who have families. Again, you know, we enlist a person sometimes. Sometimes some service members come in with families, but we typically re-enlist
It
a
looks
family or a
fake
support
on the
group.
road.
So
like,
again,
at least one of
this
them did.
idea of
It was,
what
like,
does the
way too
commitment mean?
smooth.
What does service mean? It's bigger than just me, the individual. It's my family. It's my community. Knowing that we have one goal.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Again,
We hear
I
a lot
want
about
you to
diversities
remember.
these days. What does the military
It's
do,
fucking
particularly the
dead.
Army does, for a diversified fighting force?
And this was
so
San
I think
Diego.
General Eifler brought this on, you know, early on. We come from all walks of life with our own thought, with our own skill set that we have, and then we come to this place that says, hey, we have discipline, we have standards, we have values, and this is what it takes in order for us to be the team of teams. So again, come one, come
What
all.
team
You know,
of fucking
there's a drill
teams?
sergeant waiting for you.
What kind of like
Right.
fantasy land do these people
As far
live
as
in?
the structure of the Army itself, how does that build that diversity? How does that help, you know, people grow once they enter in?
Well, you start that. It starts off in basic training.
Well, you
And,
start off
you
with
learn
a
you have to
soul,
depend on
and
one.
then through basic training, working with our allies in Israel, we beat the empathy out of you. And
It doesn't matter where you're from. I will put my hand in his life. I will put my family and my life in his hands without question. And I think when you have that in a structure and an organization, there's nothing you can't do. When you have that type of trust, that type of bond, where you're enduring hardships together, you know, when you have to depend. I got to depend on Pedro. Pedro got to depend on me. We could be going through this horrible exercise. We could go through hectic combat,
I support Pedro.
storms, whatever, difficult times, but we're there together and we come through it on the other side. We are like this. It's a brother and sisterhood that's unmatched out there, and I think that's what people miss when they leave the Army, because you just don't find that in other
hardships.
You talked about the record for recruitment. What do you attribute that to? What do you think factors in there?
Well, I tell you, I know General Johnny Davis is a good friend of mine. He's in
Oh,
charge
absolutely.
of recruiting command,
And, like,
they
to be
have
fair, we did
pulled
cover all of
stops out for the last 2 years,
So-
developing selecting the right type of recruiters.
No one gives a shit about
how
this.
they incentivize.
I'm gonna
and the
watch this all
options
the
and-
way through
and
because I
streamline the process.
got
In
up
some cases, we were very archaic
and started
had to
streaming
fill
it
out a couple hundred forms
midnight
to get
for
in the
this,
Army.
so
Now you're down to like 9.
I'm gonna follow through.
So you can get people in faster, and plus there's a lot of options that we're offering. And not just monetary. People want to go to, let's say, Fort Bragg, or they want to go to up in Alaska and serve in the Arctic Airborne. They want to go to Colorado, as we saw. And so there's a lot more options. And really, we're doing a better job of
Yeah, people really miss
communicating.
the Army. That's why they retire the moment that they're able. Some of these troops look like they have negative morale. Honestly, like, yeah, they do. They do. It's actually fantastic news that this never made it to top of the news, because that means, like, there's nothing for them to call martial law over. None of the protests got violent. The only violence today was 2 Democrats being killed by a Republican. Or sorry, 1 Democrat being killed and another one being shot by a Republican. And the other Democrat's husband being killed with her. So that's like the only violence that's happened today.
For surveillance and the Blue Force
Also, these
trackers
people are going to
see
have to go
real-time
deploy
details
to
of
Iran soon, so why would their
United
morale be
States
high,
does
Gray
not
Matter?
face
They get to do
challenging
this,
international
have a nice fun
environment
pizza
alone.
party, and then they
Our
get to go
network
die
of
in Iran.
allies and partners is an advantage that our
Thanks, Israel and
adversaries
Trump.
can never
Or
hope
rather,
to
thanks
match.
Netanyahu and
Over
Trump.
80 nations have
Because
fought
that was
alongside
all
the United
those
States
two.
or assisted during the global war on terrorism.
Granted, like, obviously, quite a lot of people in both governments do enjoy it, but this was really the 2 of them working their brains together to make the world a worse place for everybody. And we should thank them for it. My God. I've almost certainly been, like, copyrighted 3, 4, 5 times already this stream. That's okay. That's fine. My goodness, I just realized how many people have followed on YouTube this stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of you who followed. I hope all of you have also joined into the Discord. If you have, I will be giving you your roles after stream ends. And welcome, welcome.
The unit returned to its roots in 19
I can't even play this while you're still playing the music.
designation. Division participants.
They'll take this goddamn whole stream down. Like, with 10 minutes to go.
Improved their fighters through repeated deployments to.
See, I'm not, Dave. I feel like a competent fascist might have actually been better than these incompetent buffoons.
Combat brigade.
In that, like, have you seen how much easier it is to deal with people like Stephen Miller than it is these people? Because Stephen Miller gets mad. And they don't. They just don't have any thoughts in their head. They get confused and then they get mad later. It's like really difficult to actually fight against them. Whereas a competent fascist, it might be a worse fight, but like it might be easier to fight them. Holy shit, stop playing the goddamn music.
The Army has 8 striker brigades in the active component and 2 in the More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches.
You know, of course, the service members who sacrificed their lives fighting terrorism just so the terrorist regime could rule in Washington instead and not have to rule from, I don't know, Afghanistan or Kabul.
It's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's remains unmatched.
Sorry, Kabul.
And ability to support the nation's
Jesus
strategic
Christ.
priorities.
I need to sleep. Oh, and the Pope spoke at the White Sox game, so no Trump shit there. I didn't even know the Pope was in America. I wonder if they just started playing copyrighted music and just not turning it off because they want all of the live streamers to tune away from this embarrassment. Of course it does. This is like the kind of music that Russia plays in their FPV drone videos. Okay, and now we have fucking Akadaka coming in, and I definitely can't play that one. That was Thunderstruck coming in. That would definitely get the stream taken down. Usually parades have more live musicians. Usually parades have more, fun. Yeah, Akadaka. That's how Australians say AC/DC. Don't ask me how I picked up actually saying it that way. I did. This is dull as fuck. Yes, it is. Yep, no. Australians call AC/DC Akadaka. It is an Australian band, so you can't really say that they're wrong. Fine. While they're playing music that I can't play, here's what Republicans did at the fair ahead of the parade today. At least they all had fun, right? That's what $45 million was spent on. Getting a bunch of hicks to pose with guns. Grandma, I think you might be on the wrong side here. Alright, you just look like a J6 insurrectionist, that one. Christy Gnome cosplay? Aiming at the dogs? Where is Ride of the Valkyries going to be played? Somewhere with class? I say that as like anti-class individual.
Thank you very much for sending me the picture.
That's who this is for, by the way. This is the entire target audience is 19 to 25-year-old men who are gonna go die in Iran. Oh yeah, there's the robot dogs.
Mental endurance, ladies and gentlemen.
Need those for the true dystopia. Like even the height of this is cringe. How much is that in golf trips? God knows.
Teammates are helping each other to make sure that they got what it takes to get all the way carrying a 100-pound sandbag all the way to the finish line.
100-mile sandbag all the way to the finish line. Yep, there we go. Really, just to, you know, hammer home how, sad the state of this country is. They have no belief system, that's it. It's just, like, iconography. It's giving children summer camp. It is giving children summer camp. This is giving county fair energy. Like, full-on county fair. On. Still playing music that I like. That I actually think that's why they're doing this. They're playing music that like other media won't cover because it's copyright, so that people stop watching this embarrassment. You have 4 minutes left. I'm curious if he's gonna talk. Or if he's just gonna like cry and then go away. Alright, yeah, these two probably join the army. Definitely giving county fair vibes. Yeah, it is. This is giving like Ohio County Fair vibes, and I've never even been to Ohio. So, you know. Plus funnel cakes, yeah.
The track pads on a tank
really
distribute a lot of that
more
weight.
music.
So the only concern is when they pivot steer or where they
You
turn,
know I'm right.
They potentially could grind
You were right, but
the
hey.
pavement. So what we've done is put out, you know, inch-thick steel at those locations where they turn to prevent any type of damage to the National Park Service roads and all that stuff.
It's okay, Ohio. You know I love you.
Parade so far.
Glad to see troopers out there.
I want the rain to kick up. It's over. What do you mean you want the rain to kick up? It's literally over in 3 minutes.
Yeah. To me, that's the most important thing.
Or sorry, 13 minutes.
Our country is saying thank you. You know, we appreciate you. Yes,
You
sir.
can see some of the cracks that have appeared in the pavement as they've been driving.
Our go-to. It's training. It's
And also,
preparing
like,
to fight.
it's okay.
So,
They know they're gonna fuck up the pavement.
This is one of those things.
They set aside
they
$12
don't
to
get to do
$15
this a
million
whole
for
often.
that.
They do it. And so it's a good chance to just display that to the American people. I think it's pretty neat that they get to see all of this history walk before them, because we typically don't do this a whole lot. We're really mission focused, but it is a good time. 250 years, we don't do this very often. It's a great opportunity to show all the Americans, like, this is what we do.
You're watching this on C-SPAN.
Used by the Army.
Well, they started early, No, they opened early by half an hour, but no, this is supposed to end at 7:30.
The M19 howitzer is smaller. It is used by infantry brigades.
They did start like letting people in a half hour early.
It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991. It is also seeing active use in Ukraine.
I still can't believe we put the fucking Russian flag on this. Okay, that's more copyrighted music. Maybe just, one lightning finger? Maybe. Russians everywhere. The Votniks have the government. Oh, what's that, Vietnam song called? There's a few. I always think of, an entirely different one. Dancing Rabbits.
Division due to their patch.
Or not, is it Dancing Rabbits? I don't think that's the, like, one. White Rabbit, that's what it is. It's White Rabbit. That's the, like, Alice in Wonderland one. By the way, Dallas is, covered in protesters. Or rather, was 2 hours ago. This is Texas, guys. This is fucking Texas. Go Dallas. San Antonio did, like, hella good, too. This is Dallas, not Texas. What about San Antonio? And Austin. Although Austin was probably the lesser of them, but they had a decent one earlier in the week, or last week, one or the other.
This asset is
Why did I just see like a tie-dye looking tank? So many in Texas hate Hot Wheels. True.
Bradley tanks.
Honestly, like
squad vehicle.
We're not far off from
provides
Lexus.
Enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement
Or at
and
least we
action.
weren't.
The ISB
We'll see how that
provides
goes
the
now.
warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to mission success.
I can't. This music is gonna get me fucking taken. Like, get this stream taken down. Look, I'll keep it open in case Trump like pops on and starts talking, which he probably won't, if I'm being honest. Just keep it open like that, and then like every now and again I'll just like continue popping up stuff and showing you, because I don't think that we're gonna get to be able to actually like keep the sound on and and watch the rest of this. Not to say that like you guys actually want to. In fact, I feel like most of you might be more interested in whatever the fuck this is.
I just walk in?
Can I walk with you?
No, I want alone.
Can I have your website?
Why does this have Russian subtitles?
Show me your car. Who is it? I want not bring.
I was not built to break.
To break.
The fuck? Okay. Sure. Why not? Excuse me? I don't know. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I opened it, and it was just, like, Russians being creepy. Hey, someone asked, Grok, is Trump a criminal? And said yes. Is Trump a rapist? Yes. Is Trump a liar? Yes. Has Trump ever been involved with the Soviet Union? Yes. Has Trump ever praised war criminals, or people wanted for war crimes? Yes. Has Trump ever committed fraud? Yes. All of these are true. You don't need to ask Grok to know them, though. You really don't. You really, really, really don't. You don't need to be fucking, Tulsi Gabbard. Did we talk about that, last stream? That Tulsi Gabbard fed the JFK files to, an AI to tell it what to tell her what she should, censor from it? And, like, didn't actually do any of her job at all, just, like, fed it to the AI, and the AI basically just let it... Yeah, Tulsi just kind of just... First of all, Trump had said not to censor any of the document, like, at all, he said. Not to, redact any of the document. But, Tulsi still did, by feeding it to an AI. By the way, Israel is crying that they don't have arms to completely destroy Iran and is asking for the U.S. to join the war. Oh, of course they are. And America has already sent a warship over to the Middle East, and Trump has said that we will, you know, back Israel. So we are going to fight a war for Israel in the Middle East. It looks like, you know. Now, like, Republicans are very unhappy with that, with that sort of events. They don't want to be by any means. And, I mean, I suppose we'll see if they get a choice, but it doesn't seem like they will.
Really shows.
Yeah, no, this is over. This is done. Trump's not talking. Technically, there's 5 more minutes, but, you know. They're not even, like, they're doing an ad for the military at the end here. The news cycle is giving me fucking whiplash. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's okay. We'll talk more about this next stream. How Trump colluded with Israel to bomb Iran. There's a lot there. Hell, if you want something to be surprised about, here's apparently Tucker Carlson blasts complicit Trump for backing Israeli strikes. Now, if you've been watching the channel for a little while, you know exactly what this is about, because I said that they were going to do exactly this, where they're going to try and start moving slightly more left-wing rhetoric-wise, trying to, like, pander to liberals and or, you know, even some leftists, and try and build up to what they're going to announce as the Nationalist Party. Of course, America 250, if you go on the White House website and you go right over here to, you know, history, and you go to America 250, right here you come face to face with a little countdown. And what this countdown is counting down to is the new America. The America that Trump wants to build. And I mean, all of this is consistent with everything you see in, like, Project 2025, Project Esther. Like, they have a secret evil plan that they've been like applying almost perfectly, precision-wise, doing specifically all of the worst possible things that they could be doing, just because they like to watch you suffer, and they enjoy it. So that's what they're doing, and they want you to fall for it by looking at people like Tucker Carlson and thinking that he believes the goddamn word that he has. come out of his mouth. Oh, God damn, I'm really gonna have to fix Twitch by next stream. Trump's team has convinced people that if his opponent isn't perfect, then don't vote. If his opponent is perfect, then don't vote. Unfortunately, I don't think that like even that does it. You could literally have Jesus across from Trump, and his supporters wouldn't forsake him easily. All right. That's pretty much it. Nah, this is done. I mean, like, here we got the last couple seconds of the parade. It's the last little group walking.
America's enemies.
This is a pre-recorded message.
It's a great place to set your...
It's not even like him talking live. They would literally deport and tear gas Jesus. Yeah, for fun, even. I mean, again, we're talking about the people that... I mean, you know what? Just go back and watch the stream from the beginning today. You'll see exactly what I mean. I don't even think examples are even warranted at this point.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater
Jesus
and the Arctic,
should leave the kids
on order
alone.
decisively
Yeah,
defeat
basically.
any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale
Oh, pre-breakfast
combat
minute. There's a
operations.
reason they won
The
about Mount
Angels are
Rushmore.
the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division
We do
led
have to
the
wait
way in
until
the
they're done,
Philippines
just
during
in
World
case
War
they
II
are going to
and
declare
spearheaded an
martial law.
amphibious
Though at
invasion
this
of
point, I don't think
Luzon
they will.
and distinguished
I don't think
themselves
they have
during
the
the
justification.
liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels.
And Lieutenant General, you just left that division.
I did a great division, the Arctic Angels of the 11th Airborne Division. Major General Joe Hilbert
All right,
and
now it
also
looks like we're
Major
about to
Hansen
run
doing a
late.
great job out there. All those paratroopers. A unique division. It's both airborne and air assault. There's nothing like it out there. And if you've gone into any conditions at 30 below, 40 below zero, it's life-changing. And if you don't train in that environment like they do, you're not going to be able to
probably
survive.
just
So
tired.
someone needs to do that for America. That's what they do.
We've entered, the parade has entered the modern era, so to speak. What does that mean to the Army to be in the modern era?
It means to be in modern era. What the fuck do...
And what
My God, I hate these people so much. I hate these people so much to ask that question. Like, parade for a draft dodger? Oh, of course, but he's much worse than that, of course. He's also an insurrectionist, a rapist, a child molester, a convicted criminal, a felon, a fraud, a fat fucking greasy manatee, a narcissist, an idiot, a buffoon. I could keep going, probably.
enemy, right? And I love sports. We do use sports analogies all the time. But that's the difference, you know. What are the things that you
Criminals,
have in
Benny.
your toolkit
Multiple
to
criminals
ensure
are
that
enjoying
your
this parade.
adversary knows right up front, like, oof, I do not.
In fact,
wanna
even some
face,
criminals that aren't even
you know,
American.
that person or that organization.
Lieutenant General, what has to be done to build that discipline, that drive
Buffoon is a
into
good
the
one.
modern soldier of the Army today?
Well, we got to continue
Thanks,
to do
Eclectic
hard,
Enchantress.
tough, challenging training, Pedro. Like I mentioned earlier, if you're not doing that, we can't have a mamby-pamby army. They've got to be tough. And we're taking
Namby-pamby.
people from all walks of life.
Wasn't this the
And so
same
we gotta bring
person
them
that
in and
said
mold
like
them
an
and say,
hour
"You can do
ago
this."
that we have completed where we need to go and that the Army needs no more improvements? Like literally 1 hour ago, this same guy said exactly that. Now it's like, no, we can't be mamby-pamby. We have to be like, you
And
know.
that's what we try to instill in all our training. And if I'm the leader and if something happens to me, he's got to be ready to take over. And if something happens to him, then you're up. And so we have that.
Yes, that's
we're
how
gonna
chains of
complete the
command work.
mission.
Thank you for spelling it out for the 5-year-olds.
Attitude, and that's what we need to do for America.
I know that we want to get 5-year-olds to enlist in the military, but like now's not the time to do that.
The way your uniform fits on you, the shine on your shoes, everything else. How do the little things add up to the big things?
Well, it's pride, it's discipline, and a lot of times they're sort of counter, because you think of pride if you think of getting heady, but pride in what you're doing, pride in your team, pride in that I'm doing the best that I can be at what
I don't know how
I'm
anyone
doing.
could have fucking pride in this shit show of a military, in this shit show of
discipline means,
a country.
you're doing some things that are really
during
hard,
this
you
shit
don't
show of a
necessarily want to
parade.
do, but you do it. Just like trying to get stronger, getting it faster on your run, trying to get a better skill set and studying harder. Like all that demands are put upon you in the Army, because we really
I
have
could
to
host
be
this
all that
parade
we
better
can be.
than
We
these
can't
fucking
be
people.
halfway,
Skill
we
issue,
can't be
right
average,
matter.
We got to be above
Millions
average,
of
'cause
dollars
as Smoke
spent on this
said,
circus
we're
parade
gonna go
while
up
veterans
against
are
a
losing
determined
benefits and
enemy.
major VA
And
cuts.
what's gonna make the
Veterans are
difference? It's gonna be
literally
that
being
discipline, It's
arrested.
going to be that hard training that he talked about. It's going to be your fitness, your mental toughness.
Like literally veterans being arrested.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him.
For protesting at the Capitol, which apparently you're only allowed to do when you're protesting a Democrat.
All of that will carry.
And I know that the Army is up or get
The preparatory course, great initiative that was started about 2 years ago to ensure, you might not right now have the.
It has
the grades,
it
the
has been
aptitude
determined that your
in order to
medical
make it.
condition
We'll
is
put
not
you in
service related.
Kind of a transition period. We will educate you. We've had some phenomenal educators that are on our team that they don't teach the tests. They give them reps and sets so they understand the importance of what they need to do in order to have the appropriate grade in order to pass. Now, on the physical side, I think that's the most impressive thing that we've seen. We've seen, citizens.
What?
This looks very intimidating. This has remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? Your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, 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 let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing
peaceful
wrong.
protest until the police ruin it.
Freedom of speech.
Go, 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 go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself. So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses. Guys, let's go. Let's back up here.
Yeah, and they pulled out their fucking beating sticks.
Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
People are unhappy? Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of goddamn journalistic malpractice shit is this? You're literally talking about how it's a peaceful protest, how no one's doing anything wrong, and then these fucking cops get ready to run you down.
Go, 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 go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself.
Those horses don't belong on those poor
you can
horses.
see, whoa, they're messing with the horses. Guys, let's go. Let's
There's
back
a military
up here.
parade happening in fucking LA right now.
Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling.
One's
Let's
more
go, guys.
interesting
Let's
than
go,
the last
let's go,
one, I'll tell you
let's go. Let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. JB, want to move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people freaked.
They literally have tried to kill people with these horses in the last week. Benny, I am in Los Angeles, and many U.S. citizens are being detained because they are Latino. We have identification cards, real IDs, and ICE is still detaining people. Yes, I'm sorry. I know they are. ICE is a terrorist organization. California has the right to defend itself. Californian citizens have the right to defend themselves. And ICE needs to free the hostages. Remember January 7, 2025? Sorry, June 7, 2025. Yeah.
You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Yeah, here we go. Now they start firing for no fucking reason.
But take your time and space.
Whoa. Let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Whoa. We're good, Ari. We're good. Keep going.
We condemn ICE. I need to, honestly, I need you all to start asking every Republican, do you condemn ICE? I need you to pester them on it. Every question. Every time you talk to any one of them. Every conversation starter. Every second question, you also have to then have them reiterate if they condemn ICE again. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you for bringing light to what's happening in the U.S.
at a much
I'll
faster
try my best,
cycle.
mate. Like,
And we have to go
I am
faster,
trying.
So our whole industry.
Unfortunately, I'm also being censored, and so a lot of people aren't seeing this. So please share the stream, like and subscribe, and join the Discord. Only use ice when my drink isn't cold. Do you condemn the violent gang known as ICE? Exactly. The violent terrorists known as ICE.
In the world. But if we don't invest into our service members, it really comes down to, you know, those interpersonal skills. What is going to drive you to ensure that you want to attack that hill?
Oh, by the way, here's some security camera footage from the Minnesota shooting of the 2 state representatives, state senator and state representatives, by this right-winger and what he was dressed like. Yeah, no, he looks like a fucking cop. He actually, shockingly, looks more like a cop than most of the cops that show up at people's houses do these days. Honestly, that would be the red flag there. If a cop showed up at my house, I wouldn't expect him to be uniformed these days. Oh, thank you so much for that donation, Benny. I very much appreciate it. Does he have a mask on? Is that just his face? No, it's just his face. They do have, like, this little, like, black bit covering his eyes. But I imagine that's because they think that it will help them, like, I don't know, prevent AI or some shit. I don't know. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Thumb-looking ass. True. True. Thumb-looking ass. All right, are we done? Have they declared martial law?
That within our
they're running like
bureaucracy, cut through some processes
currently
that maybe we've always done.
Over by 7 minutes.
We're wedded to that process, but actually we don't need to do that process anymore because this system is antiquated. And I think that's what we're trying to do
it's 9
with the acquisition with getting new things. You know, just like drone warfare.
9
I mean, that
yesterday.
changes almost on a weekly, monthly basis. You can't have to stick on one type of thing and
why?
Get it.
Because
you got to be able to change. You got to be able to adapt. You got to have some flexible funding and all that. So that's what we're working with Congress.
Apparently, Twitter's down for like thousands of people.
Things faster.
I mean, I'm not having any issues on it right now, but
you just heard from Lieutenant General Brian Eifler, the U.S. Army Personnel Deputy Chief of Staff. Also joining us, Sergeant Major Christopher Stevens, U.S. Army Personnel Senior Enlisted Advisor, and you watching the parade at home.
If Netanyahu gets arrested by Greek officials, I will forever thank the Greeks, and I will never make fun of them again as a Turk. But I don't believe that they will. Oh, I will be, like, binging One Piece after this, actually. Probably. I do have to call Twitch support first. And then I probably will chill out and, like, watch TV a bit instead of, like, go straight to sleep, because then I will, like, fuck my sleep schedule a lot more. And then it'll hit on Monday. Oh, fuck. It's already Sunday. I work tomorrow morning. You guys are so lucky to have me. I just realized that's copyright as well. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so surprised if this stream doesn't have like at least 15 different copyright notifications. Totally worth it. It was a fun stream. In fact, this was arguably an incredibly fun stream. That the Bassem Youssef video we watched was great. Honestly, this turned out best case scenario. Trump looks like a idiot. And I mean, the country looks embarrassed to a degree that is almost unimaginable prior to this event for most people. And morale for the troops is hella low going into a period where we might actually enter a war in the Middle East. And if troop morale is sufficiently low, we might actually not enter that war. Thank you guys for tuning in. Absolutely.
Modern mobile.
Oh, we got drones now.
The Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new
this
threats
could be a brigade on its own.
The fierce resilience
just get like 7 of these. Russian and North Korean parades like this always look pathetic. Now we're doing it, except the Russian and North Korean parades looked infinitely less pathetic than ours did. Again, Russia's Victory Day had them do a mock, like, battle and built a fucking, a Reichstag replica, whereas Our troops look bored. Our troops look bored. The president looked bored for watching this. And we spent $45 million on it. The goddamn festival prior to the parade gave county fair vibes. I mean, we look like we're a poor country with a weak military. And we're only like semi both of those things. Only weak countries do this shit and we manage to look even weaker. Well, yeah, we're a weaker country now that we've done this, just by like the damage of doing this to the actual armed forces. I just got home from a Trump Cuddle Buddy meeting where like-minded Trump supporters get together for a steamy cuddle and free cupcakes. That sounds actually like pretty on point for most Republican gatherings. I've literally seen weddings where men, instead of make this about their wife, make it about Trump. Okay, like, it is par for the course at this point. It screams insecurity. It does, absolutely. I've seen that too. Yeah, it's fucking cucked. Although, still not as cucked as, a parade this boring, with this little happening. And this few people watching. Cult shit? Honestly, I feel like, some cults might even find this off-putting. Like, imagine you tried to get David Koresh's folks to watch this shit. No. They wouldn't do that. They would literally rather drink the Kool-Aid and die than do this. Also, where are the nukes? What kind of military parade isn't showing off nuclear missiles in this day and age?
An A1 Abrams tank, a beast, and
we're only just now at the goddamn Abrams? My god. No wonder they're like 15 minutes behind. Or maybe I thought that this was ending like 15 minutes ago and it's actually in 15 minutes from now. Oh, you want to see what the violent protesters look like? Because it's the violent counter-protesters. Why do Republicans hate this country so much? Why are Republicans such violent, terroristic, like, you know, traitors to this country? Why do they hate America? Why does every, like, time I watch a video of a Republican engaging in, I don't know, some kind of protest in relation to an actual protest, they look like just the worst people ever. Yeah, for Fox viewers, maybe, Dave, but like, even CNN isn't going to be able to make that work. They love freedom for themselves, but not everyone else? No, but they don't. They don't love freedom for themselves, because these people don't vote for freedom for themselves. None of these people voted for, like, a belief that would help them in any way. Like, you might have, right? But that's not you out there. You're not the one doing this shit. You're not out in a protest attacking Democrats. And the ones that we're talking about, the ones that are always doing this kind of shit, hate America. They hate America more than any group has ever hated America. MAGA overall does. But also, these people don't believe in freedom. They don't. They genuinely do not. They never have. Not for them, not for you. Reconstruction did not go far enough. Like, again, not to say every Trump supporter is this, but every Trump supporter that goes out and does violence is this. There's plenty plenty of people who voted for Donald Trump and have changed their mind and have come to realizations since and have moved away from MAGA. But people like this, and as we continue to go forward, very few people will be left that aren't true believers, and these people are monsters. That's not a person. Like, that's a human being. That's not a person. That's a demon. A ghoul. And again, it's not because they were born that way. It's because they were made that way.
The AH-64 Apache. It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial
You know, we have
rockets,
some like helicopters that have been in
missiles, along with
service since
30mm
the
cannon
50s.
fire. The aircraft you see
Like,
here
even
is
one from the
configured with a
40s.
sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate in poor visibility and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 million flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat.
I wish.
The AH-64 Apache
I don't
represents
know.
the backbone
I haven't seen any
of the U.S.
F-35s
Army's
or
attack
anything, so I
helicopter
imagine we
fleet
still
and
have
a
those to
growing
watch.
number of international defense forces.
Might have missed them, but you know. We covered the Abrams like 15 minutes ago, so we're at least close. We're in the modern era, unless they're gonna reveal some like future tech. You know, we're gonna do the next tech tree in Civ over here or something.
Special thanks to
Oh,
our
here it is.
sponsor,
That's
Lockheed
next
Martin.
next future tech Civ. We already have these deployed in Ukraine that have flamethrowers attached to them. If I see a damn cyberfuck,
Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness.
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me the music's fucking copyright again.
Robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and
All right.
enhanced team.
A better explanation than this. These can have 3 hours of battery life, can run 15 miles an hour, jump up and down on uneven ground, have pole arms that can grab shit attached to them, and have flamethrowers mounted onto them. So you're never outrunning one, and you are never hiding from one, and it will burn the tree down if you climb up it. So, you know, have fun and good luck. I had to play Ride of the Valkyrie for the helicopter flyby. Even you have to do it yourself. That's so shit. I'm gonna be so pissed if a robot dog kills me. Oh yeah, I forgot. They also cost $3,000 to manufacture. So, like, less than the average artillery shell. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a Russian spy is taking pictures and taking notes. Putin is gonna love this info. See, you say that as a joke, but actually, I'll take that one step further. They're not in the crowd, they're in the press pool. Because Taz Media has made it into the White House, like, several times already. Somehow. They're sitting up in the fucking bleachers next to Trump.
7 miles per hour sprint.
That's a 27 miles per hour sprint. Jesus. Okay, I feel like us seeing these should be indicating that we're almost done. And this thing looks so fake for some reason on these roads. It's because it's like the metal's too smooth. Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid,
Some flying machines.
Kid Not Kin. Oh my goodness. So first off, Twitch has been absolutely terrible and has been lagging like crazy. So we're over on YouTube. But also we're about to finish up for the day anyway. So sorry, but thank you for the raid. Also, big shout out to Kid Not Kin. Go and drop this base streamer a follow, and then come right back because we're almost done.
to be transforming. We always have to be looking at new and innovative ways. Sometimes these ideas come from privates, sometimes they come from the civilian sector, but the whole army has got to be all together on trying to find a better way to do some of the things that we do.
And Sergeant Major, I suppose for those who are listening, if they're technologically minded, computer science minded.
Raiders, join the Discord, like the stream on YouTube, and jump over there and come chat. Chat is much more lively on the YouTube end today.
Youth out there, you know, young adults who might not
I reckon
be
we're
in
almost
college
done.
right now, but they have this skill set because they
Which
just,
I've said like
they
7
developed it
times
on,
already.
on their own. I mean, we see
They're easy to knock over from the side. It's okay. They can get back up because they can twist their bodies.
There's, you know, there's a society of America that are in technological schools or trade skills. You know, so again, the normal thing that we were doing before, we're just going to high schools or to colleges,
I will,
would not
carry up to the front line. And this video
we are
shows
looking at all avenues.
This is more interesting anyway.
Of being taught how to scout out buildings alongside the troops. Kurt and company also train their robo-dog to navigate a wooded environment, such as a Russian tree line. The robot handles this less well, but is still good enough to potentially save the life of its master. These images show they also tested the dog drone's carrying capacity, loading it up with medical supplies to carry up to the front line. And this video shows a terrifying vision of what war might look like if the dogs are trained to attack.
It's what war does
rather than
look like
defend.
right
Someone
now.
has fitted a
Thank you for
flamethrower
the
to the
follow,
back of the
female
dog,
eunuchs.
where the robotic arm mount usually goes, turning the machine into a potentially lethal killer. There's no evidence.
Just fucking fire like 10 of these into every Russian trench and we'll be fine. Japan Post. Starlink operates in Iran. Elon Musk says his Islamic regime shuts internet down. That's so funny. Wasn't it like last week when the White House finally acknowledged that Starlink is a security threat to the United States?
To try to get people.
Trying to recruit the right type of people that want to serve in our nation. And we're filling that rank, and I think that's important that we still.
My God, how long can you people
back in
talk for?
1802, when we first started West Point, we
7 more minutes, I
to
imagine?
get some of America's best, and we compete, quite frankly, across all of the nation with that. We still have that type of, and as you see some other schools like VMI. That's out there. I think the Citadel, Texas A&M.
Again, I want to remind you all that they started 30 minutes early letting people in because they were expecting 200,000 people, and this is what the crowd looked like. So, not 200,000 people. Thank you for the follow, Buddy Head. Much appreciated. Actually, like, really, really rough. Like, that hurts. Ouch. Right there. Full on.
Proliferate the information so people are more well informed and can make a better decision.
Lots of bands, lots of music in this parade. We'll take you back to it.
Yeah, lots of music that I couldn't fucking play because it was copyright. Like I bet you the next song is going to be.
The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the Historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the third oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required in graduation, more than...
Of course Alex Karp wants us to fight a 3-way war. That means he makes more fucking money. Now, like, if only we would just fight Russia already. That'd be great. Could we please? Can we start with this one? Please? Instead of fucking putting their goddamn flag on our Flag Day post? Like this? Like fucking this? I hate these people so much. So much. I'll read up on that. We'll talk about it next stream.
Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army.
I just saw a family who I guess installed Mario Kart on a Tesla dashboard to keep their child addicted to screen in the car. Yes, I do. I mean, to be fair, at this point, like, Poland could just hold Ukraine's, like, western flank, and then Ukraine could finish the job.
To serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team. Shaping tomorrow's army.
Because most of the world's problems come from Russia. Russia is the world's largest exporter of right-wing white nationalist propaganda, aside from the U.S. Russia owns several of high-ranking U.S. officials that are straight up just Russian assets, like John Ratcliffe, head of the CIA, Tulsi Gabbard, head of DNI, Kash Patel, head of the FBI, all three of these having appeared on Russian state television. What else is there? Well, you know, there is the absolute just like, you know, trying to start a war with all of Europe. There is the invading of Ukraine. There's trying to genocide the Ukrainians, which they are doing. There is the 30,000 stolen children that they've kidnapped from Ukraine, brought back to Russia, and then, you know, given to Russian families. Also, the fact that they are primarily at the head of the Nazi movement when it comes to big tech, and Azov Battalion, yeah, they were, and they all died. All of the Nazis in Azov died when they got sent to Mariupol at the beginning of the war. The Azov Battalion still exists, but it's not the Nazi battalion. There was just neo-Nazis in that battalion, and all of them died in Mariupol. In fact, Zelensky, being based as he is, was a Jewish man who sent a bunch of Nazis to go die for his country. And they did. They all died. You got a bunch of Russian Nazis killed and Ukrainian Nazis killed. What's there not to like? I mean, to be fair, like Sapien, back in the day, most military like uniforms looked clunky and not really practical for battle. Slava Ukraini. Not that war is smart, but like, yeah. Dressing for war does matter. I mean, look at like Imperial Japan. They had much clunkier uniforms and they were wild. Okay, so he is gonna speak, it looks like. Good thing we waited, because we might actually get to see martial law in a second. Let's hope not. I still think that there wasn't enough, no, I'm not pro-Israel. Israel's also basically Russian, you do realize. You know that Netanyahu's last name is Milkowski, like his actual last name. Pro-Palestine and pro-Ukraine. Yeah, don't worry. In fact, watch this and smile. Actually, wait. We'll watch it together. It's too good to not watch together. We should all enjoy this.
Egypt never received murder bombhouse. Egypt was never have the privilege of having more than 58 vetoes in the Security Council, right? And also, why doesn't Egypt take Palestinians? This is like someone going into Fifth Avenue, shooting someone in the face, and it's like, why do my neighbors don't bury the body? You're the guys doing the killing, not Egypt. So stop talking about Egypt. Anyways, and I would like to, like Jonathan and his likes, to please stop Zionizing us. Stop the Zionizing. Zionizing, it's a verb which means to gaslight someone with such shameless, narcissistic, psychopathic audacity that you deny reality to their faces while simultaneously playing the victim, engaging in endless circle debates that go nowhere and displaying a complete loss of empathy and basic humanity. Right?
Amazing.
Security, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
such as the one
that I
speaking.
will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
Don't call him Orange Man. There's much better nicknames you can give him, and he's not a turd. He's a demon.
Orders of the President of the United States.
Discount Pinochet.
And the orders of the officers appointed over me.
Yes.
According to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
He is literally a demon. He's made of fire.
So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations.
All of you get to go die in Iran. Yay!
Have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life.
In Iran. Have a great life. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Unconformed. He sounds so bored of presidenting. He is. He's much more interested in kinging. Or lording. Have a great life is not what you want to hear from your commanding officer. Yeah, no, it's really not. You are all proxy Zionists now. Good luck.
Is the best
That's
life
true.
insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders.
He literally
to be
hates the
able
Constitution,
to close
Marcos.
with and destroy the enemy and defend our
That's
nation's
I'm about to
interests.
send. I'm about to send you to the wood
Surrender is
chipper
not a range
energy.
of
It
word.
really is. All right. Well, if he's done talking, we're gonna finish watching this until he's back talking again.
Remember, PS, why the first video went viral? Because I called Israel a narcissistic, psychopathic behavior that fucks you over and then makes you think it's your fault. Because this is what Israel does. It didn't happen. And if it did, you're remembering it wrong. And if you're not, it's your fault because you're looking into my phone. Narcissists lived in their own made-up reality. They don't share your reality. They live in their own custom-made universe where facts are negotiable and truth is whatever serves them in the moment. And when it comes back and when you corner them, they بقى throw tantrums, accusation, Hamas, anti-Semitism, full victimhood mood. And it's pointless to debate with them, right? Because take him, for example, and the likes of him. You show them a video, it didn't happen. You show them UN reports, these are lies. You mention international law, it's complicated. You get testimonies on the ground from doctors and nurses at Hamas propaganda. Yeah, we saw it with our own eyes. Your optic nerve is anti-Semitic. Like Israel is like Shaggy.
Your optic nerve is anti-Semitic. Will never get old.
So you won the hospital. It wasn't me. We show you killed the children. It wasn't me. Dude, your war crimes are documented. Hamas propaganda. Also, it wasn't me. There is no point of debating gaslighters. We have 4K videos, satellite imagery, and your own soldiers posting on TikTok bragging about killing children. But of course, yeah, the entire planet is having a mass hallucination, right? This is like Israel has that same credibility as a Ponzi scheme, right? This is what I'll give you an example how Delulu is Israel, right? Israel calls itself, I mean, he was in the IDF and he tell you, the most moral army in the world. Also, they call themselves the most vegan army in the world. So Jonathan here is representing an organization that is both vegan and genocidal. Yani we will not eat chicken, but inshallah we will bomb a hospital and barbecue it. خلاص? Do you see how fucked up is this? This is like calling Jeffrey Dahmer the most vegetarian serial killer in history.
He's right, by the way. Like 100% objectively correct on every point that he made there. But, you know, that is what it is. Is he really done talking? Was that all he was gonna do? Just like that acceptance speech of like new recruits and that's it? Because I feel like it would be weird for them to just like switch to an ad immediately following half of him talking.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops.
No, sorry, no. Country music sensation, we're done. Like, the parade's over, celebration time, they're gonna listen to fucking trash MAGA country music, and I'm outie. All right, if we get martial law in the next couple of hours, I will add everybody on Discord and let you all know. If you're not in the Discord, please join the Discord. Build a community, talk to people. That's how we get out of this situation. We need to have more community, more in-person community, and we need to start strategizing. We need to act as if we are in a theater of war, because we are, and we need to act as if the digital battlefield that we are standing on is a battlefield that we are actually engaging in. So, have a lovely night or lovely day to each and all of you. I will see you all next time, which will be tomorrow morning. I hope you all have a lovely night. And try to get that shitty parade out of your head. Go, like, watch something fun. Take something, I don't know, that you enjoy doing, and then go do that for like an hour at least. Just to, like, balance out the brain damage.